Good morning, Arkistas, and welcome to PLM Architecture YouTube channel. Ayan, how are you guys doing today? Hello, everybody. Ayan, we hope you're having a wonderful day so far, everyone. Ayan, nakita natin sa ating comment section ang mga active. Ayan, very early in the morning, nandito na sila nag-aabang para sa ating live stream. Hello, everybody. Hello. Ayan, hello, Kuya JM. Miss Zian Magara. Ayan, hello. Nakikita namin kayo sa comment section. Kyle Coderes, Miss Faye Lactamana, hello everybody. We're so happy na nandito kayo. And ayan, kamusta naman kayo? Nakapag-breakfast na ba everybody? Yes, please. Yes, go ahead and comment sa ating comment section. Ayan, kamusta naman? Nakatulog ba kayo, Arkistas? Alam niyo, big deal sa atin ang sleep, diba? Nakailang hours of sleep kayo, guys? Ayan, ikaw ba, partner? Gusto ko malaman nakailang hours of sleep ka today.
Dahil bihira naman, no, i-flex ko na lang din na kumpleto ang tulog ko dahil ready ako dito sa ating anniversary. Ayan, fresh na fresh ang aking mind para sa ating mga mapag-aaralan today. Siyempre, kailangan din natin ng breakfast. So, Arkistas, make sure to eat your breakfast. Mga kape-kape nyo dyan. Be ready. Ayan. Ikaw ba, partner? Kamusta?
Yes, good to know naman, partner, no? Kitang-kita naman ang fresh mo today. Yes. Ayan, ako din, nakatulog naman ako ng very bongga today. Ayan. So, yes, of course, everybody, we're so thrilled na nandito kayo. We're so happy. And as we all know, today's live episode is a very special one. Very special. Ano? Bakit nga ba, partner?
Tama ka dyan, partner, because today we are here to celebrate our college's 19th founding anniversary entitled Siglo, Taking Prestige into the Future. So yes, Arkista's 19 years old na si Kaup, you heard that right. But unfortunately, we cannot celebrate ng face-to-face. So let's just give each other a virtual hug or a fist bump and gather dito sa ating YouTube live stream. Ayan, show us the support and the energy sa ating comment section. Ayan, fist bump tayo, partner. Yan.
Yes. Ayan. So, yeah, so sending virtual hugs everybody. Fist bumps na lang tayo. Online na lang tayo ngayon. Because as much as we want to party today and celebrate in a venue na magkakasama for this special day is unfortunately hindi pa pwede. So, ayan. Dito na lang tayo sa comment section sa ating YouTube channel. Magsama-sama. And don't worry because we are here for you virtually and we assure you, Arkistas, that today will be filled with so much learnings from our online panel discussion. So, happy 19th Ka-Op Day, Arkistas! Ayan, magbatian na lang tayo sa comment section, guys. Happy 19th Ka-Op Day! Hello, happy 19th birthday, Ka-Op! Ayan. So, comment lang po kayo sa ating comment section. And of course, you guys can tweet us with the hashtag Siglo, spelled as like this. Yan, makita natin sa ating screen. Hashtag S19LO. And tag us on your IG stories with your creative snapshot. It's at KaopST Official on Twitter and Instagram. Also, don't forget to like and follow our official Facebook page, PLM Kaop Student Council, and support our One View, One Step Forward campaign by subscribing and watching our videos here on YouTube. Alright, once again, good morning, Arkistas. I am Angeli Pastrano.
And I am Marilyn Sacabon, your moderators for Anchor, treasuring our heritage and fortifying beyond the now. Alright, so this event will not be possible without the generosity of our sponsors. So again, this event is brought to you by Likain Co, as they will be giving discount vouchers later.
In cooperation as well with MRTP Shop.
Legacy Street will be also giving away 4 shirts.
Wow, I'm so excited para sa mga giveaway na to, partner, ha? Alright, this event is also sponsored by Modularity Home.
Bake and Mead with extra treats later for our Arkistas.
Alright, we also have Estrella Collection. They will be giving away accessories later.
Pahina PH. They will also be giving away discount vouchers.
Of course, special thanks as well to Smart Cards Architecture. They will be giving away 3 flashcards na talagang magagamit natin sa ACAD.
Chukis and Firmco will be giving away also discount vouchers later. Alright, partner, excited na talaga ako for today. But first, let us brief our audience in today's panel discussion.
Yes, that's right, partner. So for everyone's information, this panel discussion is not the usual webinar that we organize or you guys attend during Arquitecturo episode. Today, we have invited guest speakers who we can call as panelists for three particular topics where each of them can provide their own insight or input. Yan, so ito yung hindi katulad ng webinar natin sa Arquitecturo where our guest speaker would explain the presentation shown on the screen, because today we aim to have a webinar that is interactive for both the panelists and the audience. So we highly encourage everybody to participate in the comment section right here all throughout this live stream.
That's right, and there will be a 30-minute question and answer where you may comment your insights, sentiments, and questions for our panelists to address. So, Arkistas, remember then to always keep your comments professional and relevant to our topic. Also, we would like to remind everyone that those who have registered to our registration forms that were up from June 6 to June 9 will be able to receive an e-certificate to their respective emails within this week. So, ayan, Arkistas, make sure to finish the whole event kasi marami pang paparating na topics na for sure magagamit natin in our studies. Again, this panel discussion is free of charge and open for all. So, that's right, even your friends na hindi Arkistas and your family. As long as gusto nyong spread yung information and to educate them, they are very welcome to watch our live stream, and especially to our beloved PLM CAUP students.
Tama ka dyan, partner. Para sa inyo talaga to, guys, ang event natin na ito. So, we have prepared three topics for today, as I've mentioned earlier, that encompass heritage conservation, economic growth with the help of architecture, and the interesting concept of regenerative and sustainable architecture. Each will last for less than 2 hours, and this is like a synchronous class lang, guys, na mas masaya and mas interactive. Ayan, we hope you guys stick with us until the end, and tapusin natin itong ating live stream until later. So, sit back, relax, and stream with us here in Siglo, taking prestige into the future online panel discussion.
Alright, for our first topic, we aim to inform the public and raise awareness on the importance of heritage conservation and what we can do as aspiring architects in order to contribute to this industry. Our first topic is entitled Anchor, Treasuring Our Heritage and Fortifying Beyond the Now. Alright, so let's proceed with the introduction for our guest speakers. It is with great honor to introduce to you the first member of the Anchor Panelists. He is a graduate of BS Architecture at the Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila and is currently pursuing his master's degree in Architectural Heritage Conservation at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. From 2014 to 2017, he was a team leader at Arco Group Incorporated, and currently he is venturing as freelance architect and a part-time lecturer at the College of Architecture and Urban Planning at the Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila. Let us all welcome Arkistas, Architect Lester Calunsod.
Good morning po, Architect.
Good morning po.
Ayan. Nakamute po yata kayo, Architect.
Oh, hi. So, good morning. Good morning, Angeli. Good morning, Marilyn. And syempre sa mga kids ng PLM at kung meron mga taga-ENYA dyan, hello din.
Yes. Hello po, Architect. Thank you po sa pag-accept ng aming invitation to be part of the panel. Thank you po, Architect.
You're welcome. And
Yes. Go ahead, Architect.
thank you for inviting me.
Yay, thank you din po.
Panel discussion.
Yes, we are so thrilled to have you, Architect. Kaya naman po, let's proceed and welcome the next member of our panelists. Allow me to introduce to you the second member of Anchor Panelist. 10 Design Co. is an architecture studio based in Escolta with a particular interest in creating designs that connect to a relevant context. May it be about the natural setting, heritage, and history or the people it should serve. The team is led by architect Art Serrano of the University of Santo Tomas. 10 has received various recognition for its work in city planning, public space activation, interior design, and heritage regeneration. The studio is known for its involvement in developing alternative uses for heritage buildings in Manila and work with commercial, retail, restaurant, and urban activation projects. Kaya naman, Arkistas, ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Architect Art Serrano. Good morning po, Architect. Hello po.
Hi guys,
Welcome
good
po.
morning. I
Yes.
hope everyone's doing okay. Thank you for having me. I know it's a bit difficult this past year, but events like this really help us connect kahit na disconnected tayo in a way. So salamat for having us, and I hope everyone gets little bits of information about heritage in the discussions today. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Architect Arts, for that wonderful introduction and welcoming remarks. All right. So, to complete our panelists, allow me to introduce to you our third and final guest speaker for this topic. So, here with us today is a wise architect who graduated BS Architecture at the University of the Philippines along with his master's degree in art history and his doctorate degree in Philippine Studies. He is currently a professor at the College of Architecture in UP Diliman and a principal architect at the Lico Consulting Services Corporation. And he is also a consulting architect in the city of Valenzuela. He is also a heritage preservation specialist in the city of Butuan, adaptive reuse of Diplomat Hotel, UNESCO Baguio Creative City Council. Arkistas, let us give a warm virtual round of applause for architect Gerard Lico.
Good morning, everyone. So it's so nice to be here. I hope we can have a good dialogue, no, pertaining to heritage, no, because heritage is everyday life, di ba? Yun.
That's right po, Architect. Thank you very much po talaga sa pag-accept po ng aming invitation. Ayan, nakikita po natin sa ating live stream ang mga greetings po sa inyo ng ating artistas. Marami pong excited na makita kayo today. So, ayan, let's bring in our architect na po sa ating screen. Ayan, nakita natin sa comment section, hello po, architect, according to Ronel. Ayan, meron pa po dito. Architect, pa-extend naman po ng deadline. Ayan, mukhang may pa-agenda pa yung ating dito, artista na nag-comment. Partner, may nakita ko pa bang comment dyan?
Marami, partner, nag-good morning sila at mukhang ang taas ng energy ng audience natin kahit maaga pa. So, sabi nila, excited na sila sa topic. Ayan, ang dami nga nagsasabi. Ayan, so without further ado, we would like to thank our speakers again for accepting the invitation for this online panel discussion.
Yeah, so architect, let's begin. We have prepared guide questions for you to answer. Please feel free po to share any of your thoughts or insights about this topic. So, without further ado, let's get started. Ayan, mukhang excited na talaga ang lahat. So, let's bring in our first question for our architect. Go ahead, partner.
So for the first question po, architects, what do you think of how the Philippine heritage influenced our architecture? Let me repeat the question. What do you think of how the Philippine heritage influenced our architecture? All right, so let's start the discussion po siguro with Architect Calunsod. May we know your opinion about this question po?
Well, actually, I think Philippine heritage really influenced greatly our architecture from the way we live, the way we live our lives, the way we give divination to the spirits kasi di ba naging tayo animist. And then as time goes by, nadadala natin from one era to another hanggang sa kasalukuyang panahon. And then from the very construction face ng ating mga bahay, nakaka-include doon yung mga yung mga gawin natin, yung naglalagay tayo ng coins sa hagdan. Tapos yung mga yung ilalim ng mga foundations, nahandun yung mga cash, mga bottles of wine. And then aside from that, after the construction of the house, for example, nahandun pa rin yung nahandun pa rin yung na-inherit natin from our ancestors. May it be yung pre-colonial pa hanggang sa nagkaroon ng hodgepodge ng influence from Chinese, Spanish, American, at saka yung mga traces ng mga foreign, what we call this, diasporic natives, like yung mga di ba, yung mga Israelis or yung mga Jews, tapos yung mga Koreans, and then yung mga Vietnamese. They came here for protection kasi 'di ba doon sa mga sa world history natin, yung mga bansa nila nagkaroon ng war. So that really kahit minute lang yung yung influence, it has a manifestation on our architecture. So we breathe and we see, we feel each and every what we call this, influences from the past hanggang sa ngayon na hindi din pa natin unconsciousness. Yun.
That is right po, Architect. Alam niyo, ang dami niyo pong na-share na talagang nakapag-influence sa ating architecture. And actually, nakikita nga po natin yan base nga po sa mga pinag-aaralan namin. Thank you for that, Architect Kalunsod. Ayan, this time naman po, we would like to hear Architect Art opinion. Go ahead po, Architect.
Hello. So yun, I think before we try to answer how heritage influenced architecture, we have to understand kung ano ba talaga yung heritage, or parang what do we truly mean when we say heritage. So I like how Architect Gerard started with saying heritage is everyday life, and Architect Lester also mentioned something about different cultures, different traditions informing how we build our architecture or yung physical manifestation of the architecture. So parang we have to understand na the way cities are planned is heritage, as with what communities eat within that city eat. Kung ano yung how we inhabit spaces, it also affects how architecture manifests. So we have to understand yung intangible bits of the heritage to see how architecture can manifest from it. And I think moving forward, we are informed by our practices that our society has grown to accept. So parang as architects living in the moment, the way we build places should embody a version of heritage that future generation would like to consume. So it's very important that we try to understand where we came from. I guess parang look at it in a modern context and try to innovate, and parang understand na everything that we build now has an effect in future, in how the future would perceive our generation. So yun lang, heritage really is everything, everything around us, the way we eat, the way we go to work, the way we parang talk to people, or the way we commune as Filipino people. It's everything. So yun.
All right. Thank you so much, Architect Arts. I can also see na napag-connect niyo po yung iba't ibang topics and examples. So from the past to the present and to the future, that is very interesting. And then it will all lead to the heritage of our country. Thank you so much po. Now, Architect Lico, can you share some of your thoughts about the questions po?
Okay, so isipin muna natin, no? Kasi ang heritage, pag sinasabi natin, it's a very romantic word, no? Parang it's about nostalgia. But have we ever thought, ano bang equivalent niya sa Filipino? Meron ba siyang direct translation? Di ba ang pinaka malapit yung pamana, no? Pamana, kaloob, atang, no? So all of this have something have something na pinapasa, no? Kasi for example, pa, mana, when you decipher the word pa is something that you convey pag nilagyan mo ng di ba, ang any word, no? pasalubong, pamana, di ba? Yung pa is object na tinatransfer mo. Ano ba yung mana? No? Mana is an Austronesian term. No? It's a very powerful term. Actually nga, it's spiritual. No? Spiritual power. So, ibig sabihin, in our tradition, yung pamana is is something powerful that we transfer, no, to the next generation. And these are represented not only of objects, no, but also yung metaphysical, no, the intangible, no. Tapos meron din tayong tinatawag na kaloob, di ba? Di ba? Pag sinabi mo ka, you are part of a whole, no? No? Kaputol, kasapi, di ba? Kaloob. So ibig sabihin, we have one inner soul, no? 'Di ba? We are part of a bigger connection, no? Yung atang 'di ba pag-aalay, no? So So kung titignan natin 'tong mga word etymology na 'to, anong sinasabi nito? Ito yung perpetuation ng tradition to our present, no? So heritage is not necessarily the past that manifests in the present. It is something that we interpret, no? That we give value to, no? So, pag heritage kasi, di ba sinasabi, anong influence? Talagang nakapasok siya, no? Naka-built-in siya sa kultura natin, sa pagbuo ng mga lunan, no? Ng mga places. Hindi siya, hindi siya nag-i-influence, no? Kasi, parte siya ng pagbuo ng ating, places and spaces, no? 'Di ba? Pag sinabi nating places at saka spaces, it's architectural, and places or lunan is is a space that you give meaning to. And meaning systems are derived from the values we inherit from tradition, from our heritage. So, very theoretical yung I cannot think of kasi isipin lang natin, maganda pinag-aaralan natin yung etymology, yung pinanggagalingan ng mga salita para mas nalalaman natin yung yung mas deeper, nakahulugan nung mga words na yun. So, kakasulat ko nga lang nito, no. Actually, I'm writing the final chapter in my book. So, talagang tinrace ko yung yung word na pamana at saka yung kaloob, no. At saka yung atang, 'di ba? Hindi natin siya ginagamit. So, let us use this terminologies because they are more rich than the word heritage, di ba? Yun lang.
Wow, yes po, architect, talagang rich po ng sinabi nyo kasi mas na-explain nyo po yung talagang kabuuan, yung talagang kayamanan ng ating kultura na nag-manifest nga into our own architecture, own heritage. So, we're looking forward po, architect, sa book nyo po. Parang
kasi yung hindi natin trace kasi yung word naman na it's galing siya sa Austronesian term. Ano ba yung Austronesian, di ba? Ito yung ating tradition. Ito yung language na na bumubuo sa South Pacific, no? Yung ating boat culture, yung Barangani culture natin, ay matitrace mo yung word na mana. And mana is something spiritual and it's about power, no? So, ibig sabihin, pag tinatransfer mo yung mana sa next generation, you are transferring your inner spirit, your power to the next generation.
Wow, yes po, that's true po. So parang yung power po ng inyo pong generation ay ready din po kami i-accept yan sa amin naman pong generation po, architect. Yes, so maraming salamat po. Yes po, we are looking forward po to that. Yes, thank you very much po sa ating first question. Talagang, grabe, unang tanong pa lang yan parang busog na ang ating information for today. So, ipagpatuloy na natin ito and let's proceed with our next question. So, architect, do you think that the protection of our Philippine heritage is effective? Let me repeat the question. Do you think that the protection of our Philippine heritage is effective? So, kung nagsimula po tayo kay Architect Kalunsod kanina, ngayon po, bigyan naman po tayo kay Architect Lico.
Okay, tanungin natin ang ating mga sarili. Meron bang naparusahan dahil naggiba ng building na sa tingin natin mahalaga sa lipunan? Wala, di ba?
Wala po.
Meron ba? May naparusahan na ba? So, ibig sabihin, hindi epektibo ang batas. So, wala itong pangil sa pagpaparusa. So, pero, kung titingnan natin, hindi talaga, no? Kasi parang nasa maliit na circle lang, no? Yung pagdidetermine kung ano ang heritage, kung ano ang dapat gibain at hindi dapat gibain, no? Dapat kasi na-empower natin, no, yung taong bayan. Kasi ang heritage, hindi ito pang-elite, no? No? Kasi parang nakikita natin elitist practice ito. So, ang ano natin dapat may pakialam lahat, no? So, sa tingin ko, kung may isa sa grassroots mo, no, yung konsepto ng heritage, mas magiging epektibo kasi tao mismo ang pipigil, no, sa mga destructive forces. So sa mga tinatawag natin heritage terrorist, no? So actually, no, 'di ba, yung pag-destroy ng ano, no, technically alam nyo ba na ano, no, na ang pagde-destroy ng heritage site sa panahon ng gera ay isang act of terrorism, no? Ano siya, no, na-establish na siya na international ICC, no, International Court, no. Actually Pilipino nga yung nagsabi, no, na nung pinasabog nila yung ano, no, yung ng isang Malian yung ano, like sa Timbuktu, no, yung heritage sa Timbuktu na ano, no, na yung Pilipino si Raul Pangalanan ang ano, no, nagsabi, no, dun sa ICC kasi judge siya doon na ito ay is act of terrorism, no? Kasi bakit mo ano, no? Kasi ang heritage, ito yung pinaka ano, na nandun yung soul ng tao, no? Symbol siya. So kung sisirain mo siya, no, in a time of war, it is like ano, no, an act of terrorism, no? So effective ba ang ating batas? Sa tingin ko, hindi. Kulang pa ito. Kasi nakita naman natin sa panahon ng pandemya, kung ang focus natin ay survival, makikita mo na lang sa social media, no, ang dami ng ginigibang building. Parang ano, no, the forces, no, of real estate development have taken advantage, no, of the pandemic situation, no? Kasi ang neurosis natin is how to survive, no? So ngayon, sa tingin, 'di ba? Kitang-kita mo from ano, no, last year ang dami-daming mga buildings, no, na in the cloak of the night bigla na lang siyang ano, no, nawawala, no. Tapos puro fasadism, no? Puro fasadism kasi 'yun yung pinakamadaling justification, no. Gibain mo lang yung ano, para sabihin na kino-conserve mo, mag-iwan ka lang ng thin layer of historic skin, no. Pero yung development, expand mo sa likod. So, it's like an architectural taxidermy. Parang it does not give justice, no, to the spaces na nandun sa loob. Parang talagang ano lang, fasadism, no? Parang yun yung ano, no, 'di ba? Lester, 'di ba? Parang yun na lang yung default approach, no, para sabihin, ay ano kami, this is a compromise, no, to save this building. Ano na lang, iwan na lang natin yung harapan niya. Pero gibain natin yung likod at i-develop natin, tayuan natin ng ano, no, ng condominium tower sa likod, no, to maximize the rentable space and ano, no, leasable space, 'di ba? 'Di ba? To maximize profit. No? Anyway, anong masasabi ng ibang kasama natin? Sorry.
Alright, thank you so much, Architect Lico. Sobrang interesting po at sobrang daming topics na napipinpoint at nadadaanan natin. And it's true na before pandemic, andyan sila. Tapos ngayong na-lockdown tayo, biglang nawala. So sobrang nakakalungkot dahil for sure pag bumalik tayo sa normal, magugulat tayo sa labas, wala na, ibang-iba na yung itsura. So very sad yung ganong nangyayari. So, Architect Arts, ano naman pong masasabi nyo about this topic?
So yun, actually, if I may react lang quickly with Architect Gerard's statement kanina. Parang when you mentioned something about meaning systems in architecture, that's actually one thing that's very overlooked when we look at architecture or built heritage and yung importance ng meaning systems na yun and how that meaning can evolve and change over time. So parang when you look at protecting our built heritage now, is it effective? I would have to say na no. Kasi yung perspective natin of heritage and buildings that are usually 100 years old. I'm at Perez Manila building. So this building is almost 100 years old. And other people would look at buildings along Escolta as how it was represented in the 1900s and not really as how it could evolve from the moment that we are in now to the future. So yun, I think it's very important that as a society we understand na narrative and the stories that we connect to buildings also affect how heritage can be preserved or how heritage can regenerate and be used in the modern context. So parang sabihin natin in the context of the First United Building, swerte kami kasi the building owners are very open to alternative uses, very open to experimenting with some of their underutilized areas. So they invested from their own pockets to build a creative community here. They talk to less to tenants like me, creatives that would want to locate in Manila and tell them na we'll give you a lower parang rate ng rent para ma-attract yung demographic natin. So yun, yung narrative building na to is very important and they see yung importance of building that community kasi that community in return helps raise awareness sa importance ng heritage natin. And also, being going to the office every day almost dito sa downtown Manila, we see actual examples of buildings disappearing very quickly. So you have parang just recently sa likod ng First United Building, they demolished I think it's the American Chamber of Commerce. I'm not so sure about the yung building behind us, demolish nila yung loob and then they're gonna retain the facade. The developers really target non-Filipinos na eh. You would see in their billboards na mostly Chinese market yung inahabol nila. And that's very dangerous kasi that's a different, you see real estate powers at play and they're manipulating already the value of land from how it is now to how they want it to cost out. And when you target non-local demographics, magsa-spike yung cost of getting that property. Or imagine condos that they build aren't really affordable for the normal Filipino eh. And even other buildings here target already Chinese tenants. So that's not to say anything against parang an influx of foreigners, pero there has to be a cap. And architecture isn't just the solution to it. It's more architecture is one part of it and largely legislation. We need support from the government. We need support from the LGU to institutionalize protection and incentivize yung mga building owners to preserve their own buildings.
Yes, thank you po, Architect Art. Thank you po sa pag-explain talaga thoroughly ng mga factors kung bakit nga ba hindi masyadong effective yung nagiging protection sa ating heritage. Thank you po. Next naman po, of course, we would like to hear Architect Lester's opinion po.
Marami tayong batas regarding heritage. Yung Philippine heritage natin, maraming batas to the extent na sa sobrang dami nila, hindi na i-implement ng maayos. Ayun, walang nagpupulis kung ano ba dapat yung gibain, katulad nga ng sinabi ni Sir Gerard. Plus masyado tayong pinapaandar ng pera. Yan, masyado tayong napapaandar ng pera to the extent na yung napaka-importanteng building sa atin, like yung di ba, ayoko na mag-mention, nakapagalitan ako. Like yung example, yung doon sa Manila, di ba, meron isang building doon na tuluyan siyang giniba, although may sinasabi may part doon na kailangan itira, pero tuluyan siya nagiba. Nakakalungkot kasi they're doing that for to open the gates para mas kumita sila. So yun, ang hirap talaga magsalita ng ganito, lalo't di ba? Ano ba naman ako? Pero yun nga, walang ngipin ng batas, kulang sa palo yung mga parang mismo dapat yung mga nasa authorities kailangan paluin, dapat ma-lectionan. So yun, I think the very least that we can do as a student, as as architects is to educate din talaga the people. I usually tell myself, heritage begins at home. Kailangan nating turuan, magsinop. Di ba ganun tayo? Tinuturuan tayo magtiklop ng damit para hindi siya madumihan basta-basta pag nilagay mo dyan. Ano pa ba? Yung mga ganun ba, kailangan nating alagaan. Tingnan mo yung ibang bansa, tingnan mo yung mga kapitbahay natin, si Malaysia, si Singapore, si Indonesia, Thailand, at kung sino-sino pa dyan sa Southeast Asia. Ang ganda ng nila, ng conservation nila, practices nila. Nasa na ba tayo? Kasi yun nga, babalik tayo ulit. Walang RAR, yung batas, ganon. Walang RAR. So, dito pa lang, 'di ba? Madalas ko sa inyo sabihin, hindi porke luma ang building, gibain nyo, isipan nyo kasi doon matetest ang pagiging creative ng mga bata. Ngayon pa lang nag-aaral pa kayo. Yun naman tayo creatives tayo. So, maybe we can think of something within that box. And from that thinking, di ba, sabihin na natin walang ngipin ng batas, pero na-instill sa mga sarili natin na huwag nating galawin ito masyado kasi eto na yung natin maipamamana natin sa susunod ng mga generations. Ayun. So, yun lang yung aking opinion. Sir, tama ba yung sinasabi?
Tama. Actually, kung titingnan mo, no, ang mga buildings, old buildings, yung mga heritage site, ang threat talaga dyan ay hindi yung natural decay, no? Kundi redevelopment, no? But redevelopment is not at all bad, no? But it should be regulated because there should be a balance. So kasi not all old buildings, no, are to be preserved, di ba? Yun yung sinasabi ko, hindi naman lahat ng lumang building ay kailangan i-preserve kasi there should be a balance between the sweetness of nostalgia and economic sustainability. Tsaka yung kasi 'di ba, land is precious. So ang importante diyan, ano ba talaga yung significance ng building? Ano ba ang meaning nito? Tama yung sinabi ni Arts na yung meaning nga shifting, no? Shifting siya with a generation. So, but kailangan hanapin natin yung storya na yun, no? So katulad niya, I remember, no, diyan sa may eskolta, no, yung Capitol diyan, di ba, Ginibana, no? Ginibana. Actually, isa ako sa aaminin ko, isa ako sa nagsabi na kailangan tayuan niya ng pumayag na tayuan ng condominium development, provided na i-retain yung certain aspect of the building. Kasi bakit ganun yung naging frame of thought ko? Kasi kailangan mo i-repopulate, no, yung eskolta para mabuhay ito. Kasi kung ang isang heritage location ay hindi tinitirhan or hindi ini-inhabit, what's the use? What's the point? Magdi-deteriorate din siya. So kailangan control din ang pagpasok ng ng bagong population. So yun, paano ko ba na-justify yun? Kasi yung Capitol building, most of it talagang ina-analyze yung tinignan, talagang structurally unsound na siya, yung except, pati yung tower niya, yung tower na naiwan dyan, structurally unstable na rin, pero sabi namin dun sa developer, it should be retained kasi yan yung icon. Siya dapat yung magiging feature nung building dyan so that the public can remember the glory days of of cinema, no, in that place. So maraming factors kasi, it's economic, cultural, no, marami, pero dapat iniisip din natin yung economic sustainability ng ng isang preservation or conservation project kasi mahirap mag-maintain, no? Mahirap dapat meron siyang continuous kumbaga self sustaining, no, nag-generate siya ng income kasi kung titingnan natin ang dami-daming pinipreserve pero ano ang default nila function, no? Museum. Ano ba? Kasi, diba for buildings, kasi old buildings, for it to survive, it needs some form of reinvention to make it more meaningful, more relevant to our present needs, no?
Mm.
'Di ba? Kaya ano, no, dapat mas open tayo to other uses rather than museum. Kasi museum cannot generate naman ano, no, income. So I am also, no, to be honest, I am also uh, a developer, no, of a museum in an old ano, no, in an old structure. Pero kasi parang gano'n nagiging ano, no, nagiging temal, no, nagiging puntahan ng ano, no, bakit hindi gawing ano, no, other uses rather than museum? So sino ba yun, it has to be ano, no, ma-educate talaga yung ano, yung public kasi pwede namang gawing other uses, no, like ano ba, bookstore,
Correct.
no, di ba? So especially now, no, di ba, ang bumubuhay nga sa heritage, in the first sentence of my chapter on heritage, it is actually the millennial who is fueling, no, a revival in the interest of heritage, because these people are reared, no, in the ano, no, in the digital world, no, and digital world is not physical, no, so we need something tangible, no, to anchor our identity, and heritage, no, is one of them. So actually art, yung ano ko nga, ang una ko nga doon yung Escolta Revival lang ano, ang opening line ko doon eh. So talagang it's really ewan ko, maganda yung generation ngayon, talaga sila yung ano, no, sila yung nagpupulis. Actually, kung sa social media sila yung nagpupulis ng pag may ginigibang building, andyan na sila, no, magko-comment ganyan. Maganda yun kasi it creates awareness, no?
Yeah.
Pero
Also,
dapat
conversation is important.
pero tamang position lang tayo. Dapat alamin natin talaga yung real story, no? Okay, ang dami ko nang sinabi. Next question.
Alright, thank you
If
so
I may
much.
add also,
Yes,
Sige
go
po,
ahead
Arkis.
po. Go ahead.
parang I was parang we have to also ask kasi usually we look at heritage conservation or preservation from the lenses of someone from the outside. Parang it's also very important to know the situation on the ground. Kung ano yung kailangan, ano yung nagpo-push sa private entities who own who own buildings to demolish their buildings and create new structures. So parang one thing that we see that needs to change really is how Manila is laid out and zoned out. Generally, most of downtown Manila is high density. And when you look at 5-story heritage buildings versus yung maximum capacity of what you can build, building owners would generally look at their properties as floor plates and not as something of historic value. So that bit has to change. And tama yung sinabi ni Lester and Gerard, walang pangil yung ano natin, yung laws natin. We map cultural treasures, pero what's the use of mapping cultural treasures if legislation doesn't provide support or provide the necessary backbone for building owners to actually maintain them? So one thing that I guess this can spill over to the next question. Parang other countries would institutionalize tax incentives. They would institutionalize parang certain things that would benefit building owners so that they could be encouraged to preserve their buildings. And tama rin yung na-mention ni Gerard kanina about parang injecting new life and injecting new activity to downtown Manila. Kasi admittedly, when people say Escolta is dead, it really is not. There are a lot of people who have offices here. There are a lot of people who pass by here going to Binondo. The only thing we need to really enrich is how these buildings or how the spaces within these buildings would develop their properties na parang commensurate dun sa value niya in terms of yung heritage. So when you look at, say, for example, when you walk along Escolta, how many sa storefronts na makikita mo would be active? There's almost none. There are a lot of banks. There are a lot of parang private institutions na hindi open to the public. Pero when you look at street design through the lens of Jane Jacobs, parang an active storefront would encourage a very parang healthy street life. And that's one thing that could be improved. Parang the more that we slow down activity sa streets, the more people appreciate yung everything that's around them. So I think yun, we have to change really a lot of things to make protecting our built heritage effective in the country. And I think this panel discussion is a good way to start kasi we get to talk about issues and we get to talk about how to refine yung approach natin sa protection ng heritage.
Alright, very insightful. Thank you so much, Architect Arts. And that is true na nabanggit niyo po sa Escolta. I remember right before lockdown, naglakad ako dyan, nag-ikot-ikot ako. Tapos wala masyadong stores, kaya wala masyadong, yung mga tao bang normal na nag-iikot-ikot kasi more on private offices nga talaga siya. So hopefully, in the sooner situation, mag-improve nga po. And dahil nabuksan na rin naman po yung topic about other countries, let's proceed po sa next question natin. Alright, so how can you compare the conservation of other countries of their own heritage to ours? Let's start po siguro with Architect Serrano.
Sige, so actually parang just to continue with what I mentioned kanina, yun nga, giving new meaning to old, very distinct heritage buildings isn't really a new thing. When you look at, say, for example, Taiwan, or they have a lot of support from the government in terms of developing creative communities. So you would see Taekwon. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with it, pero it's basically a creative community at the heart of Taipei, with parang prison complex yung isang part of it, and then a small chunk of it has a very modern structure designed by OMA, I think, or some architect. So you also see Washan Creative District. So that property naman used to be a tobacco company ata, something like a warehouse. And then all of the interior spaces were kind of developed to be somewhat like an SMX convention center. Parang if you guys have gone to one of those convention centers, parang open lang yung hall, and then you have a lot of stalls na independent. So yun, Taipei has a lot of support in terms of one, uplifting yung creative communities and small enterprises nila, local culture ng microeconomy of Taiwanese people, and two, they usually do this in very distinct heritage buildings. And they are usually backed by private companies or private developers that want to revitalize areas. So I think that's what's missing in terms of when you look at Manila, like zooming in from Manila contextually. Wala tayong masyadong support from the government. Private entities are sarado to the idea of redeveloping districts within Manila. Kasi they think that Manila is full, they think Manila is dirty, they think parang Manila isn't secure. Parang those things usually, parang yun yung pinag-uusapan nila. Pero it's really not. You won't see this much heritage in BGC. You won't see this much heritage in the newer parts of our cities. And that's what makes Manila unique. And that's really something that should be capitalized on, or something that should be enriched first and capitalized on. So parang economic sustainability is really an issue. When you look at building owners here, problem talaga nila to maintain it. Of course, I've been at the First United building for almost 5 years. Na-experience ko yung struggles nila na tumutulo yung building, ay tumutulo yung bubong, yung bintana namin, minsan bumubukas mag-isa. Parang those things happen. So, but also I really like how our building is very aware about where it is, and they're very I guess parang hindi sila purist about yung approach nila in regenerating heritage.
Thank you very much, Architect. Kasi ang dami niyo rin pong nabigay na example from international and then na-compare natin sa ating country. Thank you po for that, Architect Serrano. Okay, maybe here naman po, Architect Kalungsod thoughts naman po. Again, may I repeat the question? How can you compare the conservation of other countries of their own heritage to ours?
Ang layo. Ang ikli ng song. Ang layo. So kasi kung sasabihin kong ay gumagani ganito na tayo ngayon. May batas pero yun nga walang RAR. Ganon. So malayo ang napakalayo pa natin. Marami pa tayong tatahaking landas when it comes to really enforcing heritage laws, heritage yung conservation techniques na yan. And we really have to open the people's minds para makita nila yung advantages kapag halimbawa kinonvert nila from one use to another yung buildings nila. So I had a client, it's a private thing, hindi siya hindi ano ba? Feeling ko kino-consider na siya as heritage ng family kasi kaedad na nung client ko yung yung tawag dito, yung bahay. So she thought of demolishing it to give way to another development. Pero when she realized na parang tatagal pa yata yung pagtatayo, yung pagtatapos nung construction, she decided to retain the house and then have another shift of use. Kaya yun ang ginawa niya, from a single family dwelling, naging dormitory siya. So she retained siguro mga 60 to 75% of the house. Tapos ang ginawa niya doon sa ibang parte, yung mga hagdan, ayun ginawa niya cabinet doon sa bahay niya talaga. So she wanted to cherish the memories nung mga paghihirap nung mga nung mga magulang niya. So she adapted yung mga yung mga parts ng bahay na yung hagdan, yung mga mga grills at kung ano pa. So anong gusto kong sabihin dito? Maybe what we can do kung napakalayo man, tayo may alam, we have to share it with the common people, di ba? Para para malaman nila ay pwede naman pala yun. Sige, mas kasi meron ding thin line between yung sa economy nung restoration or kung ano mang conservation practice yan, di ba? Pero we really have to check on the integrity, tapos kung ano-ano pa. So yon, problema kasi sa atin dito sa Pilipinas, ayaw natin nahihirapan. Giba agad yung bahay. Although magiging guilty ako diyan kasi yung bahay namin. Kanina nga kung narinig niyo tumunog yung telepono ko. Ngayon nagtatawag na yung tumatawag na yung tita ko. Ready to go na, isa-subdivide yung bahay na yun. So, yung lumang bahay will be gone. So, dahil aral tayo dyan, salamat kay Sir Lico, we can have another way to retain that house or at least conserve it. So, ayun, nag-decide kami yung
sa Sampaloc.
Opo, sir. Yung bahay na giba na siya. Ayaw naman i-give up po ng mga taga-state. So, sabi ko, pwede naman nating ayusin, pero ayaw. Kasi iba-iba na po yung personality ng mga tao. So, ayun, we decided to look for a farm lot tapos ilipat na lang dun yung bahay. So, yun sana mag-materialize. Ayan. Tapos
ayun, location yan ha.
Opo,
location yan.
Opo,
Yes,
bad na po yun eh. Pero yun mga kids, yan, yun yung pinaka-last na
last resort, di ba?
Oo.
Para kang yung resort.
Yes.
Para kang resort sa Bataan. The last resort.
Ang init nga po dun eh. Yun, medyo din yan. Marami tayong mga practices, marami tayong kailangang matutunan. So sana magkaroon tayo ng chance para malibot yung mga yan, to test those options para maituloy-tuloy natin yung mga buhay ng mga lumang buildings na yan. May it be declared or not. Yan. Kaya sinasabi ko kanina, heritage begins sa home. Yan. Yun lang. So yun, malayo.
Thank you so much, Architect Kalunsod. That is very true. Subjective nga po talaga per structure and you cannot apply another solution to the other structure. So it's not a one-size-fits-all concept. Thank you so much po. Architect Lico, can you share some of your thoughts about
Actually,
this
hindi,
naman?
hindi naman, yung sa mga professionals, hindi naman tayo nalalayo sa Europe, no? Kasi halimbawa, kami dito sa UP, yung mga professors dito are trained in Spain and in Italy, no? Kaso lang yung ano, yung talagang general public, tsaka yung policy makers natin sa gobyerno na may romantic notion talaga na ang heritage should be frozen in time, no? Na hindi dapat baguhin yung ano, parang sacred siya na hindi mo babaguhin. Eh, pag hindi mo nga babaguhin, paano siya magiging ano, no, economically feasible? So paano mo may encourage yung mga property owners na hindi siya i-demolish, instead i-redevelop siya, no, for other purposes. Yun naman ang ano, no, ang dami nating examples, no. Ang dami nating examples, pero sa tingin ko talagang ano, purist pa rin yung ano idea natin ng ano, no, ng heritage conservation. Kasi pag sinabi natin conservation, parang you freeze it in time. Hindi, no? Conservation pwedeng ano, no, i-rehab, pwedeng i-modernize, pwedeng ano. So halimbawa, nung nasa Italy nga ako, ano, ang luma nung ano, mukhang palazzo yung isang building, pagpasok mo H&M pala, no? 'Di ba? O Zara. So matutuwa ka kasi nabibigyan niya sa labas mukhang luma, well-preserved na building, pero sa loob contemporary, tsaka ano, no, it's bustling with activity. Yun ang ano, yun ang kulang sa atin, parang hindi natin naiisip. So nag-develop nga tayo, na-preserve nga natin yung isang structure, no? Isip tayo ng ano, no, ng mga activities, ng mga economic possibilities to reanimate those spaces, no? Kasi kung ipipreserve mo lang siya na museum, so sino bang makakapunta diyan? Ilang tao ba ang makaka-benefit diyan? So dapat kasi participatory, no? Yun ang ano, yun ang kulang. Kaya nga I remember, no, I was invited, no? I was invited by the ano, no, SIA, the Singapore Institute of Architects, no? Sa Marina Bay, ha? Marina Bay yung conference nila. Kasi na-amaze sila kasi during when I was doing that theater somewhere in Loton, no, I took on a different approach, no. I engaged the public, no, who had no memory of that building, no, of going there. So clean up drive, 'di ba? Clean up drive nga 'yun. So ako naman sabi ko it's a way for this new generation, no, of Filipinos, no, to experience the building in a new light, no. So through the cleanup, they create new memories of their own. So sasabihin lang in the future, no, pag nakita nilang nabuhay na uli yung building, ay naging parte ako niyan. So meron kang stake, meron kang emotional ano, no, investment, no. So that's the essence. So natuwa yung mga Singaporean kasi I was able to ano, no, to instantiate, no, public awareness, and talagang nagkaroon ng, I believe naman, no, nagkaroon naman ng ano, ng awareness sa heritage, hindi lang dun sa building na yun sa Loton, no, kundi sa other ano, no, other heritage sites. So we just have to give an opportunity, no, for people to relove, no, and reconnect, no, to old buildings, no, like what ano, no, the Escolta people are doing, no. I really admire, no, these people, no, that they were able to reanimate, no, or although for a given time lang, no, hindi naman forever, no. At least nagkakaroon ng bagong dimension, nagkakaroon ng civic life, no, yung street ng Escolta na otherwise in ordinary days boring siya. Ito, talaga kasi ang kulang sa atin, ano ba yung activities, ano ba yung mga events, no, na magre-reanimate ng mga old spaces na to. Yun dapat ang iisipin natin. Tsaka yung, di ba, yung sa Washan, no, it's an old tobacco factory. Pero punong-puno siya ng buhay kasi nga may mga actually when I went there sa Taiwan, no, parang naalala ko yung sa ano First United Building, yung ground floor, no.
Yeah,
so talagang
they actually
ano,
look very
siya, parang,
alike, eh, no?
Yes, no. And it's actually my model, no, when I redevelop, no, I propose a redevelopment for Diplomat Hotel, no. Hindi na siya spaces of katatakutan, no? Spaces na siya of creative hub, no? Where artists can gather and interact, no? And exchange, no? Their their creative works, no? So dapat ganon. No? Di ba, pag diplomat hotel, gagawin ko ba batang hotel? Hindi na kasi ang dami ng associated no? Na kwento about horror. Pero nung nando naman ako, wala naman horror, no? Wala naman nakakatakot. So, ang maganda, creative hub, pang UNESCO siya, no? Kasi UNESCO creative city ang Baguio, wala silang creative space, no? To consolidate the different art forms in Baguio. So, yung Diplomat Hotel, yung napili nila. And to do that, we got some inspiration from Taipei, no? Ang ganda-ganda. Sana ganun din yung sa actually ganun din ang idea ko dun sa dun sa teatro diyan sa Meloton. Maging creative space siya, hindi siya teatro na frozen in time. Kasi ilan ba ang pumupunta sa teatro ngayon? Diba?
Right. Lang po ako.
Ang sine nga hindi na nga pinupuntahan, teatro pa. No?
It has to be multi-tiered din. No? Hindi lang pwedeng
diba?
Isang dimension na parang theater use. It has to have other complementary uses that aren't necessarily theater related to generate that economic feasibility. Kasi I think yun yung nawawala when you talk about heritage from other people. Parang inisip nila call out sa internet, wag i-demolish yan. But if you're the building owners, paano mo i-maintain yun? You have to figure out ways to sustain yourself and sana mas maging open pa yung other buildings sa other ways of using it. Kasi ang dami talaga na hindi lang museum, hindi lang as cinemas, hindi lang as mga parang single use. Madami pang ibang ways to inhabit old spaces.
Kaya nga arts when we redesign, no? Actually we redesigned the Rizal Memorial Coliseum, no? So nagagalit nga sa akin yung Philippine Sports Commission. Bakit ko nilalagyan ng museum yung isang space doon? Sabi ko, ako na lang gagastos dito para lang may kwento yung building. Kasi tapos of course we redesigned the Rizal Memorial Coliseum not just as a basketball venue, para mas marami siyang uses. It should be as flexible as possible, no? Yeah. So pwede siya pang concert, pang rally, and other uses. So ngayon nga, no, because it was so flexible, no, naging COVID siya, no? Naging COVID facility siya. Diba? Kasi inayos na lahat talagang, kumbaga parang natira lang talaga yung shell. Everything is new. No? So, talagang we should make our heritage buildings o yung mga uses niya more flexible and multi-contextual.
Alright, thank you very much po, Architect. Alam niyo, nakakatuwa yung collaboration po ng ideas natin today dito sa ating panel discussion. Nakakalanghalahati pa lang po tayo, no? Pero overload of ideas and information na tayo today. So, ayan, before we proceed sa ating susunod na question, let's read some of our live viewers comments. Ayan. Hello po. Ayan, ito from Prince Alvin Jose. Grabe, second question pa lang. Pero busog na kami sa information. Ayan, hello Prince. Thank you for tuning in sa ating live stream today. Ayan, go partner. Meron ka ba nakikita pang ibang comment?
Ayan, meron dito isa sabi ni Ash, yes, ang ganda ng mga well-preserved buildings na modern or contemporary yung loob, like Shala, Spanish era sa labas. Pagpasok mo, pack KFC, gano'n. Ayun. So, I think sa Intramuros to, malapit sa may Manila Cathedral. So, yan, sabi niya, I miss you, F to F when.
True.
Hopefully, makapag-ikot ulit tayo around Intramuros. Ayan, partner, sige, ikaw, ano ba sa tingin mo ang, any thoughts that you could share from the past questions na napag-usapan natin?
Right. Alam mo, partner, talaga nakakatuwa dito sa ating panel discussion. I'm so honored to be part of the moderators kasi bukod sa nakakatulong na tayo para sa Arkistas, natututo rin tayo together pa sa loob ng live stream kasama yung architect. So talaga nakakatuwa ang ating panel discussion today. Okay, so I guess we can proceed na po sa ating fourth. I believe this is the fourth, partner, tama ba, na question. Okay, so let's read it. As architect and architecture students, in what way can we contribute to the preservation of our Philippine heritage? Let me repeat. As architects and architecture students, in what way can we contribute to the preservation of our Philippine heritage? Yeah, we would like to hear po first siguro from Architect Lester.
Being Miss Universe siya pa. Parang ano
Wow!
siya, no? Pang Miss
Miss
Universe na question, no?
Universe.
For me, being a student at the same time a lecturer on both schools and PLM. So hello ulit sa mga kids. I think the thing that I can contribute is yung education which I have acquired from one of my mentors, si Sir Lico. Tsaka syempre, through the exhaustive research and reading. And then even my insights, 'di ba? Kahit paano merong ding influence 'yan. So 'yun, with that being said, being educated about the importance of heritage is the least that I can do for now. Pero to on platforms like this, 'di ba? Another way to voice out yung wanting ko din to preserve to preserve our heritage. And at the same time, bakit ba natin talaga kailangan ng heritage? Heritage ka ng heritage, hindi ko maintindihan ano ba yung heritage. So nabanggit nga ni Sir Alex yung tungkol sa heritage. Nabanggit din ni Sir Gerard yung tungkol sa heritage. It has something to do with a physical, it can be a physical manifestation na na-influence ng mga intangible traditions that can be passed on. Pwedeng 'di ba? Pwede din natin sabihin na yung heritage na 'yan is ever changing kasi we cannot stop it from getting deteriorated, 'di ba? So through that, 'di ba? Through that education, through inculcating this kaisipan do sa mga bata, sa tingin ko yun yung pinakaunang madaling gawin para masabi natin na nakapag-contribute tayo kasi naipasa natin yung alam natin, yung nataramdaman natin at saka yung ating hindi naman hindi. Parang advocacy na rin, 'di ba? Na importante sila, ganyan. So yun lang yung aking masasabi. Basta pag-aralan nyo yung konteksto ng mga building na yan, bakit ba siya tinatago? Isipin niyo na lang yung bahay ninyo, bakit kayo naglilinis ng nanay ninyo sa mga bahay-bahay ninyo? Bakit yung mga heirlooms, yung mga sing-sing ni Lola, di ba? Bakit pinapasa-pasa?
Right.
Something about that. So yun, nagsisimula lahat sa education. Si nanay nyo unconsciously can teach you on how to yung conserve nung heritage, not necessarily ng bahay, di ba? Pero yung heritage, ano ba yung values. Yan. So yun lang.
Alright, thank you so much, Architect Lester. And true na yung mga nanay natin, sila yung mga very sentimental sa mga gamit-gamit. So sila talaga yung madalas na ipamana yung ganito, galing pa to kay Lola, so kailangang ingatan. Alright, thank you so much,
add to
Architect.
that, di ba? Minsan nagiging na siya, abugot na siya sa bahay. Yung to the extent na nag-hoard na tayo. So kailangan din natin mag-maripondo. Feel na natin kung kailangan ba siyang i-let go o sige, tago tayo. So yun, ganun si heritage din. You have to know ano ba talaga yung significance niya. Ano pa ba? Ayun pa, isa pa. Kailangan yung chumika sa labas din. Kasi that will help you makahugot pa. Kasi part ng process ng nung pagre-research ng heritage is to know the pulse of the community tungkol sa itatayo natin. Ayun. Again, nasa bahay ang heritage. Titingnan natin ano ba yung tinuro ni nanay, ni mama, ni mami, ni lola.
Yes, very true. It starts talaga with the house. Kasi yun din po yung di ba parang basic level of a community, yung bahay
Basic unit.
talaga. Yes,
Mhm.
basic unit. That's true. Thank you so much, Architect Lester, for that very insightful answer. Now, let's proceed po with Architect Arts. Do you have any suggestions po about how can we contribute to the preservation of our heritage?
Ayun. Actually, siguro we can try looking at it not from an architect's perspective, but as a citizen of this country. Parang
Right.
as a basic like Filipino. Parang uh, we started a few years back, nagsimula kami with yung mga Escolta block parties, those street activations sa Escolta, sa building namin, just to kind of raise awareness about the history of Escolta, the history of the artists here, what the creative community is doing. So that isn't an architectural solution. That's one way of bringing you people back, trying to communicate the narrative of Escolta through different creative efforts. So, admittedly, I have to be honest, when I started architecture school before, I didn't really think I would venture towards heritage track. Parang nung na-expose lang ako with the creative community here at the First United Building, doon ko na-realize na as architects, parang minsan meron tayong God complex eh. Parang nagkakaroon tayo ng perspective na tayo yung pinakamagaling sa lahat. When in reality, hindi. When architects and designers work with communities, when we work with the people that will inhabit the spaces that we design, mas powerful yung output natin as designers. And I think that's what's interesting about Escolta as a unit. Kasi the Escolta Block Parties and the Escolta Block Festival, those are efforts by graphic designers, by urban planners, by building owners, by different stakeholders within the community. Even yung nagtitinda ng mani, yung si ate sa may Burke, ini-invite namin siya to bring her friends, mag-put up sila ng stall doon sa street para magbenta sila ng ng stuff nila. So parang tinatanong nila, "Sir, kailan ba yung next party natin?" So sinasabi namin, of course, bawal, 'di ba? Kasi COVID pa. Pero excited sila to be part of the community, to be part of this meaning generation para magkaroon ng new memories yung current generation sa Escolta. And also it's very important that we look at it from this perspective. Kasi if, say, for example, you look at a heritage building and you propose na, gawin natin tong boutique hotel, gawin natin tong call center, without acknowledging what is already there, that project will fail. Kasi hindi siya rooted dun sa konteksto ng building at the moment. So it has to understand kung ano ba siya, where is it now, and what parts of it can we improve on, or what parts of it can generate new interest. So yun, I think that's what's very interesting about Escolta, yung organic growth nung interest to it, not just with the artists downstairs, but also through the architecture community, the graphic design community. And also one last bit, we're very lucky to work with across the river sa Intramuros. Nagkaroon kami ng opportunity to design a space called the Maestranza. It's a parking lot beside the Pasig River. That's almost where the new Chinese bridge is landing, that area. So that part is actually a restored version of the wall. It technically isn't an old structure. It's a reconstruction. So it's technically a new structure. Pero we worked with si Paolo Alcazarin and some creative communities and Intramuros administration. Nagkaroon kami ng proposal na gawin siyang creative community, gawin siyang public park, also going with the Washan Creative District model na merong mga private stakeholders and government entities partnering up. Nagkaroon kami ng chance to propose it to DOT and different agencies sa government. One of the comments that we got was, architect, hindi ba yan masyadong bago? Hindi ba yan mag-go against sa heritage ng Intramuros? Kasi apart from designing a creative community dun sa tunnel, gumawa kami ng mixed-use structure that's detached from it to kind of introduce a demographic that would enrich it 24/7 para ma-invite yung tourists to go to Intramuros. So parang nandun pa yung friction with an old perspective of preserving things and the new perspective of parang heritage working with the current generation. Parang may friction pa eh. Pero I think as architects and designers, students of design, very important that we continue this narrative, this conversation na ma-put out natin na there are many ways to preserve our heritage. It doesn't necessarily mean preserving yung capital ng column na yan or preserving yung stoko nung simbahan na yan. Hindi lang ganun yun eh. You have to also understand na there are many ways of inhabiting it. Yung kaluluwa ng heritage, how people will actually use it, that's very important. And this conversation is a step towards it. And everyone who's watching this panel is already a part of the conversation.
Wow. Thank you so much, Architect Art. Alam niyo po, maraming salamat po kasi na-explain niyo po talaga yung per point of view mula sa point of view ng isang architect, ng isang Filipino, ng isang member ng creative team. So, thank you so much for that insight, Architect Art. Now, may we hear Architect Lico's opinion.
Actually, nasabi na nila, no? So, ang bottom line talaga is public education. So, let's face it, let us cultivate yung love of heritage sa general public, no? General public. So, ang heritage should be in our heart. Sabi nga ni Ate Guy, nasa puso nating lahat. Diba? So, diba? Yun. Tama yung mga sinabi nila, no? Lagi kasing merong maling idea na ang heritage conservation, ang preservation is para sa mayayaman. Nakakain ba ang heritage? Yun ang mga tanong ng karaniwang tao. Oo, indirectly, no? Kasi it can spur the creative industry, no, tourism, no. So meron siyang mga economic benefits. Pag siya, no, so nagiging magnet siya, no, ng economic development. So, 'yun. Lagi akong tinatanong nakakain bang heritage? Oo, in a way, no. It generates job, no, indirectly. So, let us always yung hindi dapat yung idea talaga na frozen in time. Kailangan talaga as our time moves, no, nagbabago din yung gamit ng but kasi 'di ba ano bang definition ng conservation, no? 'Di ba ang general definition niya is managing change, no, without sacrificing the authenticity, no, or the significance of the building. So actually I am for yung mga sinasabi ni Arts na infusing new uses. I am for that. Kaya ang dami kong nakakaaway, no? Kasi ang iniisip ko lagi yung sustainability, no? Yung sustainability hindi lang isang magandang building na 3 taon mo lang siyang makikita kasi yun lang yung lifespan ng kanyang materyales, no? So, paano mo siya i-maintain? Paano siya magkakaroon ng prolonged life? Yun naman yung bottom line doon, no? How do you sustain that life, no? And it is through reinvention, no? Infusing new uses, no? Reanimating it with new activities. Ganon, no? So, ang Intramuros, hindi siya mabubuhay kung hindi, di ba, binago mo rin naman yung gamit niya ngayon, di ba? Di ba? Ang dami dun.
Right.
Di ba? Puro basta, yun. Dapat kinukultivate natin sa general public, no? Yung love for heritage. And napatunayan naman natin ito through public participation, no? Tsaka laging, di ba, ang default nating unang ginagawa when we embark on a conservation project is to talk to the stakeholders, no? So, sa baba lagi kasi sila ang magbibigay ng direksyon, hindi yung mga nasa nasa tower, no? Nasa bureaucratic towers, no? Yo. Kaya ang dami kong kaaway eh. Anyway.
Yes,
diba,
support
Lester?
nyo naman po,
Kailangan
Architect.
ganon. You
Yes.
talk to the stakeholders, diba? Yun ang unang-una mong gagawin. Not hindi dun sa mga head ng mga agency. No?
Ito nga po di ba Sir Lico, nung mga nakaraan, ang daming nakikialam. Project mo na nga, nakikialam pa. Pagkatapos, hindi, pag tinanong mo, ano ka ba? Architect ka ba? Attorney? Ganon. Parang ano bang alam mo sa technical know-hows dito sa sa mga conservation thingy na to. Tapos ganun ka lang, boka ka ng boka, di ba? So yun, minsan sinasabi ko sa mga, minsan po sir, sinasabi ko sa mga bata, parang may difference yung yung boka ng boka dun sa gumagawa. Bakit yung boka ng boka, sila pa yung bida-bida, yung mga gumagawa, hindi sila yung nakikilala. Mga ganun po ba? Gusto nila sila yung naka-front, ganyan. Medyo, aminin ko sa inyo, medyo ako, parang na-off ako lately sa mga conservation groups kasi puro sila intrigahan. Bato dito kay ganitong architect, ganito kay doktor, kay lahat-lahat, ganun ang nangyayari. Bakit siguro, isa din yung heritage natin. If we really love heritage, we have to share it din. Hindi yung
Yes.
yung ako, di ba? Hindi pa pwedeng ako gumawa niyan di ikaw. Di ba? Hindi pa pwedeng ganun na lang, di ba? Saksak mo sa baga mo, hindi mo nakakain, sabi
At saka may naalala ko, I was talking
Yes,
to
go po.
to a friend from we are having a conference among Southeast Asian architects ang concern namin is how do we preserve modern heritage kasi it's of recent. Ang sabi nung nung isang professor from NUS, National University of Singapore, let us make heritage sexy, So how do we make it sexy? Yan. Kasi dapat nasa popular culture siya, nasa popular imagination. Hindi lang siya nasa isip ng nabibilang na tao. Yung elite nga, dapat paalisin natin yung idea na elite, ang heritage ay pang-elite.
Right.
Yun. Let us make it sexy and accessible.
Tama.
Ikaw, paano mo gagawing sexy, Angeli, ang heritage? Ako magtatanong sa'yo.
Wow. Siguro po, very hirap naman ng question. Pero siguro po, i-consider natin, of course, una yung purpose ng structure and then i-reform natin yung design na appropriate din sa paligid niya. Tama po ba yun?
Tapos, let us make it Instagrammable, di ba?
Yes, that's right. Instagram talaga para madaling ipag-picture and then i-post natin sa social media. And that can be a way na rin po, diba, to raise awareness. So yes, we agree
Actually,
po sa inyo.
if I may
po.
add also, parang I think one thing that's beautiful about what's happening sa First United Building is nagkaroon ng mga different spaces that the younger generation can consume. Nagkaroon ng coffee shop, nagkaroon ng bar, nagkaroon ng barber shop, nagkaroon ng nagbebenta ng mga heritage trinkets, ng mga film cameras. So itong mga spaces na to, these are things that the younger generation can relate to. And I guess that's in a way making heritage sound sexy. Kasi they find it relatable. They find it parang easy to consume rather than seeing a building and then parang imagining na masisi or dilapidated na yan or parang condemned na yan. So ngayon, naalala nila, may coffee shop dyan sa baba, pwede natin i-bike yan from Quezon City papuntang Manila. Mga ganun. So you just have to be really creative about imagining new things that can happen within the building.
Right, we agree po dyan. Alam nyo, key takeaway ko na siguro, make heritage sexy. Yun ang ating key takeaway today. Yes, go ahead. Meron pa po ba tayong additional insight, Architect? Before we proceed.
Okay, let's proceed na.
Okay, go ahead, partner.
Alright, thank you so much, architects. And sobrang, ano man tawag doon? Fruitful. Itong discussion, lalo na to sa topic na to, ang daming na-attacking issue. Grabe, punong-puno talaga ng kaalaman. At ako po, guilty ako na isa ko dati sa yung may stereotype na pag may history yung building, wag gagalawin. Kasi, ano yan parang santo, ganon. nakakatakot. Pero as we become more exposed sa mga issues, doon natin mas nalalaman na talagang hindi dapat ganun. Kailangan creative. Pati sa marketing, kailangan daanin ng maayos. So thank you so much, architects, for opening our eyes to this issue. All right. Let's proceed po sa next question, and I think this is the 5th one. Architects, what are the current issues that the Philippine heritage conservation industry encounters, and how do you think it can be resolved? I think nadaanan na rin po to kanina. So I will
Yes.
just repeat the question. What are the current issues that the Philippine heritage conservation industry encounters, and how do you think it can be resolved? Ayan, let's start po with Architect Lico.
Kulang ng pera.
Right.
Oo.
Budget.
Totoo po
budget.
yan.
Kasi no, conservation is quite expensive, no. But its value naman is priceless, no. Yun ang kulang tayo sa budget kasi hindi naman priority ng ating no, mahal na pangulo, no, ang mga nabubulok na struktura, no. Kasi mas gusto niya yung mga ultra modern, yung mga build, hindi yung hindi
Right,
rebuild. So kulang ng kulang ng budget, especially now no na pandemic, no, na iba ang direction no ng pagbabudget. Yun, isa 'yon. Isang yun. Tapos of course, kailangan mangalap tayo ng mga bagong professionals no sa larangan ng conservation. So, ang conservation hindi lang necessarily architects no, it's a multidisciplinary team no of experts. So, maraming maraming disiplina yan. So, kokonti pa lang ang mga educational institutions sa Pilipinas no, na nag-o-offer ng ganito, UST, UP, University of San Carlos, among so few, no? 'Yon, sa tingin ko dapat i-broaden pa yung i-broaden pa yung educational base, no, yung academic base. Ikaw, Lester, anong masasabi mo?
Sir, pag natapos ko po yung thesis ko,
Ang tunay na
ayun.
sampalok.
Yes, ang buhay ng sampalok. So yon, ako kasi more on ako, parang puro ba yung mga government institutions yung i-preserve natin? How about those residential areas, yung mga residential structures natin dito? So yon, I want to have a take off of that. Yon. So ano nga ba yung issue? So dito pa lang sa Sampaloc, isang issue dito is family conflicts. So yan. Nakikita ko as I pass by etong kahabaan ng Vicente Cruz, kung familiar kayo, yung mga single family dwelling na mga structures dito, magugulat ka na lang, nag-iiba yung itsura, nagmukha siyang puzzle, pero iba-iba yung binubuo nila. So parang there's an effect, parang yung kalooban ng bahay, kitang-kita dun sa labas. There is a family conflict, kung ganon. O kaya, may mga kanyang-kanyang vested interest ng mga to. So yan, family conflict. Kung may family conflict naman, ang issue pa sa atin dito sa heritage conservation is yung mga development nga. Yung mga road widening. Dito sa Sampaloc, hindi nag-tip sa akin kung bakit gusto kong pag-aralan yan. Yung magkakaroon ng skyway doon sa doon sa PNR, yung sa mismong railroad tracks niya. So para mga 2 bloke na napakahaba yung gigibain para mag-give way doon sa projects ngayon. So included doon yung mga talagang lumang building, mga lumang bahay na parang mga 60 to 70 years old sa tansya ko. Yan. Tapos character kasi pwedeng pang-probinsyang setting, ganyan. Tapos pa ba? Development, pa ba? May mamaru system dito. Yan. So, ibig sabihin, ang gusto kong sabihin, may mga nagmamarunong na ganito ang gawin natin yan. To the extent na, imbes na mapatagal mo yung building, yung buhay ng building, lalo pang nasisira kasi incompatible yung mga materials na ginagamit. Kaya di ba, estudyante ko kayo sa tropical design, sinasabi sa Wag yung wag yung paghahaluin ng ang concrete sa sa kahoy. Mamamatay ang kahoy, mag-rot, ganyan. O kaya mag-a-attract ng mga pest. So yan.
Yes, yes.
Ano ba? Tayo lang tayo ng tayo, di ba? Without giving sensitivity to the context. Yon, yung mga bagong developers pa din. Yung pa rin, development pa rin. Insensitivity sa design, I think, is another one na kailangan natin ma-address when it comes to to conservation. So, bagong building ka, may lumang building dito. Ano ba yung lumang building na to? Bakit ganito yung itsura niyan? Maybe may kailangan siyang kunin from around, kaya ganun yung itsura. Hindi inaalam nung bagong building. So, yon. Ano pa ba? Ayan, intriga. Intriga din ang isang problema. Sino ba yung mamumuno dito? Ano ba talaga yung sino ba talaga yung kukontakin natin kung tungkol dito sa restoration or conservation projects na to? Sino ba ang kailangan? So yon, pagdating doon, yung next na magiging natin, government policies. Government policies to the extent na napakaraming ang daming bumubula ang bibig. Aray. Parang may mga bumubula ang bibig na advocate sila ng heritage, pero sinong mag-enforce doon? Ang daming batas pero hindi ma-enforce. Kaya nga babalik tayo sa mga sinabi ni Sir Gerard at ni Sir Arts na na wala talaga, parang walang nakukulong, walang na penalize when it comes to yung mga heritage terrorism na yan o heritage crimes na yan. So wala tayong naririnig na mga ganun sa balita. Marinig na natin, ay giniba si ganitong building. Ganon. Ayon, pagdating naman sa tao, ang problema naman natin, yung nagkikipit balikat tayo. Yung parang eksena na hold up yung katapat mo sa jeep, tapos wala kang ginawang action para mapigilan yon, para hindi masaktan yun yung nagiging problema natin. Siguro dahil archipelagic yung ating ang ating mind, kanya-kanya tayo. Ganyan. So sa tingin ko yon, isa pa, kailangan maging united tayo when it comes to this endeavor na ma-preserve tong mga lumang building natin, yung mga pamana sa atin ng mga ninuno natin. So yun, again, dito pa lang, sisimulan na natin, kailangan nating i-educate. Kasi sa kayo yung magiging leaders ng mga darating na panahon eh. So, ngayon pa lang, tinatanim na namin. Sana matapos na itong pandemic kasi mas masaya pag makita ko kayo ng personal, di ba? Kakalungkot
Right.
So yun lang yung ang dami kong sinabi. Meron bang tumamas?
Yes, thank you very much, Architect. Yes po. Noted po lahat ng iyan. Thank you very much po, Architect Lester. And yes, sana nga po talaga makakapag-hold na tayo ng face-to-face seminars like this, para talagang mas masaya. Opo. Alright, I think let's hear naman po, Architect Art, your opinion po. Go ahead po, Architect.
Sige. Actually, I think current issues of Philippine heritage really isn't just specific to heritage sa practice natin. Parang we have to look at it from a bigger picture. Ang dami natin kailangang i-unlearn sa kung paano tayo nagde-design or kung paano natin nire-regard yung mga places within our cities. Parang as designers, we were taught nung architecture school na old is bad, good is new. Parang kadalasan, pagka may bagong city na pupunta, kunwari sa Clark, parang ini-imagine nila na modern yun. Sige, punta tayo doon, maganda doon. Pero we have a lot of spaces in Metro Manila. We have a lot of buildings here that are underutilized. And we have to unlearn yung notion na yun na hindi maganda ang old buildings. Kasi doon pa lang once we appreciate what we have, doon papasok lahat ng possibilities na pwede nating gawin with what downtown Manila makes downtown Manila. So that's one. And two, Architect Lester mentioned something about yung mga kibit-balikat, yung mga hindi
Ganun lang.
nagsasalita pagka may nakitang mali. That's very important, lalo na sa political climate natin ngayon. Kasi there's no tiptoeing around it. The political climate right now dictates so much about how our cities are built. And we have to be critical about the many injustices that happen every day. The many things that we see are wrong with how they are doing city building. So kunwari, hindi natin papangalanan yung isang yorme na nag-announce na parang susuportahan niya yung mga investors na mag-develop ng mga high-rise building sa downtown Manila para mabuhay ang eskolta. Very interesting yung statement na yun kasi nandun yung support sa mga bagong development. Pero nasan yung support sa mga old structures, sa mga private entities na nagme-maintain ng buildings nila. So we have to be critical. We have to continuously question and challenge kung ano yung sinusubo sa atin ng gobyerno natin. Kasi hindi lahat yan tama. We have to find the right balance between working for the good of the country and also working with the government. We have to be critical about everything that we see every day. And hindi tayo dapat magkibit-balikat kung may nakita tayo ng mga injustices that happen in our everyday life. So yun, that also affects heritage in a way. There are many things that we could utilize if we look at our cities as, kunwari, when you look at, if you're familiar with Lacaton and Basal, I think the Pritzker Prize winning architects this year, they're architects that champion sustainability through adaptive reuse. So that's very important kasi they look at old buildings and then they see possibilities. They try to understand what it can be. And sometimes, yung perspective nila, the best design solution is not touching anything at all. Kasi parang there's a certain respect with regards to appreciating the history and the narrative of a building. So, yun, we have to be really very critical about how things are going, lalo na in the political climate right now.
Okay, thank you very much po, Architect. Ayan, so I think partner, naubos natin yung mga nakahandang questions and each of them, talaga namang, ang dami nating natutunan. Tama ba, partner?
Very true. Kasi, grabe, na-overwhelm nga ako kasi ang daming natatakal na issues. Kahit isa lang yung pinag-uusapan, heritage lang, pero lumalawak siya. So, sobrang overwhelming. At nakakatuwa kasi hindi lang pala itong bagay, hindi lang pala heritage lang. Sobrang maraming background issues that would affect everything else.
Right. Yeah. All right. So, I think at this point, we would like to accommodate na the questions of our live audiences na kasama natin dito sa live stream. Ayan. So go ahead sa ating mga arkista na nanonood. Kindly indicate your name and your question, and if you would like it to address to one of our architects, kindly include it as well. Alright? So ayan, habang naghihintay pa tayo ng mga ito-drop na questions ng ating arkistas, ayan, siguro po ako po muna. Ayan, magtatanong lang rin po muna ako sa inyo po, architect. Siguro po is, naisip ko po ito kanina kasi ang dami niyo pong na-share na pwede pa nga other method para mas ma-improve and ma-preserve natin yung kung ano mang kayamanan yung meron tayo. Ano po. So, architect, ito pong question ko is for each of you, yes. So, does conservation always involve restoration? Or is there any more method for this? Again, does conservation always involve restoration? Or is there any more method for this? Ayan, while sinasagot yan ng ating architect, please, Arkistas, drop your questions. So, yes, go ahead, architect. Sino pong gustong mag-start?
Ako, sige. So, conservation has many practices, no? So, one of them is restoration, no? Restoration, preservation, ano pa yung mga terms? Reconstruction, adaptive reuse. So, ang ano lang nila is to prolong the life of a building. So, restoration is is bringing back a building to its original splendor, no? What is the most important time period in the life of the building? So, lahat ng elements na dinagdag, that is not part of that time frame is removed, no? So you honor the most important halimbawa if I am to if I am to restore the intendensya, no, kasi maraming layers of history ang na
Right.
accumulate niyan. Merong Spanish period, American period, naging central bank, no, naging COMELEC, no. Ano doon ang pinakamahalagang time period niya? So lahat ng mga additions, no, lahat ng mga ni-remove na ibabalik ko. Yung additions na wala dun sa time period na yun, tatanggalin ko. Katulad nung ginawa sa Rizal Memorial, tinanggal yung napakapangit na canopy, no? Kasi ang purpose natin ay to bring back, no, the glamour, no, of the 1930s. So that's restoration. Yung preservation, you just maintain the building, you clean the building, meron kang maintenance plan for every 3-5 years, no, you perform, no, certain preventive maintenance measure, repainting it, cleaning it, no. So yung bubong, kasi ang pinaka problema ng mga lumang building, yung tubig, no, yung drainage niya, no. So that's preservation. Ano pa ba? Adaptive reuse, you infuse, no, new function sa old buildings, no, to revive it, no. So maglalagay ka ng mga new utilities, no, to upgrade it to to be at par with the building code, no, structural code. Ano pa ba? Yung no, in the international charters, no, of conservation, we are discouraged to perform reconstruction, no? Ano ibig sabihin ng reconstruction? Yung mga gumuho na nawala ng building, i-rebuild mo, no? Bakit? What is the reason behind bakit dini-discourage, no? Yung mga gumuho ng building na destroyed ng earthquake, ng bubuin mo o na nagiba because of war. Bakit dini-discourage? Kasi it's as if na binubura mo sa collective memory yung event, no, that made possible the destruction of the building. So it's an erasure of memory, no? Unless ginagamit pa talaga yung building, like in Bohol, no, yung nasira yung mga simbahan, kinailangan buuin ulit kasi para sa taong bayan, kailangan nila yon, no? Kailangan nila yung simbahan na yon to anchor their community identity. So yun, yung restoration, isa lang siya sa mga isa lang siya sa mga practices, pero iisa ang tungkulin, no, ng conservation, to prolong the life of the building and to maintain the significance. So laging nandyan yung significance. Significance kanino, no? Sino? Sa tao, no?
Right,
Maraming aspeto yung significance. Pwedeng cultural, aesthetic, scientific, so forth and so on. Marami, no? Okay? So,
Yes,
yun.
point taken, architect. Thank you very much
So,
po.
nag-lecture na ako.
Yes. Yes, gustong-gusto po namin yan, architect. Yes, sino po ang gusto naman pong sumunod sa ating pong architect?
Actually,
Pero,
I think
may tanong ako, naalala ko kasi, meron akong di ba yung isang city hall dyan sa Maynila? Sinabi na. Di ba pinintahan ng gold? No? Pinintahan ng gold. Ano yon? Restoration? Conservation ba yon? Di ba? Ko nga doon, sabi ko doon, shining, shimmering splendor. No? Kasi disneyfication siya. Kasi it does not exist in the past. So, it's being fictionalized. No? Shining, shimmering splendor.
Right,
So, a whole new world. No? Diba? So, tingin nyo, conservation ba yon? Or aesthetic makeover?
or
More
PR
on
stunt.
parang, yes. Yes. Parang more on aesthetic nga po.
Tapos
na
tapos hindi conservation yung yung you create a fiction, no, a mythology, no. Nilagay mo pinaganda mo yung isang bridge, no, na yung mga yung mga lamppost naman ay extraneous for that particular time period na tinayo yung yung
Yes.
bridge na yon. So parang you are creating a heritage myth, no? So,
Yes, go ahead po, architect. Go ahead, architect Art. Meron po kayong gusto
To add doon,
add?
actually, parang heritage is something that will definitely outlive all of us. It will outlive any political dynasty. It will outlive tayo, yung practice natin as architects, and yung acceptance of that permanence of that state na hindi tayo dapat yung nangunguna or hindi natin dapat ginagamit yung heritage sa ibang purpose apart from um, preserving or parang informing, educating yung future generations of where they came from. So, I think Architect Gerard already answered yung question very perfectly. But I think the point that is more important is we have to be critical yun nga about other parties using certain things in our cities as PR stunts. Ang heritage hindi siya dapat Instagrammable for the sake of Instagrammability. It should represent who we are as Filipinos. So when you preserve or when you adaptive reuse or when you conserve our built heritage, it should have that in mind first and foremost and not be used as a tool to push for a very personal agenda.
Yes. Thank you very much, Architect. Yes, go ahead po, Architect Kalunsod.
Wala na akong masabi. Pero wala na akong masabi. Pero para sa akin, ano ba, yung doon sa Manila City Hall, tsaka doon sa sa Jones Bridge, pinangalanan ko na. Ano kasi, parang, kung titingnan mo yung mga archival photos, walang ganun. Yun yung gustong sabihin nila, ni Sir Arts tsaka ni Sir Gerard, na wala namang ganun sa picture. Bakit natin tinawag na na conservation? Anong kinonserve mo doon? Gumawa ka nga ng bago. Di ba? Binola mo kami. Ganon. So parang ganon, nambobola tayo. Although,
Pero Instagrammable.
Yun nga lang po, sir. So, panibagong kwento. So, magiging po siya. Parang para po sa akin, yun po ang dudugtong ko. Nagdadagdag tayo ng bagong kwento. Pero we cannot call it technically na conservation. We're adding another story dun sa mismong bridge na yon.
So we call it urban Disneyfication.
Yes, Disneyfication. So, alam natin kung saan natin nahugot yung Disneyfication na yan. So, para tayo na sa Wonderland, di ba? Ganun ang ginagawa natin. Para naggagawa tayo ng place of make-believe. Kaya na, kaya naman natin pagandahin to para masabing, meron tayong culture. Parang ganyan. Parang ganun yung yung thinking ko. Pero yun nga, we cannot call those intervention na conservation. It's another story.
Alright.
Pero to give
Very
benefit dun sa effort nila, it's a very welcome effort, I guess, to develop it, generate new interest, and generate new memories. Kasi it definitely brought people back to Manila, and it definitely gave that bridge a new meaning to people who otherwise would just pass by it. I guess nawala lang talaga doon yung authenticity, which is very important when you talk about heritage. Authenticity should reflect its history, what it was, what it can be, and that part was neglected. And parang yun nga, naloko tayo na parang pinreserve, natin, ni-renovate natin to, parang sinasabi nila na parang kagaya ng dati, pero hindi siya ganun.
So technically, it's a new structure, no? Parang dinress up mo siya. So, but we cannot naman say that this is not heritage because structures of today will become heritage tomorrow.
Yes.
Right.
Very
Parang
true.
nagkakaroon ng build-up ng stories pa yung structure na yon. So,
Di ba ikaw, Angeli, gusto mong mag-prenup doon?
Ay, nagulat ako. Hindi naman po ata. Hindi pa po natin yan sure. Ayan, thank you very much po sa pagsagot ng
Change
aking
topic
question. Yes, and go ahead, partner.
Okay, thank you so much, architects. So first question pa lang from Angeli mismo, ang dami na nating napupulot. Now, nagpa-flood na po yung questions from the audience. So let me just read one question from Andrea Kate Marfe. Do you have any sites or infrastructure in the Philippines that you think deserves the needed attention of heritage conservation? Again, do you have any sites or infrastructure in the Philippines that you think deserves the needed attention of heritage conservation? Alright. So, kahit sino po, pwede po mag-start ng discussion from you architects.
Siguro I can start. Speaking in the context of Escolta, definitely since dito ako based, I would say na Escolta needs a lot of support in terms of heritage, preserving what we have left. Parang yung misconception about heritage na parang it should come from a certain time lang, from 50 years ago or 100 years ago, that should be dispelled kasi I would consider most of the buildings along Escolta as reflective of our identity, of our culture. Kasi it reflects so much about the 1900s, the international style. When PNB was developed, I was really heartbroken kasi was demolished. I was really heartbroken kasi yun yung favorite ko dito sa Escolta, the one designed by Carlos Arguelles. And also down the line, you have the BPI building that looks like a spaceship. That's very interesting.
Yes.
Zaragoza.
Yeah, Zaragoza, and the barangay chose to cover it with the barangay
Yeah,
like,
barangay
office.
hall.
Parang barangay hall ata yun. Nilagay nila in front of that circular spaceship structure. So parang dito pa lang, hindi na ako lalayo. I would say na Escolta needs a lot of support in terms of educating the public, in terms of legislation. The whole point of the Escolta block parties and the festivals before were to communicate with the LGU, with the local government office, and we've been in touch with Manila's Tourism Council. Pero we always wanted to push the conversation beyond the block parties as just an event that happens in a day. Kasi what's more important is what can sustain Escolta in the long run. Ano yung mga legislation or things that the government can do para ma-encourage yung mga buildings dito to preserve their buildings. So, yun. Definitely, building owners need support in the form of tax incentives or whatever from the government just to augment yung maintenance of the buildings. Street life is also something that could be improved. There are many things in our street in Escolta that could definitely need some design interventions, possibly pedestrianization para makapag-generate ng more activity sa street level. So yun, di na ako lalayo. Escolta really needs so much support in terms of preservation. Kasi we only have a few left of the buildings here. Ubos na eh. Down the line, 2 blocks away, wala na yung Capitol Theater, wala na yung PNB building.
Right.
Most of the buildings here are being demolished by different developers. So we really need to educate people of what we have left so that we can help building owners preserve it.
All right. Thank you very much, Architect Art. And I'm afraid we have to rush na po the Q&A portion. So let's go ahead and proceed. May thoughts pa po ba tayo dito? Sa question naman ni, tama ba? Tech team? Yan. Ni Carl Janel Elipane. I believe this is Architect Elipane. Hi, my
Yes.
question is for Architect Kalunsod. Are you
Favorite
into
talaga ako
adaptive reuse of existing buildings? I'm into particular like the post office. We cannot restore its original use as of now due to the digital age.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Architect Kalunsod.
As I mentioned earlier, I did an adaptive reuse na project, like the one yung the sa Makati. I converted a single story, a single family dwelling into a dormitory. So yes, I am. And then I'm so privileged na dito malapit ako sa UST. I saw a lot of old houses. Yung lower part nila, yung ground floor nila is converted into something else. It can be a store o kaya pwedeng bilihan ng milk tea. Yan, yung mga kainan, inuman, yan. So I think it's prolonging the life of those old houses. Yan. Ano pa ba? With regards to dun sa Manila Post Office, I think it can be used into another building type. parang narinig ko in the past few years, somebody had an intention of making it a hotel. Pero if you're going to look at its context, parang ang hirap tumawid yata doon. Although with the effort din nung sa Metropolitan Theater na kailangan i-pedestrianize yung area na yon, connect siya doon sa Intramuros, 'di ba? Alam ni Sir yan kasi siya yung ano niya, siya yung nag-ano niya. I think it can work pero there's a lot of things to be considered. Yung
Saka
spirit-
i-connect sa LRT, di ba? Yun ang
Opo.
mga pangarap ko noon. Na i-connect sa LRT, pedestrianize. Kasi hindi siya mabubuhay kasi it's in an island. No? Yung accessibility. Yun nga, laging public accessibility yung yung isang importanteng factor na kinukontend natin.
Plus,
Sige,
we
go
really
ahead,
have-
Lester. Naalala ko lang, para tayo nasa klase ngayon,
Opo,
Yes.
parang ganito kasi kami sa klase o kaya pag mag-break kami sa labas kami, magkukwentuhan kami ng tungkol dito. Ayun, ramdam ko yung aspirations, yung mga pangarap ni Sir dun sa area na yon. It's good kasi it doesn't only benefit yung tourism ng Manila, but it also benefit yung mga taong daraan doon. Kasi yung pedestrianization na sinasabi ni Sir will encourage people to walk and enjoy yung kung ano yung mga nasa paligid. Yun ang problema sa atin. Wala na tayong ma-enjoy sa paligid. Puro na lang tambak na yung mga spare na street lights, di ba? Ano pa ba? Yung yung mga halahalaman na yan, di ba? Ano pa ba? Ano pa bang pwede natin gawin, di ba? Dami pwede pang ano pa ba? Hotel ang nakikita ko pero definitely museum masyado ng gas-gas dyan sa Manila.
Yes.
Yun.
So, ayan, Architect, nag-comment na po si Architect Elipane. Yes, indeed. Thank you so much. Ang saya ng heritage conservation. Thank you po, Architect Elipane.
Ay, let me add.
Yes,
Lang,
Architect.
i-highlight ko lang yung sinabi nila Sir Arch at ni Sir Gerard. Kailangan, di ba, sabi ni Sir Gerard, sumusunod sa takbo ng oras yung mga buildings natin.
Right.
We have to allow our buildings to evolve doon sa kung anong anong kailangan ng panahon ngayon. Yun. So, yun din yung turo sa akin ni Sir Gerard. It has to evolve. Hindi tayo po pwedeng frozen lang.
Alright. Thank you very much. Go ahead, partner. Let's entertain the last few questions.
Okay, for the last question po from the audience, from Keisha Ozenar, when in terms to political aspect, how would you recognize as an architect, student, and architect of the future that the recent projects of the government is purely for the good of the Filipino people?
Ang hirap naman yun.
Okay, so let me read it again po. So when in terms to political aspect, how would we recognize as an architecture student and architect of the future that the recent projects of the government is purely for the good of the Filipino people? Ayan, good question.
Actually,
pero
may
very
follow-up
hard.
question siya, actually, si Miss Keisha. Ayan. Because we cannot say if
Ayan.
it was just a tactic to deceive the community to show that there's a progress in the current governance. Like, for example, the Build project. So, yeah, how can we assess it? Thank you very much, Miss Keisha. So, go ahead po. You may start.
Okay, first and foremost, we cannot detach politics in matters of architecture because architecture in itself, its modes of production is ideological. So therefore, it's political. No? So we cannot assess at this point in time yung the success or the achievement of the Build project of mahal na Pangulong Duterte. No? So kailangan natin pa ng kasi kailangan i-distance natin yung sarili natin para ma-assess natin yun. Pero hindi pa siya tapos, so mahirap. Pero kung titignan natin, ever since naman, even conservation, as a practice, have been a form of political propaganda, And if I ask you, kailan nag-flourish ang conservation practice sa Pilipinas? Kailan talaga nag-bloom siya? It's during the Marcos period. No?
Mhm.
It's during the martial law regime, no? When Imelda Marcos took on, no, this mantle of being the patroness of heritage and the arts, no? 'Di ba? She ano no, 'di ba? Intramuros, Paco Park, ano pa? Name it.
Ah,
Vegan, ano pa?
People's Park po in Tagaytay.
Oh, yes, it's everything. So, it's also ano no, kasi kailangan yung heritage sites na yun to sustain the ano no, the claim for ano no, patrimony and the claim for bagong lipunan, new society, because new society is about cultural renaissance of the Filipino people, no? So
Right.
sana, yun, titignan natin yun from ano no. So ngayon, habang tinitingnan ko tong ito, ano yung pinapakita ko sa inyong ano no, method. So pinapakita ko sa inyo na dapat magiging critical tayo, no? No, na everything has a political dimension. No? Kailangan basahin natin ito from that point of view, no? Kasi architecture in itself, even heritage project is a form of propaganda, 'di ba?
Right,
'Di ba?
right.
Nakita nyo nga even yung ano ginamit na propaganda. Ito, in my in my opinion, being the architect of the conservation of the Rizal Memorial Coliseum, it was used as a propaganda, not to propel national uh, national image, no, in the ASEAN, no, 'di ba? Or parang ginamit din siya to mask, no, yung mga kakulangan sa ibang ano no, sa ibang aspeto nung itinatayo yung ibang gaming sites, no, nung SEA Games noong 2019, no.
Yes,
So
yes.
we cannot detach, no, the politics, no, in any architectural practice, be it, no, heritage, no. Kasi 'di ba, miski si mayor, no, miski si mayor ginagamit niya yung heritage ano no, to sustain nga yung kanyang political career, no. 'Di ba si mayor, si governor, no? Kasi opportunity to to showcase cultural ano no, cultural responsiveness, no? Respect sa ano no, heritage, no? 'Yon. What about the ano no, si Arts kaya ano masasabi mo? Very interesting yung answer ni Arts, no? Very provocative, no?
Right, right.
Pero ayun, I think circling back to what I mentioned kanina, we have to maintain the level of dialogue that challenges yung status quo, but at the same time puts at the heart of it progress for all. Kasi when you look at progress in the context of build, these are things that di na to heritage parang medyo urban context na siya. These are things that would kind of perpetuate injustices in terms of mobility, in terms of access to places. Transportation now is slowly being privatized along with different parts of the way our cities are built. So those parts of how the government is doing things, we have to be critical of those. Kasi as architects, meron tayong hand in changing how future generations will actually live. So yung politics natin inform what future generations would thereby have access to. So you can always we have to acknowledge na there are a lot of things happening every day na hindi tama. And in terms of looking at the context of progress ng government na to, we always have to ask the question kung para kanino ba yung ginagawa nila. When you start reclaiming plots of land in Ross Boulevard, para kanino ba yan? Walang social housing na makikita kahit sa ang rendering na pinapakita nila. When you reclaim parts of Ross Boulevard and privatize it and develop a lot of parang very fancy places there, you would see na hindi na siya para sa current generation. Parang very iba na yung yung language ng urban planning natin bale. So that always starts with acknowledging na our role as architects and designers is a political role. Whatever politics we believe in perpetuates the politics that divides Filipinos. So we have to continuously be critical about how they do things. Kasi we'll end up with cities na at the end of the day hindi na natin ma-afford.
sad reality nga po, Architect Arts. That's very true. Architect Lester, do you have anything to add po about the question?
Ang hirap yung tanong kanina. So
Everything is
yun,
political, right?
ang sakit sa ang sakit kasi sa banks nung tanong. Kasi ang hirap ang hirap i-assess yung yung mga yan, yung mga political ba na yan. Political na. Kasi lately hindi na ako kinat ko na yung connection ko sa sa mga news outfits ganyan. Parang I want to be ignorant na lang of what's happening around. And then lakad-lakad na lang ako diyan tapos ay nawala. Yung mga ganun ba? And then dun lang ako makikialam. So yun, what I wanted to say then when it comes to this political agenda behind those conservation, ang bad nila minsan. Tama ba ang tatanungin natin, tama ba ginagawa ninyo? Pasok ba yan sa sa tinatawag nating conservation practices? Ginawa mo lang yan dahil ng braso ka para So yon, mahirap i-assess. Pero magandang move in a way dahil napupush tayo na ito pala yung kultura natin. Pwede natin ituloy, pwede nating ma-adapt para doon sa mga susunod nating projects, mga ganyan. So yun, sa practice, when it comes to architecture, it's good, pero for those who is so mulat talaga, kailangan na nating makialam talaga doon. Kailangan natin maitigil natin hanggang saan ba yung conservation, hanggang saan ba yung politika. Ganon. Ang hirap ng tanong talaga.
Alright, thank you very much po. Anything to add pa po, Architect?
I think last na lang, parang everything, yung noise na naririnig natin from the government can get very numbing. Parang aabot sa point na mamamanhid ka na lang kasi araw-araw may bad news hanggang sa parang nako-condition ka na lang to accept na ito yung status quo natin. When in reality, we really deserve so much better. We deserve to have access to public transportation. We deserve to have access to public housing. We deserve to, our kids deserve to see buildings that were built by our ancestors. Everything that we do as designers is political. And I think one thing that we can leave off for everyone is we hindi tayo dapat matakot to raise our opinion and to inform ourselves of the many ways that they perpetuate injustice. Kasi pag hindi natin alam kung paano nila binabastardize yung country natin, hindi natin alam kung paano natin lalabanan yun. So we have to be informed. We have to be critical about every day within our homes, with our friends, within the school. We just have to be critical about everything.
Yes, I believe it's our responsibility rin as Filipinos. Alright, meron pa po ba tayong i-add, Architect?
Okay na.
Okay, thank you very much. And kay Miss Keisha, thank you. Ayan, nag-thank you na siya. Thank you po, Architect, sa inyong mga answer. Thank you rin, Miss Keisha, sa iyong pag-ask sa ating architect. Alright, so due to time constraints, we can only entertain a few questions. So, thank you very much, Arkistas. We appreciate your participation. At this point, go ahead, partner, take it away.
Alright. Discussion, we will now have to proceed to the distribution of certificates. So once again, thank you very much for lending us your time and effort, Architect Lester Calunsod, Architect Art Silano, and Architect Gerard Glico, and also for sharing with us your kind words of wisdom that would certainly help us in heritage conservation. So now we would like to give you the certificate of appreciation for being with us virtually today.
Allow me to read to you, Architect, this certificate of appreciation. The certificate of appreciation is hereby presented to Architect Lester Calunsod, Architect Angela Ray Serrano, and Architect Gerard Vico for imparting their knowledge and insights as a guest speaker of the Anchor, treasuring our heritage and fortifying beyond the now panel discussion. held this 10th day of June 2021 as a part of the Siglo Taking Prestige into the Future 19th KAOP Founding Anniversary. Together, let's take a step forward. Signed by yours truly, Daniel Angeli G. Pastrano, Panel Discussion Head and KAOP Student Council Vice President, Ms. Tricia Danica L. Belizar, KAOP Student Council President, and Architect Jared Aaron Cruz, our KAOP Student Council Advisor. Thank you very much, Architect.
Thank you so much po
Thank
for
Thank you. Thank
you.
gracing
you.
our
Thank you.
event.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you very
Salamat.
much. Kita-kita.
Alright. So,
Alright,
Bye.
Architect,
See you
baka po
soon.
meron po kayong gustong i-plug pala muna. Magkaroon muna tayo ng plug segment dito. Go ahead. Architect Lico po.
Wala naman. Abangan nyo lang
Alright,
yung
alright.
second edition ng Arkitekturang Filipino.
Alright. Thank you very much po, Architect. Architect Art.
Ano ba? I guess parang support local businesses, support local communities that are trying to survive this whole ordeal. Dito sa Escolta, surprisingly, to be honest, buhay pa yung mga bar, buhay pa yung barbershop. The creative community downstairs is still trying to survive. So, yun nga, very cheesy sabihin, pero ang sarap tangkilikin yung sa atin. Kasi alam natin
Support
na
local.
alam natin na merong pupuntahan yan, meron siyang masusuportahan. And hindi katulad ng parang pagka bumili tayo very globally. So, alam natin na merong direct na support sa mga enterprises dito. So, yun lang. Support local lagi.
Alright. Thank you very much, Architect Art. Architect Lester.
Ano pala, available sa iTunes, charot. Wala akong pero mag-aral kayong mabuti. Wag tayong papatalan sa pandemic. Yes, it's hard, pero we have to continue, we have to find ways. Katulad lang din ng heritage, we have to find ways on para ma-conserve to. Okay? So wag panghihinaan ng loob. Again, dito ang mga profs ninyo para kausapin ninyo.
Thank
Okay?
you very much po. Once again, maraming salamat po talaga sa pag-accept ng aming invitation. Sobrang
we're
good
very
to be
happy.
Salamat po. And we hope to see you po in the future sa mga siguro face-to-face na seminars. Maraming salamat po, Architect.
Sige,
Thank
salamat.
Thank you.
Bye-bye,
Thank you
sir.
po.
Bye-bye. Sir Arts, nice meeting you.
Ay,
Nice
po
meeting
kaya
you
muna
guys.
tayo. Mag-take a picture po muna tayo.
Yes.
Ayan. For real quick lamang. Let's pose and smile. So, Arkistas, paki-screenshot na lang. Ayan, go ahead. Tech team, pa-picture naman kami. Alright? Alright, let's smile. 5, 6, 7. Okay na ba, Tech team? Okay, thank you very much
Thank
po.
you, salamat.
Thank you very much po, Architect.
Salamat.
po. Have a great day.
Take care.
Stay safe po, architects.
Thank you po. Alright.
Alright, partner,
partner.
Kamusta
Oh
ka
my God,
naman so
partner,
far?
I'm so happy for this panel discussion. Sobrang dami natin natutunan. Alam mo, nagno-notes ako. Tapos, ang dami kong nino-notes. Ang dami nating learnings talaga for today. And sobrang thought-provoking lahat ng mga insights ng ating architects. Kumbaga, bawat question, sobrang ang daming na-elaborate, ang daming na natatackle na issue. Kahit simple lang yung tanong natin. So, sobrang grateful talaga tayo na nag-accept sila sa ating invitation and they are here for us today. Ikaw ba, partner?
Very true. Actually, ngayon, nasa starstruck ako kasi kanina nakikinig lang ako sa kanila tapos parang na-amaze ako. Ang galing lang. Lahat ng topics na na-discuss, sobrang nakaka-overwhelm kasi
Right.
ganun pala yung information behind everything. Lahat ng bagay interconnected. So, sobrang nakaka-in-awe sa feeling. So, nagno-notes din ako kasi very interested din ako sa heritage and I'm very happy na I was able to moderate this topic today. Kaya, ayun, sobrang ang sarap sa pakiramdam. And thank you so much, PLM Kahop NC, for this event. And also to our Arkistas, thank you for tuning in. And unfortunately, hindi natin na-ask lahat ng questions. Pero more reason para abangan yung mga susunod na events ni Kao for the next school year.
Right. At dahil dyan, magkakaroon muna tayo ng short giveaway segment. Kaya naman sa lahat ng actives na kasama natin dito sa ating live stream, ayan, i-ready nyo na ang inyong keyboard. Okay, mag-type na kayo kung present kayo dahil we will be giving away precious product given, of course, by our sponsors. So, tech team, ipakita na ang ruleta na yan. Paki-comment naman, Arkistas, ready na ba kayo sa giveaway? Ready na ba?
Ayan, I'm
Alright.
ready daw. Sabi ni Zaira Garrido. Ang bilis
Okay,
na lang mag-type.
Ayan, present na sila sa ating giveaway. So go ahead, tech team, let us show the ruleta dahil mukhang excited na ang ating Arkistas. Alam mo, partner, kung pwede lang sasali ako sa giveaway. Parang gusto ko tong mga products ng sponsors natin.
Nag-register din naman ako. Baka pwede.
Baka naman. Tech team, kasama kami. Alright, so are we good? Ang ating ruleta, ang mahiwagang ruleta, andyan na ba?
Wheel of Fortune. Ayan, ready na raw ang Arkistas. Very excited.
Tsaka alam mo, partner, ma-share ko lang rin, syempre, habang hihintay natin ang ruleta. Ayan, kanina sa ating panel discussion, ang daming places na na-tackle ng ating panelist. And pakiramdam ko, nagkakaroon tayo ng virtual tour. Kahit, alam mo yun, imagination lang. Parang nagkakaroon tayo ng virtual field trip. Diba? All-in-one na. Panel discussion na, virtual field trip pa. Ayan. So, talagang nakakatuwa ang ating event na ito today. Alright. Are we good? Are we ready? Ayan, nakita na natin ang ating ruleta. Alright, reminder once again na ang kasama sa mahiwagang ruleta natin na ito ay ang mga nag-register sa ating registration forms that was up from June 6 until June 9. Alright, so ayan, reminder, type in your name and your block kung nandito ka to claim your prize. Okay, so let's begin. First, we will roll this roulette and pipili tayo ng dalawang tao para manalo ng 2 t-shirt from Legacy Street. Alright, go ahead. Ikutin na yan, roulette. Go, ikutin na.
Let's go!
Ready na ako sa pa-t-shirt.
Oo nga eh. Gusto ko yung t-shirt.
Okay, nag-roll na ba ang ating roulette? May nanalo na ba? Alam mo, partner, itong Legacy Street, ang gaganda ng designs nila. Let me tell you, their designs are exceptional.
Kaya nga eh, kaya ako natutuwa kasi nakuha natin sila and they are very generous to offer free shirts for our Arkistas. So, hindi ko alam kung ako lang pero sobra akong na-excite kahit hindi ako kasali dito. So, hopefully, one of our Arkistas will be lucky enough to receive this.
Alright, mukhang nagkakaroon lamang tayo ng technical difficulties. Pero mukhang meron ng napili. Sino nga ba ang ating napili? At a G, ikot-ikot lang. Wow, Kuya Kyle, parapal naman ng paano yung ikot-ikot lang. Pakita mo naman, paano yung ikot-ikot lang. Alright, ayan. Mukhang active pa talaga ang ating Arkistas. Naghihintay para sa ating roulette. Mukhang meron lamang tayong technical difficulties. Yes, hello Architect Kalungsod. Yes, very active rin si Architect.
T-shirt cutie, sabi ni Jillian Sumulong.
Alright, mukhang meron na tayong napili. Congratulations to Miss Alessandra Maydiza Pata. Kung nandito ka man, kindly comment your name and block with the hashtag Siglo. Alright? We will be counting down to 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, mukhang nagdedesisyon po ang ating tech team kung kay Miss Alexandra na po ba ito or magro-roll pa po ba tayo ng isa pa? What do you think, tech team? Alright, kasi kailangan na nating mag-proceed, guys. As much as gusto namin kayong i-include, of course, sa ating roulette. Alright, present si Miss Alex Zapata. Alright, so the Legacy t-shirt is now for you. Kindly message our Facebook page later to claim your prize. Isa pa pong roll, please, tech team. Go ahead. Okay, okay. Naghihintay lamang tayo ng isa pang winner para sa Legacy T-shirt. Huwag kayong mag-alala, marami pa to, guys. Okay,
Ayan,
okay.
congratulations again to Miss Alex Zapata for winning a shirt from Legacy Street.
Go, partner. Announce mo na yung winner. Hello, partner. All right. Nandiyan ka pa ba?
Ayan. I'm here, partner. Nagkakaroon lang ng onting technical difficulties. Ayan, may next winner na tayo.
Congratulations, Miss Allery. All right, you will receive a t-shirt from Legacy Street. Kindly comment na lang if you are present right here today. Okay? Okay. All right. So due to time constraints, all right, congrats everybody. Ayan. So due to time constraints, we will proceed na sa ating giveaway. Pa-note na lang po ng ating winners. Again, congratulations to Miss Alex and Miss Ollie. Even if siguro hindi na lang present sa ating live stream, kapag nabunot po kayo sa Roleta is you will receive a giveaway prize. All right? So let us proceed with the actually meron pa tayong dalawa pang ipaparoleta. Bake and Need treats naman, of course, from our sponsor, Bake and Need. So, show pa po natin ang ating roleta. Nandiyan pa ba ang ating roleta? Alright. Hinihintay lang po natin. Kung nagkakainit na po sa ating comment section.
Mainit na sa dance floor, nag-aagawan na sila sa prizes. Ayan. Alright, congratulations to Armor David Landicho. You will be receiving a treat from Bake and Need.
Congratulations, Mr. Landicho. Alright, so please contact our Facebook page later na lang after this webinar. Alright, so let's proceed to our last giveaway. We have, oh no, this is not the last. Second to the last. From Astrea Collection, isa pong accessory ito. Surprise accessory from Astrea Collection. And the winner is Mr. James Andrew Y. Adamero. Congratulations, James Andrew. Alright, kindly take note this sa ating tech team, ang ating mga nanalo. And please contact our Facebook page later, Mr. James, to claim your prize. Alright, for the last prize, go ahead, partner.
Alright, so for our last item to be given away, we have a flashcard from Smart Cards Architecture. So we will choose one winner for this item. So Roleta, please.
Yay! Itong flashcard na to, maganda to. Ang alam ko, high quality, tapos maganda yung content.
Very useful. Ayan, congratulations to Selji Kyle B. Manalang. Nanalo ka ng isang flashcard from Smart Cards Architecture. Panote na lang and please message the Facebook page of CAUP SC after.
Alright, congratulations to our winners. And please contact again our Facebook page to claim your prizes later. Alright, so, Porter?
Alright, so for now, we will be having a short break, but we will be right back. So Arkistas, stay tuned for the second part of our panel discussion. Have your lunch and see you all after our break.
Bye, Arkistas! See you later!
See you!
am Emil Lawrence Espiritu from Block 13, and this 2020, I will be responsible for all of what am I gonna do in this second semester as an architect student. And I will not promise, but instead I will do my obligations as a student.
I am Cedric Garcia from DSR 13. This 2020, I promise not to prom anymore.
Janino Yang from BS Architecture 1. I am Patricia Villafria from BS Architecture 1. In this 2020, magkikita na. This 2020, gusto ko bang makapag-explore ng iba't ibang mediums na pwede kong magamit sa mga plates. General meeting na of BS Architecture 1. I'm Princess Gonzalez of BS Architecture 1. In this 2020, I will mas aalamin ko pa yung strengths and weaknesses ko para makapag-focus ako sa mga areas na kailangan ko i-improve. This 2020, magkakajowa na ako. Ngayong 2020, magiging isang mabuting anak na ako. I'm Kating Maidens, second year Block 4. Ngayong 2020, mas gagalingan ko pa sa paggawa ng plates.
I'm currently also second year Block 3. And ngayong 2020, hindi na ako magtatrabaho. Sana.
This guy is in love with you, pare.
I'm Andreas from BS Architecture Block. This 2020, siguro din ako tatamarin ko.
This guy is in love with you, pare.
I'm Raymar Cueto of BS Art 12. And this 2020, mas iba-balance ko yung time ko and mas matutulog ako mag-up.
I'm Anna Sandra Molina, second year Block 4. And I'm Jasmine Perseveria Rosa, second year Block 4. This 2020, hindi na ako magka-prom.
2 hours later.
Joke lang. Magiging totoo na ako sa sarili ko. Magka-prom pa rin ako pero bibilisan ko na talaga, promise. Kaibigan.
I'm Crystal Claire Carino Rebulanan from Block 4, second year. This 2020, sa mga plates ko, itatry ko nang hindi lang i-provide yung minimum. Pag-effortan ko na lahat ng plates ko hanggang kaya ko pa. And sa mga classmates ko na lagi kong binubuo yung araw nila, tatry ko nang hindi. Magpapakabait na ako, promise.
Hello, I'm Eugene from BS Art 13. And this 2020, I will be less handsome.
Nag-resign doon?
Meron.
Sino?
Si Basha. Si Basha nag-resign.
Hindi
Sa simula.
Ano yung sinasabi mo?
Part 1 ba? Part 2 ba to?
I'm Architect Nodas.
Architect Paolo C. Pineda ni First.
I'm Architect Dennis De Leon.
I'm Architect Chris.
I'm Architect Jared Aaron Art Cruz, going to react with some architecture needs.
Okay. Bash, si Sir Poport na po pumirma ng plans nyo. Okay? Away engineer na naman to, sa architect.
Hindi ba si Popoy engineer? Ito talaga si Popoy. Kaya nagkakalit si Bash.
Actually, wala naman dapat paggawa yan. So, don't make battle guys dun sa issue. Masyado pa kayong bata para doon. Okay? Hayaan nyo muna yung matatanda.
Hindi ko talaga alam pinari-react ko dito. Kasi feeling ko talaga mapapaaway ako sa mga kaibigan kong engineer.
Dati pa naman nagpumipirma na sila eh. Okay, kaso ngayon nga lang, may pinatutupad na law. Latest yung yung mga architects. So sana sundin na lang.
Sana siya na rin yung nag-print. Siya na din yung nag-deliver. Siya na din lahat. Pati yung selyo sana gawin niya na din. Para package.
Architecture press is be like yung sa Philippine 2019 SEA Games. Okay? Yung ginawang bubble diagram yung logo. Actually, medyo witty siya ng konti. Kasi mukha naman talaga siyang bubble space diagram. Actually, kahit yung ibang fifth year na kilala ko, ganito pa rin mag-bubble space diagram.
I think siguro ginawa niya rito parang every time o everything na parang nakikita niya ngayon is kinoconnect niya na sa architecture.
Ito yung sa Philippine SEA Games, di ba? Oo, nung nakita ko rin siya, talaga parang yun yung naisip ko, bubble diagram.
So, tama na naman, ang bubble diagram ng logo ng Olympics.
Salitang mas masarap marinig kesa sa mahal kita. Guys, extended daw plate sa COA. Oo. O kaya yung midterm, next week na. Yung mga ganun.
Tama. Basta may extension, mas masarap marinig yun.
In one way or another, yes. Sa mga students, oo.
Very wrong. Mas masarap pakinggan yung guys, suspended ang classes sa COA.
Actually, yung subject kasi yung COA eh. Madalas kasi dyan pinapadrawing puro mga orders, Greek orders, Roman orders. Actually, nakakatamad ang history pag-aralan. Pero kung natutuwa kapag extended yung play, pinapatagal mo lang yung pagdurusa. Might as well tapusin mo na lang pagkabigay pa ng play. Kahit hindi ganun kaganda, importante, matapos mo.
Sa buhay arkitekto, this pretty much sums up my life right now. So yung architect, kinahabol siya ng deadline, sleep, responsibilities. Actually, yung big thing sa akin rito yung responsibilities. Kasi once you've been an architect, there are lots of responsibilities na kaya mo consider. Deep yung deep yung bagay na yun actually. Okay, the responsibilities.
Yeah, it's really hard to chase after dreams.
Oo, tapos gusto ko lang dagdagan to, yung architect deadlines, hinabol siya ng deadlines, sleep responsibility. Dapat sa harap ni architect, hinabol niya naman yung money tsaka time.
This pretty much sums up my life right now. Actually, my point, minsan, lalo na kung marami kang extracurricular activities na ginagawa, tapos napuput aside mo yung deadlines, responsibilities, usually yung nagsasuffer, lalo na dito yung sleep. Yung kulang na kulang ka sa tulog. Pero yung nga, priorities din lang talaga eh. Kung ano ba talaga yung priorities mo sa career mo. Bagay, kailangan mo rin namang mabuhay, hindi man puro pwedeng trabaho lang.
Ever since I learned about Greek and Roman architecture and 5 classical orders, every time I see a column, I don't look at it the same way. Agree, ako nga, I don't look at it at all. After that.
Oo, talagang yung part na into bleacher, ganyan. Tapos ito na yung mga ganun. Iba na talaga yung, pag pumasok ka nga sa resto eh, di ba? Uy. Talagang una tinitignan mo yung ambience nila.
Ganun naman talaga eh. Siyempre, once na may natutunan ka na, okay, lalo na pagka tungkol sa architecture, pag may nakita ka talaga ng mga structures, nag-iba na yung interpretations.
No, actually, hindi lang columns. Pag nag-archi ka kasi you look at the built environment in a different way na rin. So, may point.
So, yeah, mas magiging analytical tayo. About everything, not just columns.
Relatives. Kamusta college na? Kailangan kong mag-install.
After all, she said it right. You must be strong once you enter college. Kasi
Feels, totoo. Very, very true.
Kailangan mo talaga maging strong sa archi. Kasi hindi biro. Kahit after ng college. Okay? So you have to be actually strong. Okay?
Bro, bukas na deadline ng plate nyo. Me. Bakit ako natatakot? Okay lang naman lakas. Guardian angel ko sa likod ko. Ano ba to? Nagdasal. Anyway, pagka nagdasal ka, dapat may gawa rin. And yun nga, hindi ka dapat matakot. After all, alam mo dapat pinasok mo. Deadline is deadline.
Matatakot ka kung wala ka pang nagagawa.
Hindi ko siya masabi na hindi ko kayo mabigyan ng advice na maganda. Kasi ginagawa ko rin to nung college. Yung bukas na yung deadline, gagawin pa lang namin yung plate. Magiinuman pa kami ng mga tropa ko bago gawin yung plate. So anyway, basta kung kaya nyo gawin nyo. Pero, yun nga, bakit ka matatakot? Kung kaya mo naman. So mukhang confident naman si Kuya dito. Yung mukha niya.
Correct. Bakit ka matatakot? May next year pa naman.
Stampede pag sabay-sabay na late. Pag deadline ng plate 4:30. Tapos 4:29 na. Yung prof hinahabol ng Arkis student. Sa anime to nakalimutan ko lang kung saan eh. Sa Ghibli to eh. Anyway. So, actually nangyayari to, lalo na pag nagka-countdown na yung prof.
Ganito rin kami na nag-aaral kami. Ganyan talaga buhay ng Arki.
Yung dapat 4:35, di ba? Parang nahabol mo talaga yung prof mo kasi tapos na yung deadline.
Dapat nga meron na lang yung ginawa sa amin before, may basurahan na lang. Para kapag late ka, tanggapin mo na.
Parang borat ko eh. Ba't may maskara? Anyways, ganun talaga pagka 4:30 tapos 4:49 ang pinag-usapan. Tatakbo ka talaga. Pero yun nga, kailangan may submit mo siya. Sana may substance nga lang.
What's up, Arkistas? I am Edeline. Welcome to another episode of Arki Ventures. And for today's episode, we're going to show you 15 struggles of an architecture student. Without further ado, let's get started!
Oh my God. Okay, last 2 minutes.
Good morning, classmates. We are the group.
May secret kasi statics mamaya, Sa verdict nga, meron tayong written report. May report.
Wala.
May homework. May
Word
quiz.
list. Iya. So, pang-issue naman yan. May nagkak natin yan, di ba?
Ibo. Ang galing.
Sino bukas? Sure na oras? Bakit may sino kayo bukas?
Ha? May deadline tayo
Sorry. Meron pa kasi kami deadline sa COA, sa design 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tapos, hindi ko pa nasisave.
Gawin na tayo bukas ha?
Uy, ay, ano ba ngayon? Pansin si meron kami. Saka, yung una na siguro, hindi ko alam. Very confident. Yes. Alright.
Bakit ang score mo?
That's all for today, Arkistas. And if you enjoyed our videos, give us a thumbs up, comment down below, share, and subscribe for more videos. And together, let's make Kaup shine.
Hi, good afternoon. So, as you can see dun sa mga Arc Adventures na ating pinakita, tunay na nakakamiss yung face-to-face class. Mamimiss mo yung paghahabol sa deadline and sa mga bonding nyo with your blackmates. So, good afternoon once again, Arkistas. Welcome back to the PLM Kaup College Day. Thank you for staying with us in this part of our online panel discussion, and we hope that you've learned new things from the first session. All right, so before anything else, let me ask you guys on how are you doing today? Ayan, I guess kumain na kayo ng inyong mga lunch. So comment down your ulams and a heart emoji if you are still pumped to learn more from our next panel discussion. Ayan, kanina, ang naalala ko, ang kinain ko kanina is inihaw na bangus. How about kayo? Anong mga kinain nyo, ating mga virtual viewers?
That is right. Ako rin partner, seafood ang aking lunch. So sana ang ating mga viewers ay energized from their lunch.
Ayan. As I can see sa ating comment section, sobrang energized nila. Ayan, nagko-comment sila ng mga hearts.
Yan, comment down your year and block if you're from Kaup. Ayan, welcome naman sa ating mga viewers who are not from PLM Kaup. Ayan. So we're celebrating our 19th anniversary. So that is right. We really got the day started from our first session. It really engaged us more on heritage and its impact on our country and us as a citizen. Yan, tama nga naman. Also, we hope you guys had a great lunch to keep you energized all throughout this day. So we hope you're doing safe in your own home. Ayan, mga Arkistas. Yan, enjoy what we prepared for you this afternoon. Tama ba yan,
Alright,
Steph?
Kuya EJ. I'm so excited for today kasi since balita ko, sobrang bigatin at espesyal ng ating mga guests for this part of our session. But before all, we would also like to acknowledge the presence of the students from different blocks of our very own College of Architecture and Urban Planning. I know it's been a tough time for us since finals is a week ahead, but the College of Architecture and Urban Planning, through this day's event, wants you to set your worries aside and clear your minds as we fuel you up with fresh ideas from our intellectual and reputable panelists today. So make sure to listen and get your notes ready because we have a lot in store for you. Good afternoon. I am Seth Angelo Tan.
And I am EJ Punsalan. And we're your your moderators for Rebuild, Achieving Economic Growth Through Architecture. This is to further our knowledge on architecture as a part of the development of society. But before anything, you guys can tweet us using the hashtag SIGLO and tag us on your IG stories using your creative snapshots. It's at KaupSC Official on Twitter and Instagram. Also, don't forget to like and follow our official Facebook page, PLM Kaup Student Council, and support our One View, One Step Forward campaign by watching and liking our YouTube videos. Thank you guys. So, ayan.
Yan. we would also like to thank our sponsors for being with us on the 19th anniversary of our dearest college. This event is brought to you by Pikha & Co. in cooperation with MRTP Shop, Legacy Street. It is also sponsored by Modularity Home, Bake and Need, Estrella Collection, Pahina PH. Special thanks to Smart Card PH, Chukis, and Firmco. Again, thank you so much for our sponsors.
Ayan. Thank you so much for being with us on our 19th anniversary. So let's get this going. We'll introduce our first panelist. So we'll be joined by a set of CAUP alumni to talk about architecture and economics. First off, architect Kiel Gapi is a graduate of PLM of BS Architecture at Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila and achieved the Best Architectural Thesis back in 2016. His thesis was also published on Arkistas magazine back in July 2016. And architect Gapi is also a licensed master plumber and was a construction manager at Andrade Builders through Sorte in Nadita from August 2016 up to December 2016. And also at Andrade Builders through NG from September 2017 up to February 2018. May we call on our first panelist, architect Gapi? Okay, good afternoon, architect.
Good afternoon po,
Yeah,
architect.
Good afternoon, fellow Arkista. Thank you for being with us. Okay.
So now, the next in line of our panelists for today's discussion is also a graduate of BS Architecture from Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila, a licensed and registered architect and master plumber since 2018. Was involved as a project manager at Era Design Architecture and Construction from 2016 to 2019. Currently a freelance architect and master plumber since 2016, and a financial advisor at Sun Financial since June 2019. Let's give a round of applause to architect Cristal Joy Manibo.
Hi. Good afternoon, architect.
Architect. Welcome po sa Siglo.
Okay, let's call on our third panelist, architect Dial Marie Pujalte, also a graduate of BS Architecture from Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila, a licensed architect and master plumber. She served as tenant relations officer for mall operations officer at Luxury Global Malls from February 2020 up to July 2020. She is also a project manager for residential building and retail stores at Sonac Corporation from September 2020 up to present, with 2 ongoing projects. Give it up for Architect Pujalte. Ayan. Good afternoon po.
Good afternoon.
Ayan, thank you for joining us. Okay, partner, let's get on with our fourth panelist.
Now, let me introduce to you our last, but definitely not the least guest panelist for this second session. She is also a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Architecture at Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila. She is a licensed and registered architect, a Royal Institute of British Architects Chartered Architect, and a Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design Associate. She was a project architect at Architectonical International from 2016 and 2008. Currently, she is a senior associate at Godwin Austin Johnson in UAE. Our guest panelist has also won multiple awards internationally, including the Architect of the Year at the Filipino Times Awards in 2019, Professional of the Year Women in Construction in 2020, and Dubai Supermom Awards this year. One of the pride of the PLM CAUP, none other than Architect Christine Espinosa Irlanda.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Hello.
Yeah. Thank you for accepting the invite. Okay.
Oh,
so
naman,
now,
basta PLM.
so now may we call on all of our panelists for this topic. Yan.
All right. We are glad to have you guys here, energized and ready to blaze up the afternoon. So architects, we have prepared guide questions for you to answer. please feel free to share any of your thoughts about these topics. So let us get this going and dive right into our discussion. First up, let's get to know more about the involvement of architecture with economics. So may we hear first from Architect Gapi?
Ano naman
Hello, Architect. Your audio.
or ano?
Medyo nag-choppy
Medyo
po.
nagpa-fluctuate lang po.
Yes.
Ayan.
Yan.
Ayan. Okay naman. Sorry naman na mali naman. So, ano to involved. So, about the so cut me yung lines or pag they select design I mean from the urban planning nasa talaga so big part of a building suite that's the we need from
it appears that your audio is still fluctuating, Architect. Sorry to cut you off.
Hello.
Hello. Is it just me or it is fluctuating, partner? Can you hear us well?
Yes. Yes, EJ. Sorry
Can you
po,
hear it clear as well?
Yes.
Wait lang, let me muna. I'll pass it to Del.
Okay. Let's hear first from, while Architect may fix the issue, may we move on to our second panelist muna. Let's call on Architect Manibo to share some insight regarding architecture and economics.
Hi, good afternoon, EJ
Good
and
afternoon
Seth.
po.
And also Architect Christine, Bella, and Kielo. Ayan, so regarding the topic, architecture and economics, actually I believe architecture is the backbone of the economics. Kasi, yeah, I think, siguro yun muna, brief muna. Kasi later on discuss. So yeah, I think architecture is the backbone of the economy.
Yes. Okay, let's hear next from. Go on, partner.
Let's hear next from Architect Pujalte.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon po, Architect.
For me kasi, I think na I agree with Architect Manibo na somehow it is the backbone of the economy kasi most investors they prefer na yung places ay syempre hindi siya blight, hindi siya pangit sa paningin. Mas preferred nila syempre yung mga buildings na alam mo attractive sa mga tao. So I believe na yung architecture kailangan essential siya sa economy ng isang place, ng country, ng city. So,
All right. I also do believe po.
Thank you for that insight, Architect.
Yes. So, moving ahead, let's have the insights of Architect Espinosa.
Hi, good afternoon to everyone. First and foremost, thank you for inviting me over. I feel privileged. It's a privilege and an honor to be one of your panelists. And as well, tama yung sinabi ng lahat ng mga co-panelists ko. I think what architecture has been successful in proving that it's part of urban, well, whatever we do affects the urban life of everyone. And also, we do affect how the economy goes. Just imagine, you can actually see the difference between a, a third world country or a first world country. You can see the development and how the people who lives in it. Should I speak in Tagalog na lang? So basically, the architecture affects how everyone feels in. We can either affect how the people wake up every morning and how one person would go to one place to another because that's part of our job, right? We study the circulation. We study how a person basically lives, and we actually point them out and actually direct them to where they're going to be. So architects really play a major part in building up the economy. And as well, we as architects, as part of also this kind of discussion, is that we can affect the economy or even the feeling of those people around us by designing buildings that are sustainable, designing buildings that are affordable, designing buildings that impacts the climate. So architecture is very broad, and I think that way alone for us architects to learn and how, as young as your age now, being future architects, for you guys to be able to think about that in the near future, like change the setting where you are, and be able to contribute to the built environment in such a positive way. So that alone, I think, yeah, we play a major part in building up the economy. However, it's not just the architects; it's a collaboration. Everyone else living in a certain community, in a certain country, in a certain in a certain place. It's not just the architect alone. It's basically building up an economy is through contribution of different parts of the society. So architecture does play a major part. It is also a backbone, just like what architect herself said. But it's not just that. We needed a whole lot of contribution from different parts of the society. So I think that's my thought behind it.
Thank you
Yeah.
for that fruitful first answer, architect.
Yeah.
Okay, may we go back to Architect Gapi? Is the audio okay now?
Seems enough. Good or thing is fine na add yung ano ko lang yung sinabi niya. Actually, kasi talaga, we spearhead everything kaya talaga part na pero
Okay.
effort.
Architect. Okay.
Yeah.
Apparently, Architect Gapi, your audio still sounds fluctuating. Your answers
Sorry.
are vague to hear.
Pa rin.
Yes
Talaga.
po. Opo.
Sorry guys. Now. Is it clear now? Talaga, as I'm saying, ang sinabi ni Art, it's actually pala 1 hour. Special na nasa na natin. Politik. Pero yun talaga ang actual ko kung paano materialize from the and also yung syempre kailangan tumula may system.
Hello,
That is
Architect.
true.
You can try using a different earphone po or through speaker mode. Apparently, it's it's still fluctuating po.
Wait ha, kung magulo pa Justin, pasensya.
Sige po. Sige po.
Ah,
We understand po. Okay po. Okay, before we move on. Okay, so what an insightful answer from our speakers. Truly, architecture is multifaceted and really affects all around from cities to the way we live. Going back to the early topic, heritage as well. So from our history up to the future, architecture will definitely play a role. That is that right, partner? What can you
Yes.
say about the answers given by our panelists?
Yes, I truly believe with what our panelists have said. The architects plays role, a big role to the economy of our country. Because the buildings that we are designing houses the teams or the persons who are playing role or who are working for our economy.
Yes.
We should design it with healthy collaborative space, di ba, partner?
Yes, that's
Para yung
right.
economy natin will increase.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. Not only that, economy also helps through tourism. Architecture helps tourism as well. So the built structures that can attract tourists definitely boosts the economy. Yon. Okay, so apparently we'll have to move on and wait for Architect Gapi later on. Okay, so we'll be moving to our second question for this topic. Okay. So for our panelists, how do you think architecture can help improve rural areas naman po? The rural areas economic status, especially with the setting of the Philippines being an archipelago and also a developing country as well. To us students, how can we view this aspect po? Can you share your thoughts po? We'd like to hear first from Architect Manibo.
Parang mas better ata kay Architect Christine muna. Para mas mahaba
Sige
pa.
po. Would you like to Architect Irlanda po to go first to set the tone?
No, with due respect, yeah. Please go for it, architect yourself. That's fine.
Alright, sige. Yan. Sige po, thank you, ma'am. So actually, yan, how do you think architecture can help improve rural areas' economic status? So I think, as you can see naman, yung economic status natin sa Philippines is somehow, as of now, well, technically as of now is mababa. Bagsak tayo ngayon because of actually lahat naman globally, because of the pandemic. Pero I think, kung titingnan natin previously, yung economic natin is based from the cities talaga. Sa cities talaga tayo nagbe-base ng parang growth. Yun yung kumbaga call this, sila yung nagde-define ng economic status natin, yung mga cities. So for the rural areas, I think architecture can help these rural areas via the urban planning. Kumbaga kung hindi natin, kasi dati sa Manila, like sa Manila technically and also in other cities, meron namang urban planning matagal na actually. Kung aware, hopefully aware tayo lahat kasi architecture students mga dito and architect tayo dito mga lahat. So, matagal na namang may urban planning. However, because of yun nga, palipat-lipat ng term yung mga leaders natin, somehow hindi siya nagko-continuous or walang continuity ba? So, I think para mas mapaganda yung economic status sa rural areas, why not? Let's start there. Kasi doon talaga yung pinaka-ropa lahat doon. Talagang pwede kang maging imaginative, maging creative as an architect doon sa mga rural areas. So, yeah, urban planning, I think mostly. So, I would also suggest na highlight talaga yung pinaka products products ng mga rural areas. So yun. Yeah.
All right. Thank you po for your insights, Architect Manibo. How about naman po kay Architect Puhalte po? What can you say
Hi.
about this topic?
Partly agree ako kay Crisel, pero partly disagree ako na yung mga rural areas kasi natin, yung problem kasi right now na convert yung mga agricultural lands natin to subdivisions, 'di ba? Aware naman tayo doon. So, for me kasi para ma-improve yung rural, hindi mo naman siya kailangan i-urbanize. Yung dominating sector kasi ng country natin ngayon is yung agriculture. So for me, kailangan ma-improve natin kung ano man yung ma-improve natin yung lives ng mga farming families natin sa mga rural area. So paano ba natin siya i-improve? I think na first, syempre kailangan natin ibigay yung basic necessities ng mga families sa rural areas like syempre potable water source, kuryente. And then second is kailangan ma-promote yung poverty eradication kasi mostly yung mga poor families natin nasa rural areas. Kaya nga sila pumupunta sa cities, 'di ba? Para mag-work. So, for me, kailangan nga i-promote yung poverty eradication by creating livelihood centers doon. And by creating livelihood centers, kailangan yung mga skilled farmers natin ma-promote yung retention doon. Parang hindi na nila kailangan pumunta sa Manila to find another job. So, maliban sa access to basic needs and promoting poverty eradication, kailangan i-enhance din natin yung provisions ng infrastructure sa mga rural areas. So, papaano? 'Di ba, aware naman kayo na 'pag nagfa-farming kailangan ng irrigation, gano'n. So, I think it would be helpful kung yung government natin tulungan yung mga farmers na magkaroon ng irrigation system. Yung magandang irrigation system na long-lasting para makatulong sa mga farming families. Also, I believe na kailangan meron din tayong infrastructure such as rural roads na nagko-connect sa mga adjacent and nearby urban areas. So, halimbawa kung nasa province ka, kailangan may access pa rin tayo sa mga cities para yung products na, di ba sabi nga ni Crisel, i-highlight yung mga products na meron sa rural area. So, kailangan dalhin natin sa cities yung mga products na naproproduce sa rural para hindi siya nasasayang. So, parang I think, in summary, kailangan natin i-identify yung needs ng mga tao sa rural areas. Tapos i-improve natin kung ano man yung mga kailangan nila. I-ano natin sila, i-prioritize din natin. Hindi laging kailangan nasa city tayo mag-focus. So, since nasa ano nga tayo, since nasa agriculture sector nga, yung country natin dominated ng agriculture sector. So, yun.
Yes, thank you po, Architect Puhalte. Actually, we do share both thoughts about this topic with Architect Puhalte na we should prioritize first this agricultural sector of our country kasi dito tayo ito yung mismong backbone natin eh. And ang nangyayari kasi is na pag-iiwanan sila. And imbes na sa atin or tayo na mismo mag-provide for our country na mga goods is ang nangyayari nag-i-import tayo sa ibang bansa. 'Di ba? Kaya ayun. Partner? Yes?
Yes, that is right. Also, yung thought na decongesting the highly populated cities we have right now and distributing it to the different lands, different provinces, I mean. In that way, we can help increase or develop the rural economy. Diba? Yun nga yung papasok din yung tourism and the role of architecture to help promote it. Ayun. Okay, so andyan na po si Architect Gapi. May we hear a little bit kung okay na po ba ang audio?
Na ako. Ba ako?
Medyo ayan, medyo mahina po. Nagka-cut pa rin po, Architect.
Ba yan?
Umuulan po ba?
MI
Maybe kung tatanggalin po natin yung Bluetooth po, Architect.
Speaker mode po. Maybe it will help po.
About this, yeah.
Ayan.
Okay.
Ayan po. Okay, so
Okay.
It seems nagka-cut na rin po yung video. Baka internet connectivity na po. Maybe we could try somewhere else. We'll have the tech team po provide a room where you can try your audio po. For the meantime, we can hear from another panelist. Okay, so for our tech team, maybe we could provide Architect Gapi where he can test his connection. Ayan. Okay. Moving on to Architect Erlanda.
Yes. How do you think architecture can help improve rural areas' economic status? Just like what I said earlier, I think improving a certain rural area and economic status would have to include collaboration within different areas of that part of that rural area. And particularly, what architects can do is that we can see the solutions for the future because that's what we are. We try to we try to solve the problems that our clients are asking us for. For example, there's a problem, just like what architect, what was it, her name? Sorry about that. She mentioned about the access to potable water. That alone is something that we as architects can actually solve. Why? By proposing something that is giving the access that proposing something that enables our farmers to get access to the potable water. And I also agree that it doesn't have a rural area doesn't have to be urbanized because you won't call it a rural area anymore if you call it an urban city. That's basically that. We're gonna keep it as a rural area. That's fine. But we as architects can enhance the people living in it. By how? By opening up discussions, making proposals on what we can do to enhance their lives in there. So it is through architects who opens up these discussions because it is part of our profession and our career to let our clients know and everyone know that, hey, this is something that you can do in the next future. We, as architects, are blessed and are trained to see what's going to happen in the near future. Just imagine us given a blank space, an area, and we see that area as something else. No one else can do that. It's only architects. So that alone is a gift or our talent or our skills that will enable that and change in that environment. I think architecture is not the solution to poverty. Yeah, it's not a solution to poverty, but we can alleviate what the people living in that certain area feels. We can give them low-cost housing, for example, so that they can afford living in these places. Like for myself, I grew up in Tondo. I am a Batang Tondo. That's what, and I went to PLM because I got access to free education. And congratulations to all of you, kasi lahat tayo PLM mayors. And that alone is the access to quality education, the access to the way we do urban planning, the access to everything has to be accessible within your reach is part of architecture. So it's really a broad discussion on that. You see, yeah, the way we affect these rural areas is that, yeah, we can provide and propose things that enables the people living in that place to get access to what they need. So that's our part. We are the connection, we are the nerve that connects them to what they can think of that particular space. For example, let me think about the space before. For example, uh, Batangas. Batangas is known for diving spots. There is a certain area in Batangas, which is Mabini, that is really known as a diving spot in the Philippines, Anila Mabini particularly. But then they don't have direct access to ports. So what architects can do is propose there could be a port in there in that Mabini spot to gain in more people. So that's a rural area, and the way we think about the space, the way we propose things, and if it gets approved through series of government approvals, because we as architects can convince them. We have that, and we should be trained as students to convince and to be able to present our ideas and our concepts. And because first and foremost, architecture is there to provide better lifestyle and better health to our clients and to whoever is there. So being architects, we see what could be used for a certain area and what is the possibilities of the future for that certain area, particularly rural areas. Just like what Architect Puhal just said, yun nga, ipoprovide natin yung magiging accessible para sa kanila, yung mga things na kailangan nila, needs nila. And then eventually, that rural area will gain in more tourism, keeping it low, keeping it still a rural area, particularly, for example, Palawan, you have Coron. Coron is highly a tourist area, but if you go there, it's still a rural area. Why? Because they kept everything. In a rural, they kept the governance, and the law requires you to turn off the electricity from 8 to 8, and then you turn it on after 8 o'clock in the evening. That alone is a government policy. So I think it's a collaborative effort of different societies. But us as architects, we can open up discussions for this. We can propose things, and we can see what the particular space or city needs, and that's something how architecture helps out with that. Pasensya na, masyado ako madaldal, so I leave the open up the discussion to the next question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Architect. That's indeed very malaman.
Yes.
Very well detailed. We see solutions, we propose them. In that way, once approved, we become effective as architects and we provide solutions for these citizens. Ayan po. Ikaw ba, partner, meron ka bang gustong ma-add sa points ng ating mga panelists?
Yeah. As Architect Christine have said, yung about sa Palawan, kailangan magkaroon ng isang government para mag-rule doon. May mga rumors about magkakaroon ng separation doon. So, ang mangyayari is magkakaroon ng separate na paglinang doon sa resources ng lugar at hindi magkakaroon ng pagkakaintindihan. Diba? Ganun. Yes? Mukhang okay na yung internet connection ni Architect Gapi.
MIM ako. So,
Ayan. Architect Gapi, can you hear us?
yeah, I can hear you. But clear na lang kayo na dalawang beses. Hello.
Okay, according to our staff po, okay naman po yung video, yung audio po ang nagpa-fluctuate. We can't hear clearly po.
So, I'm using a speakerphone.
Ayan. It seems it's a bit okay po. Okay, apologies to everyone for the technical difficulties.
Yeah, I'm very sorry.
The rural ecos, tama ba? Yes, okay. Akin, ano nila miss case, sorry. With tech money, VL lang, rural, um, natin as collective, part na rural, kasi yung mga ano nila, to provide the good dito, so para mas from rural or bad they V is a nakag-may tawag nyo, so
Hello, architect.
Yes.
Medyo nagka-cut off po yung mga answers, though some words are audible po. Medyo hindi lang po complete yung sentences, kaya hindi po na-gets yung thought. Maybe we could message it po and we'll read it na lang po. Okay po.
Wait lang. Let me know. My clip. On my connect.
Okay, partner, clear ba sa end mo?
Sa end ko, medyo choppy pa rin si Architect Yapi.
Oh my God. Let me... Kasi sorry. Sige.
Ayan po, architect. Some statements po are clear. Apparently po nagpuputol po talaga.
Am I clear?
Not quite po.
Yes, architect. Some lines po is clear pero nagpuputol.
How about we try audio only po? Baka po naglalag. Ayan, architect. We can hear you much clearer po. Apparently, nagputol pa rin po. Apparently, nagputol pa rin po. The internet connection in the Philippines. Medyo choppy. Okay.
Oh my God. I want to ask everyone. Sige, you could be.
The tech can manage the issue po muna for now. Okay po. For the meantime, you can send in your answers po through the message and we'll read them po so that you can still you can give your input po regarding the topic. Ayun po. Okay po. Okay, so that will be for our second question for the topic. Going into our third, okay, for our panelists, how do you think space branding or reimagining the space contributes to our country's economy? For example nga po, the urban planning for the city of Manila. Okay, from Architect Manibo's perspective.
Ayan. So, ako yung kalaban nila. Char. Hindi naman. Okay. How do you think space branding? So, for me, space branding kasi is more like marketing strategy para makapag-accumulate ng more on tourism and more on technically marketing strategy talaga yung space branding. So, however, we need also to think about the functionality of the spaces, yung ano. So like space branding is good, but parang ano lang din siya yung facade is firstly makaka-attract ng investors, di ba? And then Yeah, tama. Country's economy yan. So, the facade will attract the investors, space branding kasi marketing yan. And then, but however, you need to expound ba or yung kailangan natin tutukan din ng pansin yung functionality ng paggawa ng urban ng planning ng urban or like we need to think about the open spaces as well. Kailangan hindi lang puro magtayo. Well, parang kinontradict ko yung sinabi ko kanina. Nagkamali lang ako kanina sa urban planning, rural planning pala dapat. Kaya na negative tuloy ako kanina. Ayan. So anyway, yun nga, it's not always about build, and yung maganda lagi yung facade. We also need to think about tulad na sabi nila kanina ni Architect Christine and Architect Bella na we need also to think about yung human experience ba nung places. Kailangan humanize natin yung Manila, hindi lang puro kotse, hindi lang puro buildings. 'Di ba? Sobrang init na eh. So yeah, yun yung space branding will definitely contribute in the country's economy, but it's not just that. We need more than that. So yeah.
Yes po. Working our way around in space rebranding, once we have a workable environment naman po, people tend to be productive, right? So once that goes, surely the economy will too. Okay, partner, ikaw?
Yeah. I truly believe with what Architect Manilu have said na sa this urban planning dapat we should prioritize the human experience. We should dapat nating i-prioritize yung circulation ng bawat tao, hindi lang yung sa kasi kadalasan ngayon mga kotse na yung nasa kalye at hindi yung mga tao. 'Di ba? And sino din naman ang nagpapa-improve ng ating economy, which is tao lang din naman. Hindi naman mga mechanics, 'di ba? Then to add more from this topic, let's have Architect Puhalte.
Yeah. So the question is, how do you think space branding or reimagining the space contributes to our country's economy? Sobrang bigat naman ng country's economy. Pero for example, the urban planning in Manila City. Right now, nag-work ako kasi sa retail industry. So sa mall ako nag-work. And then yung mga malls, meron silang certain design guidelines or standards. So bakit meron? Kasi kailangan yung mga tao, ang goal mo kasi sa retail is maka-attract ka ng mga tao. Kailangan tumaas yung foot traffic mo. So kailangan yung space is functional, sabi nga ni Architect Manibo, functional. And most of all, dapat inviting siya and self-promoting. So, important yung space branding kasi dito nai-increase yung tawag dito, attractiveness ng isang lugar. And also, actually, kung ipuput mo siya sa context ng planning, sa, let's say Manila, merong mga areas in Manila na underutilized, pero alam mong may potential siya to become gateway or areas for new businesses or industries. So I think ang important dito is you need to identify yung mga areas na yon, and then i-analyze mo siya kung feasible ba siya for ganitong project, ganitong use. And then lastly, after mong i-identify and i-analyze, mag-create ka ng study mag-create ka ng feasibility study to know kung yung bang areas talaga na yon mag-a-allow siya ng entrepreneurship, mag-a-allow siya ng strong strengths ng community, hindi ba siya parang nagne-neglect ng mga tao around him. Baka kasi mamaya mag-improve tayo ng spaces or areas, and then after all parang yung mga tao na used to live there ma-feel nila na parang left out na sila. For example, if familiar kayo sa BGC, Bonifacio Global City, ang ganda niya, right? Parang ang saya niya puntahan. Pero yung areas around niya, yung Makati, Sembo, Pembo, 'di ba sobrang hindi naman gano'n kaganda, sobrang blighted pa din. So, wala siyang ano, wala siyang, hindi siya connected sa other, areas. Ano lang siya, maganda siya pero hindi niya nakuha yung connection sa mga tao, sa community na dapat meron. So, I think yun lang naman for me.
Point taken po, architect. Ayan. From Architect Erlanda. Hello, nagbabalik po si Architect Gapi.
Clear na ba?
Can we try one more?
Sige, ayan. Hindi hindi.
Rinig po ba? Ayan,
Hello.
partner, rinig po. Ayan.
Ayan.
Hello?
Ayan.
Ayan, si Architect.
So, bawal para yung mga questions sa akin. Okay. I'll detect yung tungkol si architect yan. PGC sa nalug knowledge yan. And architecture kasi gamit to attract let example sa brands is designed kung may
Hello po, architect.
Clear. Yeah.
Sorry po to cut you off again. Nagpuputol po ang ilang words and apparently hindi po clear ang thought. Ayun po.
Oh my God.
Okay po. Maybe the tech team can help po. You can send in your answers na lang po through message so that we can have continuous discussion po. Kasi we'll provide your answers pa rin naman po in this dialogue po. So, probably the weather conditions. Ayun po. So, apologies again to everyone for the technical difficulties. Okay, so we'll be moving on to Architect Erlanda. Okay, your thoughts regarding the space branding or reimagining the space contributes to our country's economy. For example, the urban planning of the city of Manila.
Okay. I had a chance to be an intern in Manila City Planning Office. So this is quite close to my heart. The Manila City Office, City Planning Office is basically busy on planning Manila and looking at the possibilities within Manila. Years ago, I wouldn't say how many years ago, but when I was at your age, we had a change in Manila Bay. If you can see Manila Bay now, it's basically a long landscape park. Yeah,
Yes.
there are a lot of things that happened and changes on Manila Bay particularly. Before we had that along Manila Bay along the side na puno ng hotels and hotels. We have retail strips there, and then people at that time would go there nighttime and that actually boosted the economy at the time. But due to certain rearrangement in the urban planning, it was removed, and a different governance took over. But then at that time, I think that was successful because the mayor at the time was into architecture, and he was thinking about urban planning, and he was considering inputs from architects. I'm not saying that it changed. Actually, now I can see from my side of the world. I live in Dubai for the past 14, 15 years now. So I was able, and I've been going back to and from Dubai, Manila, and I could see the changes that happened throughout that 15 years. It actually is better now because now you won't be afraid to go out. I'm not sure if that's real because I'm still living in my family still lives in Tondo. So before in my time, I have to call my parents to pick me up at a certain street because I was too afraid to walk. But now it's different. Everyone can go out. Everyone are allowed to walk and pass through without worrying about safety. So there's a certain changes, and it was part of the effect of a certain urban planning and certain people or a group of people that thinks about the urban planning within the city. The rebranding of places actually happened a lot of times. For example, along LRT, yeah. Before, it was. Oh, I'm not sure how it is now. If it's, it used to be a street where yung mga jeepneys dumadaan under yung LRT, and then it was changed into a retail street, limiting the access of vehicular access in there, and then there was rerouting happened that the jeepneys went internally in Santa Cruz, and then those businesses internally in Santa Cruz got access to clients and customers. That is urban planning. That is architecture. Although it did not solve everything, but it was an attempt, and that is us as architects thinking about possibilities and giving these options to the mayors, to whoever is the deciding stakeholders. When you think about space rebranding, it's not just about the glittery stuff that you see. It's not just about that. It could simply be a vacant lot turned into a playground. Why? Because kids are in the streets. Why would you have the streets there? Why are the kids playing in the streets? It's because they don't have access to a certain playground. Imagine a small space turned into a playground. That would be a paraiso for a kid. So that's not about the glittery stuff. It's not about just changing the facade. Urban planning is deeper than that. When you talk about urban planning, particularly in Manila, it has been studied over and over and over. And I can see that because I was able to work in Manila City Planning Office, and I could see how the people within that office are particularly thinking about each and everyone within Manila and thinking about how to help each and everyone without the Manileños knowing about it. People are actually thinking about that and imposing, and through that, people there are actually proposing changes within the urban planning. It's true that some spaces are still not utilized and developed, but rest assured that it's actually planned. You cannot do changes overnight. That's a fact. And even with major cities or first world countries, where I live in Dubai, the plan is 10 years, 40 years, 50 years. That's how you plan things. It's not about overnight things. So whatever you can see now that you think is something na pwede mong baguhin, think about it now. Because right at the time when you all become architects, you would have the chance to change that, and you would have the opportunity to contribute to that kind of future that we as architects think about. So I think it's a good thing to have rebranding space or reimagine a certain space. That's like that's like the benefit of being an architect, because you can certainly just imagine what a certain space could be. It could be an exciting part. It could be a depressing architecture or a depressing space, but it is us who actually thinks about that, and that's a good thing about our profession. But rest assured, I was reading through last month. I'm not aware. I'm not sure if you guys know that there's this Sustainable Development Goals set by United Nations. If you guys are aware with that.
We
So
are
the
aware.
United Nations has set this 12 sustainable goals, and we are actually applying it. There is in the Philippines, you have Ambition 2040. It's there. It's written there. It's not an overnight change. It's not a. It's per phase. So rest assured that the future that you have now, the architects now in your city, in Manila, in the Philippines, and even the government is actually thinking about what Manila or what the Philippines could be 10 years from now, because there's a certain plan for this and there's a certain phase. So you can see the changes. For example, before in Tondo, there, yeah, poverty is there, but we didn't have access directly to, for example, a mall, safe access to the proper roads, but now we have it. Why? Because of urban planning, and that's that. Before, the kids were just on the streets. Why? Because there's no access to playground. And now there are certain spaces allotted for playground. And that actually is through different time. So it's not an overnight thing. We can always say that, okay, as architects, we can see the problems in a certain area, then use that, give that to a higher authority or a stakeholder. Open up discussion. That's what we are. We have the capacity to open up discussion. And as students, you of everyone else as architects do see this, and every day, and not now because everyone's at home, no. But before, you take the jeepney and see that people are actually on the sidewalk. Would you be able to do something for that? That alone, yeah, that's good to be an architecture student. You can see all these things and you can roam around and not be in the office and just. But yeah, I think reimagining actually contributes. You won't see it yet, but it does. The economy is not just about the building itself. It's composed of different levels of different levels in different parts of the economy, you know. And the economy is very huge, but as architects, when we rebrand a spot, when we change a certain area, just like when architect Wahati said BGC at the time I've got a proposal in there and it's built. But it also, whenever we start up a master plan, let's see, because for example, I've been involved in several master plans already here in the Middle East. Whenever we start this, you have a kickoff meeting with all stakeholders. Stakeholders meaning everyone that is affected by that change. There could be a case study about discussion of the people who's going to be there. There's a study of the people you're aiming to get in the space. There's a study about sustainability, economy, the infrastructure, how we save electricity, how we save power, how do we access water, and a lot of things. And that is actually part of urban planning. So everyone has contribution. Whenever a space is reimagined, that means it was thought, someone thought about it, and someone actually gave effort to think about what that space could be, and that's a good thing. And that actually is a good thing for the economy. So I do appreciate all this rebranding, space rebranding. Although we as architects have to convince the stakeholders. The stakeholders meaning the persons who decides on the changes. But yeah, we open up the discussion. Manila has undergone a lot of urban planning changes, and where it is now, it's better than where it was before. I can definitely say that.
Yes. Thank you for that. Strong points po, Architect Irlanda. And to sum up po yung the insights from the panelists, I have here a quote from Norman Foster na you design for the present with an awareness of the past for a future which is essentially unknown. Ayan. Para as architect noodles have said before nung first year ako, we architects play a god na we are the ones who decide kung saan natin i-place or kung paano natin patatakbuhin yung certain space, yung mga tao sa certain space. Kaya hindi lang puro drawing ang architects. We play a big role to this economy. Yes, partner. How about you? What can you say about this topic?
I have something to add. Add na lang ako kasi I think it's really great that we as future architects and the present architects are able to imagine spaces and how we could use those that were already abandoned, already of different purpose, and give them new meaning so that it could be of more purpose or more significance to the future or yung mga gagamit pa. So, ayun.
Okay, moving along. Architects, we would also like to know what are your insights about the concept that the absence of a good architecture is the birth of bad habits. For example, traffic system management that lacks proper space allocation for sidewalks and bike lanes. To open up the discussion of this topic, may we have Architect Pujalte?
Yeah, so the environment na we built and we inhabit then also shape our lives and the choices we make. Sabi nga nila. So inuuna natin syempre of course yung people's comfort and well-being nila. Yung comfort kasi and well-being nagre-rely mostly kapag nafi-feel mo na secured ka sa spaces, kapag freely moving ka between spaces, yung mga pathways and yung mga sidewalks nga na sinasabi nyo, parang it, um, ma maliit siya kung titignan, parang maliit na item lang siya, hindi siya gaano pansin. Pero everyday, yung mga bikers, yung mga pedestrians, sila mostly yung affected eh. Parang kahit no matter how small yung spaces, kailangan important doon yung mga tao, yung comfort nila lagi nating nako-consider. So, also, yung wayfinding, yung mga signages, 'di ba meron tayong mga signages sa streets, akala natin yung mga gano'ng, items, hindi siya noticeable pero, yung mga gano'ng, um, signages, parang sila yung nagtuturo sa'tin kung saan tayo pupunta, kasi kapag wala yun, nadi-disorient tayo. So, I feel yung being lost, yung feel na disoriented ka and being lost, malaking effect siya sa isang tao. Pero in simple terms lang na maglalagay ka lang ng street name, maaano mo siya, ma-o-overcome mo yung mga gano'ng, yung mga, disorientation. So, I think yung good architecture kasi parang sabi nga, parang I think it's Winston Churchill, parang sabi niya, "We shape the buildings the way" parang we built the buildings and then afterwards the buildings, shape us as a person. So, yun lang.
Thank you so much, Architect Pujalte. May we now have Architect Irlanda.
Hi. What are your insights on the concept of absence of good architecture? First and foremost, what is good architecture? Good architecture, according to Victor Views, is answers to three principles: venustas, utilitas, and firmitas. And that was in the 17th century, and that was way beyond, way beyond us. But now, is it still applicable? Yeah, those principles that he mentioned still applicable, but I feel that it also lacks sustainability and economy nowadays. So we have that. I can't say, if, for example, good art, if, because I'm relying on that one. Formitas, utilitas, and venustas. When you talk about beauty, strength, and the use for it, if a certain, sorry, architect, Gapi, your camera is, okay. No, hindi pala. Okay. So, I think if a certain space, walang beauty, hindi siya strong enough, and wala siyang gamit, would you still call it architecture? That's just an open discussion though.
Yes.
Yeah, you would still call it architecture if a certain space, if a certain, is not. What do you think?
Other panelists can answer po.
No,
Yeah.
okay.
Yes. Well,
Is it a break of bad habits? If it's not answering to what Vitruvius said, it's a building should be beautiful. Should be useful, and it should have the strength. If in absence of those three, would you still call it architecture?
No.
So what about spaces like public realm? No, so I'll answer it now. So what about spaces like public realm, like what architect who had mentioned earlier? It's true, architecture also includes the public realm, the sidewalk itself. It's part of the public realm, and we are designing it as part of the urban planning. Does it have to be beautiful? Even just one of it, as you can answer one of that one, I think that's okay. I don't think about bad habits. Habits are something, habits is just depending on the person though. You cannot really strategize, or you cannot really tell everyone that, okay, if the absence of beauty, a certain space would create bad habits. Not really. If a sidewalk, what is beautiful they say beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So what is beautiful for everyone? So this question for me is quite vague, and I think for me it doesn't necessarily create bad habit. It will probably, but I'm not really sure about that. It doesn't necessarily, or for a certain space, absence of good architecture. Think about a farm. Is there a good certain farm, plain, you have plants, that's it. So without any building in there, does it create bad habits?
No.
Yeah, I feel that the question is a bit misleading for me, because if you're just if it's I think it doesn't, because a certain for a mountain wouldn't have any architecture in it, or you wouldn't have any buildings in it. Would it create bad habits? No, everything naturally done doesn't have architecture. Does it create bad habits? No, I don't think so. So that's my answer to this one. But if you're thinking about a certain space, an urban space, where you have previously introduced buildings around it and then suddenly remove the building in there, it could create bad habit. But a certain area that is naturally without any buildings in it, naturally built to be just nature alone without any human touch, that doesn't create bad habits. So that's my stand on this one.
Okay. Thank you so much, Architect, for that answer. How about the other panelists? Maybe we could have something.
Architect Manibo?
No, we're done.
Yeah. I think I agree with both of them. In regards, medyo napaano lang din ako dun kay Architect Christine. Like, yun nga, if there's a farm na wala namang ano. Pero I think good architecture kasi more on emphasizes creating flow, good quality of life, and societal progress. So technically, even though walang like yun, yung farm na walang masyadong, somehow parang nakikita natin, walang nangyayari, pero technically, there's something going on with it. And then, kung habits, bad habits is more on about personal experience ba, or I mean personal, or like tao lang ba yung possible may bad habits or what. I think because good yung architecture ng place na yon, technically it doesn't create bad habits kasi maganda na yung location, maganda na siya. Yeah, I think that's my point of view dun sa sinabi ni architect. So for me, good architecture will definitely create good habits somehow because of parang tayo yung nagli-lead as architects, tayo yung nagli-lead dun sa mga tao kung ano ba yung dapat gawin nila. Though yun nga, alam ng tao kung anong gusto nila pero hindi nila alam yung kailangan nila. So somehow because of that na ginagawa na lang nila yung talagang yung wants na lang nila. Like kunwari, the bridges, yan, yung bridge sa yung overpass. Yan. So kung somehow medyo malayo or matataas yung steps, di ba somehow hindi siya magandang architecture dahil hindi na follow yung pinaka guidelines natin as architects, yung steps ba, yung riser. So somehow yung tao even dapat na magtatawid sa overpass, naglalakad na lang, tumatawid na lang sa mga kalsada ng basta-basta. So somehow I think good architecture will definitely provide good habits. Yun.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Architect Manibo. For me, partner, ang good architecture just is a factor for the habits of the people using it. Kasi for me, as a person or a people is may assumption tayo na rational siya. He can think on the things na gagawin niya, and good architecture is will be a good help to improve that habits of the people using it. Ganon. How about you, partner?
I have to agree with architect Erlanda that it doesn't necessarily define or we can assume that it is the birth of bad habits. So it will depend on what the person grew up to learn, their values and their experiences. That will be the determining factor for their habits. So that will be for my end. Okay, that is for our open dialogue. So now we'll be having a 30-minute question and answer segment wherein our viewers may leave their insights, comments, sentiments, and questions for our panelists to answer. Remember to keep your comments professional and relevant to the topic. Also, we would like to remind everyone who have registered from our registration forms that were up from June 6 to June 9, they will be receiving an e-certificate to be sent to their respective emails within this week or the following week. Okay, so now, Arkistas, we may entertain some questions for our panelists to answer. So while we wait, okay, Architect Gapi will be skipping the topic for us. His internet is having issues, so his connection is quite fluctuating. Okay, so apologies to our viewers. Okay, so partner, ano ba ang questions natin for our panelists?
Yes, partner, meron na tayong isang question dito. It goes like, what are the significance of what are the significance or context of the developing countries like Philippines?
What are the significant? I'm sorry.
It goes like, what are the significance of context of developing countries like Philippines daw po, architect? Anyone in the panel?
Going back to the earlier question po, like, ano po yung significance ng Philippines as a developing country in the context of architecture po? Ano pong situation ng, yung gusto niya po atang malaman dito is ano po yung situation or significance ng architecture. Going back sa second question earlier po, I think. The question go. Did it come clear po or is it vague po? Were you able to understand po the question? Or
So the question goes like, what is the significance of
partner, can you leave the question to the message? Can you message it here for our panelists to read?
Ayan. Nasa private chat na yung question, partner.
Significance of context is quite. What does it mean by, what does he want to know about this particularly? Significance of context. The context of the Philippines is complete. It has islands and it's surrounded by. Is that the one or? Okay, I think significance of context is a developing country, like Philippines, a developing country. Significance for all of us because we are all Filipinos. I think that's one. Developing country like Philippines, yeah. Significance about it is that whenever, for example, whenever a certain country develops, particularly let me look at Singapore, for example. Before, Singapore wasn't Singapore at all. No one actually knew about it before. Dubai itself, no one knew where Dubai was. But it was developed, and certain architects and urban planners were part of that. And the significance of that is that other countries like our country, which is developing right now, can be used as a reference for other less developed countries. I believed in the history of the Philippines, where it was before, we were one of the highest or one of the most one of the best economies in Asia. Recently, we're also part of the best economies in Asia, believe it or not. I know living in the Philippines is quite different, but generally in Asia, we are doing great. And we can be better. We are doing good and we can be better than that. And the significance is that whenever a country is developing, whenever a country develops for the good, and then it could be a case study for another country to follow. Which is where Philippines is. Philippines has been studying different countries as well, international countries particularly. Those countries, we use them as case studies, and then we apply it to our own country. And likewise, if Philippines, just like where we are now, we are a developing country and we're actually within the top 5 within Asia that has a good economy. Believe it or not, yeah, believe it. We have been followed by other countries. So I've been to India and I could see the difference and the similarities. There are things that you can learn, not just particularly in the Philippines. You have to go out and look at international countries as a reference on how you develop your own country. So that alone, I think that that's how Philippines will help out the other country by being a sample, being part of their case study, by being a part of their study to develop their own country. I think that's one significance that I can contribute to that one. I'm not sure what else the person who asked this wanted to find out, so I'll give the floor to the other panelists. That's my part.
Okay, thank you for that, architect. Go, partner, go ahead.
Yes. Do other panelists have to say po?
Meron ako konti lang. Yeah, because
Go ahead,
it's a good thing. It's a good thing na the Philippines is a developing country right now. But I think since most of us naman dito are architects and architecture students, kailangan siguro na i-consider natin na while we are a developing country, hindi dapat tayo mag-focus lang on build, build, build. On build, build, build. On just build, build, build. Kailangan maging cautious tayo. Cautious tayo right now. For example, since yung urban planning kasi natin ngayon, naglalak na tayo ng green spaces. So overly focus na tayo sa mga roads, sa mga infrastructures na nane-neglect na natin yung provision of open spaces na important sa as emergency hubs, lalo na kapag may earthquakes and lalo na right now na pandemic. So, also, yung development kasi natin ngayon sa Pilipinas, nagfo-focus tayo masyado sa mga kotse. So, car-centric and oriented siya. Yung most roads natin, hindi siya pedestrian friendly, hindi siya cyclist friendly. Yung cities natin, lalo na dito sa Metro Manila, designed siya for bikers and pedestrians to give way sa mga kotse, which is dapat hindi. I think sa mga developed countries abroad, correct me if I'm wrong, Architect Christine, parang they focus na now sa mga pedestrians and cyclists more than sa mga cars. So, I think yung mga tao, yung dito, yung mga citizens dito kailangan i-prioritize sila kasi wala wala tayong multimodal system dito right now. So, lagi lang tayong umaasa sa Grabs and sa private cars. So, sana, although may mga point-to-point bus and meron din naman tayong projects like yung EDSA Carousel right now, which is medyo impressive naman somehow na na kino-consider na rin yung mga pedestrians. But, ayun, since developed country tayo, sana we don't overly focus sa mga kotse. Kasi, I think yung mga developed countries nga, hindi na sila ganun into mga private cars, mas nagpo-focus sila sa public transport na. And then sana rin yung housing backlogs natin, 'di ba developing country tayo, kailangan masolusyonan na rin siya kasi although ang daming housing projects pero nagfe-fail pa rin siya somehow. So I believe dapat yung mga resettlement projects natin kailangan responsive siya sa needs ng mga taong gagamit. So ayun lang, kailangan maging cautious tayo as architects pag nagpaplano tayo and nagde-design tayo ng community.
That is right, Architect Suhalte. How about Architect Nivo?
Ayan, so may quick lang ako. So, for me kasi, as we develop, I think para maka-move forward tayo to be a developed country, I think we need to start din kasi dun sa pinaka-practice lang din. Kasi yung typical, Filipinos don't usually hire architects when building. Parang dun, I think dun nag-uumpisa lahat. Dahil yan, yung may kanyang gusto yung every Filipino na hindi na mag-hire architect kasi mahal, kasi ganyan. Parang I think doon nag-uumpisa lahat ng hindi tayo maka-move forward. Kasi laging bumabalik doon yung discussion, laging doon at bumabalik yung pinaka problem din. So yeah, I think we need to move, parang yan, tulad sa UP, di ba nag-ano tayo ng Get an Architect, parang naglabas tayo ng parang somehow advertisement na yun, get an architect and so parang I think yeah, for us to be a developed country, para mas ma-develop tayo, kailangan din ma-appreciate ng Filipino yung open space, every space, yung art, somehow, ganyan. Hindi lang puro magtayo ako ng bahay dito para kumita ako, magtatayo ako ng commercial dito para kumita ako. Kailangan ma-embed din sa atin as Filipino na we need to have recreational spaces, open spaces, and so on and so forth. So, yun lang.
May sagot po si Architect Gapi. Okay, so meron po siyang input regarding this question. To add siguro dun sa sinabi kanina ni Architect Manibo regarding sa Filipinos not hiring architects. For Architect Gapi, developing countries is a good place for architects because we are needed for the economic growth sa isang lugar. Sustainability pa rin ang kailangan if we are lucky to be a part of this development. He said also, sana lang ang Pinoy architects ang sinisik ng mga private companies rather than seeking out international architects. So that will be for his input po regarding this question. So partner, meron pa ba tayong additional questions for our panelists?
Yes, partner. Here is a question from me po. A follow-up question lang po about the urban planning to increase economic growth. What are your thoughts po about the reclamation project at the Manila Bay po? Yes?
Okay. Anyone who would like to go first po?
Yung Dolomite project.
Yes po.
Okay. So, I think it's good na meron tayong reclamation project sa Manila Bay. However, sana consider nila if familiar kayo sa Iloilo.
Yes po, yung groove.
Oo.
Mangrove.
I think, parang hindi kasi necessarily yung, for me lang, hindi kasi necessarily yung paglagay nila ng Dolomite sa Manila Bay kasi hindi naman, I don't know, hindi siya ganun kaganda. Parang hindi din siya ganun ka-sustainable kasi 'di ba lagi namang inuulan, binabaha, binabagyo. Parang lagi mo na lang ba siyang i-re-refill? Parang sayang naman. Parang bakit hindi ka nagtanim na lang along the bay ng mga puno kagaya ng promenade sa Iloilo? If may mga nanonood right now, you can search yung Iloilo Promenade. So, sobrang ganda niyang project. So, sana naging ganun na lang yung rehabilitate ng Manila Bay. So,
Okay. Any addition from our other panelists?
Actually, Manila Bay, it was something that I mentioned earlier, Kasi Manila Bay before, the retail street that I was saying, is meron doon retail promenade before this Dolomite happened. So a lot of things have been happening and changing within this Manila Bay area. Why? Because it's where you find a beautiful sunset. Why? It gets more tourists in Manila. And that is actually affecting the economy and the people living in it, giving more access to occupation. So whenever things like this happen, it's a good thing because someone is actually thinking about changing the area, reimagining the space, which is part of our discussion earlier. The promenade, I wish that it will be back sometime soon. It was there before. During my time as a student, we were always in Manila Bay because it has this long retail strip of promenade. So that compared to what happened with the reclamation, not to be political, but I think with people who are thinking about the urban planning, they were actually thinking, getting into their shoes, they were probably thinking that, okay, people in Manila needs a space so that they can go to the beach. And where is the easiest access is Manila Bay. People in Manila tend to go to Bulacan, tend to go to Batangas, tend to go to Laguna. Why? Because do we have access there to beaches? Do we have? No, right? What happened in Baseco? Baseco has been developed. And we could look, Baseco is a very, very poor area. But adding in that recreation area, cleaning it up, developing it up, changing it, it actually had a good effect on the people living in it. Good effect in terms of their health and safety, their well-being. The kids are now growing up with recreation facility close to them, and it actually changes the mindset of the people living in it. It gives positivity in the mindset that, hey, we have to protect this area now because this is us, this is ours as Manileños, and we have to take care of it. The Dolomite, I'm not sure the efficiency of it. Reading through news, it's different than to be actually there. I haven't been there yet, so I haven't seen the Dolomite. But reading through the news, it's quite different when you go into the place. But probably some of you have been there. But if without that Dolomite, would people talk about Manila Bay? If no one has started to open up the discussion, and if no one did change that part of Manila Bay, do you think people will talk about that? And whenever people talk about a certain space, people tend to go to a certain space, bloggers tend to go to a certain space, and then suddenly you can see a person who used to be one of the homeless just sitting in the corner, now suddenly selling ice tubig, suddenly selling bottled ice, and it actually gives them opportunity to earn something. We as architects can be the backbone, just like you said. You can be the backbone, seeing the things that's negative and positive in certain things. But I, for myself, would look at things positively, knowing the negative things is there, but we can change it. It's not, for example, if it's not really successful, then have another solution for that. That's where we become effective as architects. We are seeing the problems. Okay, let's say if it's not sustainable, okay, then what can we do about it? So it does the conversation doesn't stop about saying that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong. The conversation just started. And you can open up this discussion, what we can do to protect that, or what we can do to improve that. And that's how cities are developed. Learning from the mistakes over mistakes over mistakes. Not just cities, but every person on earth. I think we learn from mistakes and we grow better about it. So reclamation project, good that something has been done. It might not be sufficient. It might be, it's not the answer to all the problems in there, but the thought that something has happened and something has been done and something thought about it, something proposed it, bringing back conversation on how to change Manila Bay, on how to improve it, that's really good. And the reclamation project that they've done, it might be from some other people, it might be not right. For other people, it's a good thing. But talk about the people living in the certain area. We wouldn't know. We would only see what's there in the media. But has any one of you spoken to the people living within the area and see how it affected them? And then if it did them good, then that's how you see there's a certain success to that reclamation project. It's not about taking one stone or one bag of sand and placing it there. That doesn't say that, okay, it's not sustainable. Okay, but talk about the people living in that area. Did that do them good? Was it good for them, or was it bad for them, or naging mas mahirap ba sila dahil nagkaroon sila ng reclamation project? So that is part of urban planning, and that is how you do master plans. So we can learn from that. So that's my part. It's a learning process. Manila Bay is very, very important to Manila, and it's a tourist spot which can bring Manila to a worldwide scene because of the beautiful sunset. I think the reclamation project is good and bad, but this is just a study. We can call it as a study. We can call it as a phase 1, phase 2. We do not know. Just like what I told you, that I've been involved in city planning, and I could see that their plans are way beyond what we can see now. It's more than 10 years, 50 years, 100 years. So I would, for me, I would keep myself informed of what is happening there. I would, if I was there, I would stay there a day and I would interview the person who was sitting on the sidewalk, the person who's selling this, the person who's selling the balloon. So yeah, because that's how you see the reclamation project is successful or not. And I would see, yeah, if not for the reclamation project, no one would speak about Manila Bay. Would you agree? Or no? That's my thought. What do you think? Architect Rosel?
Yeah.
You've been smiling a lot.
No, I just realized na the thought that yan po architect Christine na ano. Gusto ko yung sinabi niyo po na like we as long as we try kung ano yung mas better dito sa location, yun nga, yung sinasabi niya na space rebranding ba. Ginagawa ng government yung best nila to try something better. However, I think some of us talaga merong ibang thoughts about it na actually ako din naman po. Ang thought ko dun is talagang hindi siya talaga sustainable yung Dolomite Beach. Based from history din naman kasi, I think because mabagyo yung Philippines, mabagyo yung area, talagang hindi po talaga siya pwede dun sa location na yun. Pero tinry ng government. So maybe, why not nandun let's give it a chance and let's see how they can improve it better pa. Or, yan, nandito naman, kaya nga nandito tayo mga architects to see it out, kung paano pa mai-improve yung area. So, yeah, yun.
You think the solution for that one, if it gets kung naaanod, then do you think a solution is to have a barrier? Is to propose a barrier to block off yung pag-anod? Because a lot of, for example, in here, reclamation has been happening a lot. The Bay City alone, where Mall of Asia is built, is all reclaimed. But the reclamation could be done properly. So there are solutions to this if yung pag-anod yung pinoproblema. But there are solutions definitely.
Yes, I think I agree. Mas experience si Architect Christine So I think alam niya yun. I don't have that much experience with the reclamation po kasi. So yan, I think yeah. There are solutions naman talaga since modern and modernized na yung technology and so on. Mas na-develop na rin yung mga bagay na pwede nating gawa ng paraan. So yan.
So, partner, I think those are strong points coming from our panelists. So now that we have covered all the questions from our viewers, so once again, thank you very much for your time and efforts, Architect Kiel Gapi, Architect Crisel Joy Manibo, Architect Viel Marie Pujalte, Architect Christine Espinosa Erlanda, for sharing with us your kind words of wisdom in achieving economic growth through architecture. At this point, we would like to give you this certificate of appreciation for being with us virtually today. Okay, allow me to read the content. This certificate of appreciation is hereby presented to Architect Kiel Gapi, Architect Crisel Joy Manibo, Architect Viel Marie Pujalte, and Architect Christine Espinosa Erlanda for imparting their knowledge and insights as a guest speaker of the Rebuild Achieving Economic Growth Through Architecture, held this 10th day of June 2021 as a part of the Siglo, Taking Prestige into the Future, 19th CAO Founding Anniversary. Together, let's take a step forward. Signed by Daniel Angeli G. Pastrano, Panel Discussion Head and CAOP Student Council Vice President, and Ms. Trisha Danica L. Beliazar, CAOP Student Council President, and our very own Architect Jared Aaron Cruz, CAOP Student Council Advisor. So before saying goodbye to each other po, panelists, do you have something to plug in po?
Ayan, for our panelists, ayan, social media accounts, campaigns,
or projects po that we could
help
see
you out
your
with.
Yes.
Go on, Architect Puhalte. Do you have something to
Na-shy pa
add?
naman ako. Actually, kami ni Kiel, we have a podcast for Archi and architecture students. Kapag nagpe-plates kayo, you can listen to our podcast sa Spotify and on Apple Music. Yung name ng podcast namin is Sunny Squad Up. So, composed din kami ng architects. Lahat din naman from PLM. So, anything under the sun yung topic namin. If you want to listen, you can look it up on Spotify. So, thank you.
Yes. Okay, Arkistas, be sure to listen to their podcast. How about Architect Manibo?
Hindi, I just wanted to, lang si Architect Vela. Yung VIED, promote mo.
Yeah. Meron din kaming Vide.ph, an e-commerce platform para siyang Shopee for local, for proudly Pinoy products. So, team din kami ng mga architects from PLM. So, ginawa namin siya. Kung meron kayong products na alam nyo na may potential, basta it's proudly Pinoy, you can message us para ma-promote natin yung products nyo. So, it's it's an e-commerce platform, pero at the same time, it's a parang marketing company din. So, yun lang. Thank you.
Okay, that is good that our architects are being prosperous and helping our community. For Architect Orlando.
Yeah. I'm not really that active with social media, but I can be contacted in my Facebook page. It's Madam Architect, and I'm also in Instagram. Instagram. It's also Madam Architect. So yeah, add me in. I've been contacted since yun nga yung pagkapanalo ko sa mga awards. I've been contacted by students from the western part of Philippines, and also someone from TIPTUP. And there are students who is contacting me from Ireland. And just drop a message if you have some queries. I'll be available, and I will do my best to respond as I always do. And congratulations to everyone. And I'm really amazed by what you guys can do. And I do hope that the future architects from PLM is sobrang proud ako sa inyo. Congratulations, and it's really nice meeting you all. I hope this won't be the last one. I hope we'll have some collaboration in the future. And thank you, Architect Viel, and also Architect Rosel, and hello to Architect Kiel, and it's nice meeting you all. Thank you, Seth, EJ, and also Danielle. Thank you for inviting me. And hello to Lester. He used to be my classmate.
Yes, Architect. We had Architect as a panelist earlier. The first topic, Architect Lester.
Okay.
For Architect Manibo, you have something to add? Lastly.
Yeah, promote ko lang din yung page. So technically, I'm more on about financing na rin ngayon as well. More on investments and so. So if any one of you would like to wanted assessment, financial personal financial assessment. So yeah, I'm into it, more on into it na talaga. Investments and finances. So I have a page, Bright Sigurista. Yan yung label ko, Bright Sigurista, Chris Manibo. So yeah, maybe follow me.
Okay.
Message me as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect.
Also, sorry, I would like also to thank Angeli Pastrano. Siya yung nag-invite sa akin. And
thank you, Danielle.
Thank you din so much, ma'am, kay Architect Christine. Sobrang dami din namin
Yes,
natutunan.
thank you.
Kami po yung natuto. Isa pa po.
Just contact me anytime.
Add ko po kayo, yan, ma'am.
Oh, sure.
Okay, thank you po.
Thank you din, Seth and EJ. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Seth and EJ.
A pleasure po.
Congrats sa college day ng KAUP.
Opo,
Ang tanda na namin, 19
Oo nga,
na siya.
galing.
Ang tanda na natin, girl. 19 years na siya.
Sad lang po hindi siya ma-celebrate face-to-face.
Yeah.
Pero
Ayun
ang
po.
galing na nagawa niya ng paraan. So,
Yeah,
congratulations.
19 years. Actually, before, kasi under pa kami ng College of Engineering and Technology. So yun,
Yes
ganun
po.
ako katanda, di ba?
Wala pa yung kaup nun, ma'am.
Wala pang kaup. Time namin nung nagkaup. So, backtrack nyo na lang. Tanong niyo si Lester, ilang taon na kami.
Thank you very much to our panelists. And as PLM Kaop alumni, we are proud that you've reached a lot and you've reached far. Thank you for imparting knowledge and being with us this afternoon. Okay, for our Arkistas, we hope that we step up and make architecture play its part in society and the economy. This has been Rebuild, achieving economic growth through architecture. For the students who gave their comments, you will be given a prize from our generous sponsors. So be sure to message our Facebook page, PLM Kaop Student Council.
All right. Be sure to tune for our last session that will commence in just a matter of minutes. This event wouldn't be possible without our generous sponsors. This event is brought to you by Likha & Co. in cooperation with MRTP Shop and Legacy Street. Sponsored by Modularity Home, Bacon Need, Astrea Collection, Pahina PH. Special thanks to Smart Cards Architecture, Chukis, and Firmco. Again, thank you so much for our sponsors. Okay, I will just be reiterating this. For those Arkistas who lively participated in our panel discussion, you will be receiving some of our raffle prizes from our very generous sponsors.
Okay. So, ayan. Meron pa ba tayong viewers? Kamusta kayo, guys? So, what do you think? How have you been? Sa last topic natin, sa ating second topic. So, what are your thoughts? Comment it down. Ayan. Before we move on to our third session, so we'd give you guys gifts or products from our sponsors. So, ayan, naandyan ba ang ating tech team? Nakahanda ba ang ating roleta po? Ayan. So, comment down what you guys are doing as of the moment. Kumakain ba kayo? Umiinom ba kayo? Hindi ba kayo gumagawa ng plates? Ayan, kinakapak na kayo ng plates nyo. Ano nang ginagawa nyo? Oras na para sa plates. So once again, thank you to our esteemed panelists for accepting the invite and imparting knowledge with us for Rebuild. Ayan.
Yes.
So ito, okay, let's wait for the Roleta. Wheel of Fortune. Ayan. Okay, so let's give a little shout out. Okay, so from our SC officers, they're saying thank you to our panelists for being with us. Ayan. So, si Patricia, si Christiana, ayan, si Ariel. Okay, so we have here, watching from Tanzania. Okay, hello from the Philippines.
We have here Liza May de Vera. She said, thank you po, architects. Ayan.
Ayan, so we hope you guys gained knowledge from this afternoon's discussion. So for now, we'll be giving away a shirt from Legacy Street, a treat from Bake and Need, and one accessory from Astrea Collection. So, ayan. So, we'll spin at least 3 times. So, if you're here, comment down your name and your section or where school you're from. So, we know you're present with us this afternoon. So, ayan. Handa na ang ating spin the wheel of fortune. So, let's spin it to win it. Okay, sa ating tech, okay, isang spin na tayo dyan for our first winner. One shirt from Legacy Street.
Okay, sino kaya ang mapalad na mapipili sa araw na ito?
Okay, so okay na kasi walang babayaran ng ating participants and we've given them this opportunity to learn regarding topics that are outside of the classroom. So first off, we have Benedict Taguba. So, present ba ngayon si Mr. Benedict? Ayan. So, one shirt from Legacy Street. Okay, comment down your name and block. Okay, so kung hindi gumagawa ng plates, okay, sa mga friends niya na nandito, message niyo na siya. Comment down your name and block. So, ayan, to claim your prize. And also, be sure to message PLM Co-op Student Council to claim it. So, partner, countdown tayo if wala ang ating winner to give chance to other participants. Okay, so far wala pa. Okay, so magka-countdown na tayo.
James? Okay, sayang naman yung prizes, so...
Oo nga, sayang naman. Wala lang babayaran, may panalo pa.
Okay, magka-countdown na ba tayo, partner?
Go ahead, partner.
Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Okay, so it appears wala ang ating winner. Moving on to another spin. Okay, pamine na raw po. Kaso, ang mapipili lang ng ruleta ang mananalo. Ay, mine daw po yung speaker. Okay. So, sige, isa pang spin sa ating tech team. Okay, so we'll be spinning another time for one Legacy Street shirt. So, ayan. Thank you to our sponsors for being with us and empowering this event. Okay, so sino ang ating winner? Ayan, hello raw sa gumagawa ng HOA. Ayan, okay, for our Legacy Street winner, we have Justine Ramos. Comment down your name and block. Okay, Justine Ramos. Justine Ramos. Nasaan ka? Ang daming nagpe-present dito at hindi Justine Ramos ang kanilang pangalan. Sino kayo? Ayan, present daw. Okay, sino po si Justine Ramos? Pakitawag na po. Asan po si Justine Ramos?
Justin Ramos po, baka gumagawa po ng plate.
Ayun, nag-comment down Justin K. Ramos, BSR 22. So, shout out sa 22. Okay, ayan. Nanalo ang inyong klase, hindi na lang kayo ng balato. Okay. Pakigupit na lang po yung hem, pakigupit na lang po yung...
Hati-hati na lang tayo, ganun.
Hati-hati na lang sa t-shirt.
Hindi sa sinulid, hindi sa...
So, comment down. Ayan, nag-comment na nga si Justin. Be sure to message PLM Co-op Student Council to claim your prize. So, ayan. For our second winner, partner, we'll be awarded with one treat from Bake and Need. Okay, another sponsor. Okay, so isa pang spin sa ating tech team. Okay, let's spin the wheel. Okay. So, kamusta naman ang ating mga Arkistas this fine afternoon? So far, hindi naman umuulan dito sa amin. Sa inyo ba?
Sa amin rin.
So far, rain reports ba?
At nakikisama ang internet connection, ganon?
Yan, oo nga eh, buti nga nakisama. Ayan, ang ating second winner, si Mr. Denry Peña. Kamusta naman, Denry Peña? Okay, nasaan ikaw? Andyan ba ikaw? Okay, so kamusta naman? Okay, so comment down your name and block. Okay, if you're present with us this afternoon. Okay, to claim your prize, also send a message to PLM Co-op Student Council Facebook page. So, ayan. Okay, then Ripeña, naandyan ba siya? Okay, para sa isang treat ng Bake and Need. Okay, sige partner, start na tayo ng countdown at dahil mag-start na ang ating third session to be moderated by Mr. Ranel and Miss Yvonne. So, ayan.
Alright, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Okay, so apparently hindi po present ang ating second winner. So mag-spin pa tayo ulit, tech team. Okay, for our second winner. Para may mag-uwi naman ng treats from Bake and Need. Okay,
Sino
so
ang napalad na Arkista na makaka-receive ng Bake and Need?
Okay. Sige partner.
Nandiyan ba si Marjorie Thailand? Marjorie
Okay.
Thailand, are you here?
From
Pakigalaw
Thailand.
ito.
Sawadika from
Sawadee ka.
Thailand. Ayan, okay. Marjorie, naandyan ka ba? Pakigalaw ang keyboard at type in your name and block. Comment it down. Okay? Sa mga kumare ni Marjorie, sa mga kabarangay ni Marjorie, ito na ang inyong pagkakataon. Meron na kayong nanalong kaibigan, kapatid, kamag-anak, kabarangay. Si Marjorie yon from Thailand.
Diba? Sawadee ka, nano ka?
Marjorie, naandyan ba siya? Okay, sa
Marjorie,
friends niya, paki-PM
ang
naman
ato.
siya bago kami mag-countdown. Okay, tawagin ang kanyang atensyon at sabihin na andito siya at nananalo.
Ng mga treats from Bread and Need.
Bake and Need, partner.
Bake and Need pala, partner.
Bake and Need. Ayan, okay. So, we'll countdown na tayo in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
and 1. And so, yun.
Okay, so ayan. Apparently, ubos na ang ating time for giveaways as we will start the third session to be moderated by Mr. Ronel and Miss Yvonne. But before anything else, let's watch this. Okay.
Julia has always dreamt of a desert island, so that's what we've given her. For Clive, who loves an adventure, we've imagined new ways of living. And then there's Susan, who can never relax. We've found a place for her to offload all her troubles. For Luke, with his sophisticated ways, we've ensured everything is within arm's reach. And for Anna and Mark's wedding, we've even dealt with the rings. Your aspirations have challenged us to grow. From the kitchen to the bathroom, the walk-in closet and even the living room, together we've become a home. Scavolini, Italy's favorite for 60 years.
And we are live. What's up, Arkistas? I know that you are all still thrilled after those two very educational and fascinating topics that we tackled today. But you guys still need to sit back and relax as we take this to another level. I hope that you are still there, inat ng kaunti and stretch ng arms and legs. It's been a very long day, but I know you guys are very excited about our next topic. How about you, partner? Are you excited?
Well, of course, partner, I am already pumped up. My adrenaline is on high levels now, and I think our viewers are also excited for our next topic. And as we continue celebrating the 19th founding anniversary of our college, we are going to provide you another interesting topic that may change how you view architecture. There are learnings that you may take as we go along with the discussion, and as future architects, we can help in revolutionizing the already accepted ways in architecture to improve our society. By the way, my name is Ronel Rapil.
And I am Yvonne Banyago. We are your moderators for our third panel discussion. Get ready as you get transformed with new ideas as our panel shares insights and stories of experience. But of course, our event will not be possible without our sponsors and partners. This event is brought to you by Hikhain Co. in cooperation with MRTP Shop, Legacy Street, and sponsored by Modularity Home, Bake and Need, Estrella Collection, Pahina PH. Special thanks to Smart Cards Architecture, Chukis, Firm Go.
Ayan, thank you very much, sponsors. This event will not be possible without your generous support. And of course, you guys can tweet us using the hashtag S19LO, read as siglo, and tag us on your IG stories with your creative snapshots. It's at Galp SE Official on Twitter and Instagram. And also, don't forget to like and follow our official Facebook page, PLM Galp Student Council, and support our One View, One Step Forward campaign by subscribing and watching our videos here on YouTube. Okay, without further ado, for our third topic for today, we want to change how people view and perceive architecture and construction industry from what was already a belief or a notion that it widely contributes to the destruction of our environment. When in fact, there are ways in architecture that can be adopted which can help the environment. Okay, our third topic entitled Revolutionizing Architecture, Transforming Way of Living Through Regenerative Architecture and Sustainable Architecture.
Yes, thank you, partner. And to start off, it is with great honor to introduce to you the first member of the Revolutionized Panelist. She is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Architecture at the University of Santo Tomas and took Landscape Architecture at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. She has been a registered and licensed architect since September 2013. She was also a junior lighting designer at Noti in Dubai, UAE, and London from 2016 to 2019. She was also an intermediate lighting designer at Kobe Lighting Studio in Ho Chi Minh, Vietnam from January 2019 to July 2019. And currently, she is the founder of Lumitecture. Let me introduce to you Architect Ana Asuncion.
Hi everyone.
Architect Ana.
Yes,
Welcome.
welcome. Thank you, and happy 19th anniversary of the founding of your university. I'm happy to be here.
Yes, we're really happy to have you here. So that is our first panelist.
That is right. For our second panelist, I guess we have to wait. Hold on. He's a British architect with over 15 years of professional experience in over 4 continents. He endeavors to continuously expose himself to all aspects of architectural design, construction, and digital process through all RIBA design work stages. His keen interest and knowledge of architectural design spreads to all aspects from sketches, graphic communication, BIM through technical detailing, on-site construction finishes, client development, and sustainability. Ooh, that's a lot. Currently, he is a senior lead architect at Esteem Construction in Tanzania since 2013. He is a Royal Institute of British Architects, Chartered Architect, and a Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design Green Associate. Let us all give a warm virtual applause to Architect Russell Henderson.
Yes, we are having some technical difficulties.
Yeah, I guess. Let's give it a wait. By the way, Yvonne, are you really excited today? What are you
Yes,
looking
I'm
forward
really
today?
excited. Earlier, we had a chat with one of our panelists, and uh, regenerative architecture. It's very new and it's exciting not only to us architect students but also to professional architects as well. So please tune in to our discussion today because it's very informative and thought provoking. This new way of approaching architecture.
Yeah, that
So
is very much that is very true. Actually, I am also looking forward to talk with architect Human because he is the only one who is practicing regenerative architecture here in the Philippines, and I think also in ASEAN. So I I am very much looking forward to this topic as well as what will be like the difference between regenerative architecture and sustainable architecture.
okay.
Let's
We
give it
are having Let's give some time for our tech team to resolve this. So ayun, mabigatin talaga ang ating panelists.
Yeah, I guess we can proceed with our third panelist, Yvonne. You go ahead
Yes,
and
and to complete our set of panelists, let me introduce architect Ronnie Yuma. He's a graduate of Bachelor of Science of Architecture at Polytechnic University of the Philippines and took his master's degree in architectural design at University of the Philippines, Diliman. He's best known for his principles on regenerative architecture and considered to be the first and only practicing regenerative architect in the Philippines, probably the whole of Asia when he was conferred ASEAN Architect with specialization on regenerative architecture systems thinking. This has also gained him recognition for its timely significance. He is also a licensed environmental planner, property developer, and author of the recently released ebook entitled Connected Regenerative Architecture Systems Thinking. So those are our panelists. Welcome, Architect Ronnie Yumang. Sorry for the
Hello.
delay.
Hello. Good
Hello,
afternoon to all of
welcome.
you.
Good afternoon. So we will now welcome our panelists.
hello
Uh,
hello architects. Once again, we would like to thank you for accepting our invitation for this online panel discussion. Right, Yvonne?
yes, we are very much honored that you are all here with us. So, architects, we have prepared guide questions for you to answer. Please feel free to share any of your thoughts about these questions. Um, Let us wait for Architect Henderson.
Yeah, I am currently trying to contact him. But yeah, how are you, architect Asuncion and architect Yuma? How are you doing today?
Good, good. A little tired, but it's okay. Hi, Russell has joined us.
Finally.
There we have
Yeah.
Architect Russell.
Yeah. All right.
Hi
I
everyone.
do
Thanks for letting me
apologize.
here. Thanks for inviting me.
That is
We're
right.
very excited to have you. Okay, so to continue, please feel free to share any of your thoughts about this question. So without further ado, let's get started. We have here the first question to introduce our topic. How would you differentiate regenerative architecture from sustainable architecture? Are there any similarities between this? So maybe start with architect Asuncion for sustainable architecture.
Yeah, sure. Actually, I was very much looking forward to Architect Ronnie's presentation on, on regenerative architecture. I really wanted to learn more about that. But from my experience, and I guess I'll share just what I've experienced from my thesis to now, and sustainable architecture is more than just really designing. It's really taking into consideration the environment. You need to sustainable architecture is kind of for me it's foreseeing the whatever problems we have, like for example, if we're going to have any problems with climate when it comes to that, and then incorporating in our design something that can be adaptive. Like for example, here in the Philippines, and this is one concept that I've tried to apply in my designs as well. Especially here, I live in Marikina, which is we're very flood prone in this area, and for any design to be sustainable here, we need to, like, I would try to really foresee and apply strategies which are adaptive to to flooding, and something that we need to incorporate in our design, something that can foresee all these problems and kind of prepare the site on these, and just really make enabling the design to be adaptive to any of those, and so yeah, it's definitely design that will always take into consideration the environment and the impact on the immediate environment. But yeah, so it's we see a lot of sustainable architecture that are incorporating a lot of landscaping, and so for me, sustainable architecture needs to be much more than just a solid structure. We always need to look into nature, because if you think about it, nature it has always been there. It can easily adapt. It can easily regenerate itself. So maybe that's regenerative architecture, and maybe I'd like maybe for architecture to expand on that later on. But moving forward, I think our designs need to not we should not limit our designs to just the aesthetic solid facade. We always need to incorporate landscaping into it. So that's for me being sustainable, and if familiarizing ourselves with the concepts of biophilia and biomimicry design and architecture. I'd like to discuss that later on, but I would love to hear the thoughts from Architect Russell and Architect Ronnie as well.
Yes, Architect Russell, would you like to add on to what Architect Anna just said?
Turn my mic on. Yeah, I think so. Sustainability is, for me, it's kind of four things really. Water savings. First one's water saving, water efficiency. Second one is saving energy. Third one is health and well-being. So it's actually not all about the environment. It's about the people within the building as well. And then the fourth thing is efficiency as well, which comes down to money. So I don't think it's all about the environment, although most of it is the environment. And that's kind of sustainability. And like when I do LEED buildings, it kind of revolves around those areas. Whereas regenerative architecture, that's kind of taking it to the next level, really. Sustainability is kind of making neutral, net zero, improving the sustainability of the building as compared to an average building. You do that when you rate a green building. It's rated kind of comparing it to an average building. So when you rate like a LEED building, it can bet like the energy of a LEED green building. It's rated in comparison to an average building, so you get points for that. Whereas regenerative architecture is actually bringing it to the next level, so actually reversing the damage and making the environment even better. Whereas sustainability is more like improving it and making it not having any impact on the environment. Whereas regenerative is giving something back to the environment, which is really like the next generation of architecture. Really, I mean, I've seen like a few buildings that you kind of have an environment. You can like one option is to have. I'm sure Ronnie will go into it more, but like I went to Shanghai Tower. It's like the tallest skyscraper in the world in Shanghai, and it had like a skin on the outside and like a double skin, and within that skin they had like an environment with trees and things that kind of, it was its own ecosystem on the outside, and it kind of grew, and you have a garden there and everything. It's like giving something back. So I think it's more like giving something back to the environment and making whatever you develop, the site you're developing on, making it better than it was. Yeah.
Thank you, Architect Russell. So to give us more insight on regenerative architecture, Architect Yumang actually has a presentation for us.
Okay. Am I good?
Yes,
all right.
Architect Yumang, you are audible.
Yeah, you're audible.
Okay. So these regenerative architecture systems thinking actually is we failed to recognize what we have been doing before, and so it creates damage. No? It created irreversible damage. So because of the human centrism, or because of that thinking, the central problematic reason for the rapid decline of our Earth's resources, we fail to recognize that we are part of these lives and they are part of ours. Next slide, please. Here, you will see a very terrifying quarry site. This is in Cebu. This is where we get our concrete material, the cement, the composition for cement. Here, because of these things, you will see a lot of places all over the world. And because of the disrespect of humans to nature, to the environment, we are now on the threshold of Anthropocene. Anthropocene is the 6th major mass extinction. And that is because of the doing of mankind. No? We know that we are doing this, and yet we continue to do it. So architecture will only be relevant if it is contributory to the cycle of its environment. During the pandemic, I tried to have this thinking that we have so many architects, we have so many beautiful, iconic buildings, and we are trained to create beautiful buildings, right? We are trained to create very highly human responsive structures, right? And during the pandemic, I thought to myself, what are these beautiful buildings can do to save humanity? What can they do to save the extinction of humanity? No? They're just beautiful, but aside from that, we are not doing beyond what we are supposed to do. Otherwise, we will be extinct. No? So next slide, please. This is more terrifying. We thought that those quarry sites are already terrifying. These buildings, no, we are covered as sustainable green cities, green buildings with LEED certified. No, when I compute, forgive me for being too critical on this, no, but just for the sake of trying to understand what is happening to our world, I want everybody to have an open mind, no? So that we'll be able to make better decisions. When I compute these 33-story building in BGC, they are covered with 80,000 cubic meters of concrete. Okay, that is several hundreds thousands of sand, gravel, and cement. Where do you get those things? And what is this clad of? No, it's covered with glass, right? Very highly efficient glass. No, but the problem is, where do you quarry glass? It comes from sand too, right? So the problem here is we are making sustainable buildings, and yet we are trying to destroy another habitat and another habitat, right? And which is the man's habitat, right? So are we really sustainable? Are we really doing it right? No. So I want us to have this very alarming situation that we are running out of sand. No, these are not renewable materials. No, these materials will renew after 200 million years. So if you use it, what will happen to that building that you demolish? No, it's just there. It will not regenerate again. So we need to rethink before the problem comes in our front. No, we need to have a foresight. What are we going to use next time we will run out of these materials? Okay, next slide, please. The red graphic is the represents sustainability and net zero. That is what we are trying to achieve. No, that's the current trends. What I am asking, what I am promoting, what I am advocating is to regenerate. It is a systems thinking. It is a holistic thinking that you don't only use this material because, like for example, if you use concrete, you have to make sure that it's really very important to use concrete. No, if you use metal or steel, make sure that it's really very important to use this material because this is the principle of the common good. No, the law of the common good. No, we will run out of these materials very soon, right? And what I have also observed in on my researches, no, we have several vertical gardens that we put on the buildings in Singapore, etc. No? They're really very efficient. They contribute also to the clean air. No, but the thing is, this is not the real habitat of the animals or the wildlife. If they don't have the right habitat, because remember, this wildlife doesn't want to be near humans. They are afraid. They are very scared. Only a few, maybe, they go to that butterflies and birds. Only a few, but they don't nest there. It doesn't produce food for them. So where are they going to stay? Right? A simple dengue, for example, we developed dengue. That is because we displaced lizards, we displaced dragonfly, we displaced frogs, no, and that's the reason why it develops into a more harsh species. No, it develops into more zoonotic diseases. No, next slide, please. We are here on the left side, which is egocentric design. All of us were taught to use human-centric design, and we are on top of the situation. We are the supreme species, no? And we do that. We just all you have to do is kill all the ants, kill all the pests, no, around us because we want to be safe. But truth of the matter is, once you kill an organism, it cuts the cycle of the ecosystem. One very good example: if you dredge sand on the seabed, something are destroyed underneath, like the coccolithophore. Coccolithophore is an organism that contributes to the creation of clouds. If you dredge sand, there will be no clouds. Okay, and that's the reason why we're having trouble with the rain. No, we have droughts. No, these are some of the problems that Aldo Leopold attribute these things to as parts of the human organ. For example, it's like your kidney, it's like your heart. When you take out these sands, you take out some vital part of your organ. Okay, next slide, please. I'll make it quick. Humans think the city should be in order, no? But for nature, they think it's chaotic. While the other right-hand diagram, it shows you that nature perceive things as chaotic, but for man, it is chaotic. No, the order for nature is chaotic to man. Then we will design things that we will say designing for nature. Do we really understand nature? No. If we are having problem with this, then why are we studying structural designs, mathematics on our subjects? Why not botany? Why not biology? Right? We just leave it to engineers. No. So these are the things that displaced what we are supposed to do on the future of architecture. It's not about form. It's not about iconicity. It's about how are we going to contribute for the better health of ecosystems, health of our planet. Next slide, please. Here we are developing earthen floors and rammed earth walls. No, these comes from earth. I develop things like this. We invent. We discover how are we going to use this material. We have so many clays. It comes in different colors. We have pink, yellow, red, purple, several colors. No, and we use this. This pavement that you see on the far right-hand corner. No, these withstand almost 800 tremors during the Taal eruptions. Remember, almost 800 tremors. It doesn't have steel, very little cement, only about 4-6% cement. So it is literally a frugal innovation. No, so we should remember that our ancestors has been doing the same thing. We are just embarrassed to use it. We are just embarrassed that primitive people doesn't have a place on modern, technologically advanced human development, which is wrong. What is happening to our world? Humans are destroying the planet, but the primitive people are the ones maintaining our planet. Next slide, please. So I would rather, next slide, please. So I would, my daughter actually, we created a mud pond. No, it's made of mud. I copy the principle of river or the stream, or the basin for the carabaos, right? So I copied the same thing. You can see this also in YouTube, the primitive construction techniques. But we put termite soil. So termite, instead of a pest, they become our friends. No, you just take out some soil, and then they will build it again. The next day you will see it. You have another very clean clay, no? Very good composition of clay. And I put a little bit of charcoal, a pounded charcoal on it, because charcoal has an antibacterial property. Okay, so you have to have immunity with these kinds of water, because you are part of nature. Always remember that. Next slide, please. So from there, we develop regenerative communities like this, made of timber. No, you use trees because trees regenerate. I use softwood like binunga. I use woods such as tibig, etc. But for this, you need to use structural timbers, no? Like glue laminated timber or cross laminated timber. And it has to be sexy for people to appreciate. But truth of the matter is, the poor people, the grassroots, have been using the same thing since time immemorial. Next slide, please. So here we develop. We are trying to develop timbers. Trees will regenerate between 2 years to 10 years. No, so you will have another material again. The problem is we are not planting trees. Instead of using cement, instead of using concrete, we should rather use more of timber. The problem is the government do not allow logging because of the concept of it's bad for the environment, right? But they allow quarrying, they allow mining. So which is choose your hard, choose your which is much more harder, right? So for me, I have to start it here in Maca Forest Villa. We walk the talk. We want to prove that what we're saying is what will be good. Because I gave up when we did the survey and a study with Yolanda at the time. Political issues create more problem. No? So I would rather do it on my own until I create a following, people like you, students, and the grassroots. Now, next slide, please. So here you can create now beautiful structures. No, so what will contribute to the environment first before you create the form? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so we need to heal the world to regenerate. At this point, now we have to remember that Earth has been existent for over 4.5 billion years. Man has been staying for 3.8 seconds of 24 hours planetary existence. Man is only 0.01% of the total biomass, while the plants is almost 80%. Insignificant in numbers, yet humans caused irreversible damage. So we are the problem. Humans are the problem. In fact, ants and termites are much more important than humans. Okay? That would be it for now. Thank you very much. I think I exceeded 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Architect Humang. That was very informative. I guess fellow architects and fellow architecture students are very thankful for your knowledge, for imparting it to us. So on to the next question.
That is right. Actually, I really like what Architect Humang said. He said it's not about iconicity; it's about how we can contribute to the environment, and yeah, that is very remarkable. So for our next question, how can both approaches improve people's way of living in a certain area? For example, in rural areas and urban areas. Again, let me repeat the question. How can both approaches improve people's way of living in a certain area? For example, in rural areas and urban areas. Let's start with Architect Humang. Do you have any thoughts about the question?
Yeah. Actually, I'm about to patent the systems that we have developed, and I told my staff they can build their house using mud house. They can, in fact, my staff wanting to put a swimming pool for their kids. Diba? Swimming pool is for the rich. It's for the elite. But now they can afford to do this. Truth of the matter is we only spent 2,500 for the cement. The rest are mud. The rest are mud. No. So what I'm trying to say here is that you use the material that is available to your surroundings. That alone reduces the embodied energy. That alone reduces the cost of. I don't want to give money, too much money, to neoliberal capitalists. No, they have so much money already. The trillionaires, the billionaires. Please don't give them our money anymore. Let us try to become, to develop prosumerism, meaning the people should learn how to do this. You give them this product, you give them the know-how, and then they can build it themselves. So we will start from bottom to top. It shouldn't be from top to bottom. So thank you.
Partner, I think you are muted.
Oh, sorry about that. Thank you very much for your insightful words, Architect Humang. And also Architect Henderson, what are your thoughts about the question? So yeah, the question is, how can both approaches improve people's way of living in a certain area, for example, in rural areas and urban areas? Architect Henderson?
Hi. Yeah, there was one thing I saw recently was quite interesting. They had this in a building, they had this fish in a small pool, and then they put vegetables that were kind of in this, I think it was foam or plastic, in floating on top of the water. But there was no soil, it was just roots of the vegetables were floating in the water. Then the fish's poo cleaned the vegetables, and then the vegetable roots cleaned the water. So the people living there, they can eat the vegetables, and they can probably eat the fish as well. So it kind of that's like a completely sustainable way of living. You can it would improve your life as well. I think living like that, you wouldn't have to go out and buy much food. Everything's there. You're not using transport. It's a completely. That's just an example of like a completely sustainable way of living and improving the environment as well, because you're growing your own food and animals as well. You're actually creating a kind of ecosystem there. So that's kind of one way that can improve rural areas or urban areas. That's just an example I saw the other day.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Architect Henderson. How about Architect Asuncion? Can you share your thoughts about the question?
Yes, sure. So I really loved Architect Ronnie's presentation, and I love how regenerative architecture actually really considers biodiversity, first of all. I mean, I studied tropical landscape architecture, and that's definitely, one of the major things that we always need to consider when we do our landscape design. And, it's moving forward, if we're just only considering architecture in general, it doesn't really consider the wellness of the animals and the plants and environment around them. But for me, I think when it comes to urban and rural areas, most of the time sustainable architecture, people think that um, incorporating sustainability and green designs in their buildings and structures are expensive. But it doesn't need to be expensive, and I think that's what regenerative architecture offers. And when it comes to, I think when it comes to the urban areas, I think the sustainable architecture is perfect for that, because there's in urban areas there's already a lot of buildings, but sustainable architecture just really adds to helping with the energy efficiency and having all the considerations that are needed for having a green building. But when it comes to rural areas, I think it's the ideal approach to use is the regenerative architecture, and mostly because it's from Architect Ronnie's presentation, it's more affordable. We don't, being sustainable doesn't need to be expensive. I think I like the idea of how we are just using whatever materials is available around us and just really using it. I think when it comes to, you know, considering also the carbon footprint, it's definitely much, much less than, having to having to purchase all these technologies that we can are available abroad. And I don't think we need to do that. If the materials are already available around the area, then why not take advantage of it? And just it's much cheaper, and it's more cost efficient, and then it's yeah, just really contributing to the because when it comes to um, I'm trying to think, but when it comes to landscape, for example, um, it's not advisable to use plants that are not native in that area because it's going to be poisonous for example, here in the Philippines, the government always plants mahogany trees when in fact, it's not ideal to be planting mahogany trees because first of all, it's not native here in the Philippines, and the soil is actually poisonous to the neighboring plants, and so we always need to consider what's native in that area. And I think that's what is good about regenerative architecture, and that's I think what we need to consider moving forward. So, yeah, that's what I think about the question.
Yeah, that is very much true, architect. I like the idea that you said that we need to use what's available in our surroundings. That way, I think, on that very small way, we can improve people's way of living, not only on a certain area, but on a large scale of area. And so, how about you, Yvonne? Do you have any thoughts?
Well, I guess they've said everything that I would like to say, or I can't really add on to this since I don't have as much experience as they do. But on to our third question, maybe they could answer that for us. How can structural strength of a building be prioritized when regenerative architecture and sustainable architecture are applied? I'll repeat the question. How can a structural strength of a building be prioritized when regenerative architecture and sustainable architecture are applied? Maybe start with Architect Russell.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
We would like to ask, how can structural strength of a building be prioritized when using sustainable architecture?
Yeah, I did. I wrote something about. Everyone keeps talking about.
Oops. Okay, so we are having some technical difficulties here.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes,
Am I
Architect
on
Russell.
now?
Yep.
Am I there?
Yes.
Okay. Everyone keeps talking about timber, mass timber now for like big construction, like building tall buildings with timber. But like I was looking at it a lot, and I think the key is for sustainable. Talking about structure, is using different materials, mixing them together. I don't think you've got to think realistically. If you build, like I work a lot, I'm not talking about small houses and stuff, but if you're building tall buildings, and you want to use sustainable materials, it's not, it's not realistic in most countries to use timber for like 20-story building and things like that because it's not realistic. But I think the key is to use mixture. Like if you have to use, like the reason why concrete's used a lot is because there's nothing that works as well as that and that is available. If they have to build something tall, it's the only thing you can really use for that country. But you can start introducing materials, sustainable materials, like you can mix timber and find sustainable and what do you call materials as well. You can put recycled materials in concrete. So you've got to look at mixing different materials together as opposed to okay, let's just use concrete, let's just use steel. You got to think of other materials. Like you might be able to use a bit of wood inside the structure. Okay, you might not be able to use wood completely, but you could use some sustainable materials to reduce the concrete and reduce the steel. I think that's the way forward, really, in countries that are struggling with that kind of thing.
right, there is a way to tackle structural strength by introducing new materials, and by new materials, it's really just exploring what we have in our micro environment. So, Architect Asuncion, would you like to add on to the topic?
I'll be completely honest with you. I don't have enough experience when it comes to, really building sustainable and regenerative architecture and applying, considering really the structural strengths of the buildings. But one thing I've learned is that here, especially in the Philippines or maybe most tropical countries, um, you know, a lot of people, and I think it's very bamboo is one material that's actually really strong, and it's very sustainable as well. And when you try to think about it, it's very easy to grow bamboo. And there have been several structures, not only here in the Philippines, but in other tropical countries as well, who actually use bamboo, and then they are, some studies have found that they're even stronger than some normal structural materials that we normally use, like metal or concrete. And it's not only more sustainable, it's more cost efficient as well. And so I think bamboo is definitely one material that we need to consider. We can consider when it comes to design. And it's what's nice about it is the native feel that it gives when you see a bamboo structure. It's just really nice, especially in the Philippine setting. And so yeah, that's what I think. I would love to hear more thoughts from Architect Ronnie about this.
Yes, Architect Ronnie, based on your past experiences, would you like to add?
Sure. I would like to go back to a very important findings that I did. We had our research with a super typhoon Yolanda. Right? Do you remember that in 2013? No? It happened, a very, very strong typhoon, 315 kilometers per hour. All the technologies are focused, the global eyes are focused towards that super typhoon Yolanda. It had actually, despite of the warnings, despite of the preparations, they had 6,000, almost 7,000 deaths, almost 2,000 casualties. No, I cannot help but compare with the other situation in Batanes. In Batanes, they had the same super typhoon. Of 315 kilometers per hour of gustiness. Okay, it happened in 2016. Super Typhoon Ferdi, or international name Meranti. All right. Because of their structure, they have the primitive techniques: zero deaths, zero casualties. Despite of this, the technology that we're talking about in Yolanda, we weren't able to save people. But despite of the same event, and they are isolated, mind you, no? We don't even know, we don't even heard that there is this typhoon in Batanes, right? Nobody knows that. They didn't even ask for donations. They didn't even ask for our help. That is the true meaning of resiliency. Okay, so what I'm trying to say here is this structure of them, despite no science, no, were able to withstand the harsh weather condition of their land. No? So what I'm trying to say here is that we need to balance also. Of course, I believe on technology. Don't get me wrong. I believe in technology. We just need to use it where it is necessary and where it's supposed to keep people exist, no? Keep us exist. Because as I have told earlier, with the numbers that I have showed you, man is immaterial, man is insignificant, right? So if we cannot avoid using this very important material, let's just use it on the very most important structures, like, for example, dams, highways. No, but for the high-rise buildings, structures, for example, I'm pretty sure it will change the landscape of rentable units because of the work from home situation. It will reduce dramatically. We need to rethink also how much space, no, humans need in order to live. I admire, I embrace the tiny homes movement. You can only live for only about 20 square meters, 14 square meters. No, this will further reduce the material that we are consuming. No? And therefore, the concrete, the steel, the glass will be able to save further this material, these resources. No? And 65% of our development in the whole Philippines are residences. Why are we building concrete residentials while in other country, in Japan, which is earthquake prone land also, no, they're using wood. LA, they're using wood, no. So why don't we use the same material? What I'm trying to say is a holistic and foresight thinking that what are we going to do if these demands becomes scarce. Definitely the price will be higher, no. This will soar higher, no. That's the law of supply and demand. So what I'm trying to say also is we need to think right now of different approaches. We cannot only live on a single material that we think is that will give us the convenience. This is our comfort zone. We need to be on a different comfort level to be able to have a much more kinship with nature, no? And from there, let's use technology again to be able to help also the environment and not only humans. Okay, thank you.
That is a lot to think about, considering which structures we're really gonna put uh, our effort and materials, scarce materials on. So, uh, to continue with our fourth question.
So, yeah, for our fourth question, in what way and scale can regenerative architecture and sustainable architecture help in conserving our environment? So, let me repeat the question. In what way and scale can regenerative architecture and sustainable architecture help in conserving our environment? So, Architect Asuncion, do you have any thoughts?
I guess, wait, I guess the question is being repetitive since they have answered it, but let's focus on their past projects, which they can add on. How did their past project help conserve the environment that their structures were built on? Let's go, Architect Asuncion.
Oh, okay. This is tricky because I've only worked as an architect here in the Philippines for the first 3 years of my career, and then the past 7 years I was specializing in lighting design. But there was one project that we did in Dubai. I can't really disclose any of the details, but so it was this huge building. I know they that's kind of like the Meralco and the Nawasa all in one. So it's the headquarters of the energy and water building for Dubai, and they really wanted it to have the LEED platinum standards. And so I applied this concept of biomimicry in our architecture. It's one of the things that I actually used for my thesis more than a decade ago. And just to give you an idea of what biomimicry is, so it's basically getting inspiration from nature and using the technology that you will find in nature and actually applying them in architecture. I feel like it's kind of maybe a subsection of regenerative architecture, but which I never really thought of until now. But so really, if you think about it, if you look at nature around us, it's easily adaptable, and it can easily it can easily adapt to the environment. So I'll just use the example that I used. I'll just give the example that I used on my thesis. And so going back to what Architect Ronnie mentioned about the termites earlier, so my concept was I took inspiration from a termite mound. So basically, what happens inside a termite mound is that they're able to regulate the temperature inside the mound, this in spite of whatever temperature goes on is happening outside. So in Africa, sometimes the weather can be extremely cold or extremely hot, but regardless of the climate outside of the mound, they're still able to regulate the temperature inside. And so I applied that technology to my thesis. And it wasn't really well received because they were completely the concept of biomimicry in architecture was still completely new to them. But if you there it's actually been applied already. So if you try to research on the Council House 2 in Melbourne, Australia, that's where I got my inspiration, and it's they really applied biomimicry in architecture, and it's kind of very similar to regenerative architecture in a sense that it's able to take inspiration from nature, and in a way it's not only helpful in reducing the energy it's definitely energy efficient. It definitely adds to the health and wellness. It's really sustainable, but also it can be regenerative in the sense that it's able to sustain itself and regenerate. Well, it's not that regenerative, but if adding that factor of really incorporating landscape and into the building, I think really helps not only with biodiversity, that I think that that is very much needed. But yeah, it's just helpful in health and wellness of everyone who is occupying the building. And yeah, so there's a lot of ways that regenerative and sustainable architecture can be helpful, to conserve our environment. And it really goes down to just not. So it's if you're also adding the concept of circular economy and circular design, especially. So it's really a balance of considering the social, economic, and environmental capitals of the building and its surroundings. So I think, really considering how our designs can be circular can be very helpful in architecture in general. So that's my take from the question.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Architect Asuncion. That is very much true. There are ways, like regenerative architecture and sustainable architecture. These ways can actually help in conserving our environment. How about you, Architect Henderson? Do you have any thoughts? Anything to share?
I can give a few tips. you can probably, students can use as well, which I've been using on my buildings. There's loads, but I'll just name a few that I usually do, like rule of thumb. Like as one tip for Anna, actually, because the lighting. Don't put up lights on your buildings on the outside because they hid the birds. So all the lights on the outside on your on the site, like in the car park and stuff, every light, make sure they go down or across is okay. But a lot of people put up lights everywhere. You shouldn't really do that, which is quite a simple tip. Another one, second one, water tank. I always put a water tank to catch the rainwater on buildings because it might be a bit difficult sometimes when you're just doing a small house or something because you haven't got much of a roof. But some of the buildings inside the like office buildings and stuff, we collect the rainwater from the roof, and sometimes I put the rainwater tank in the basement that catches all the rain and goes out into the tank, and then you can use that rainwater to water the gardens. So that's the next one I was going to move on to, open space. This is one that can, if you get, what you should replace. There's a certain amount, like there's a rule of thumb in the LEED standard. I can't remember, but you should have a certain amount percentage of your site open space. And replace that, even if you put it on the roof or something. There's so many people I've seen. They have a roof, but they're not using the roof for anything, and they still sometimes it's full of equipment and stuff. Like the roof I live on here, 90% of it's empty. They could have done something with that. They could have put plants or something. So, and then like you have a certain percentage. I think it's like something like 40% of the site should be open space, and then like 50% of that open space should be greenery, vegetation. I'm not talking about grass, but proper plants and things like that. So you can use the water tank water to water the irrigate the plants, and you can do that automatically. You can have a tap that people use to just save the water and use the rainwater to water the plants. And you can also introduce, I did a green wall, internal green wall inside a building, one of my new projects, and it was automatically from the rainwater tank to the green wall. It automatically watered it, which was quite good. The plumbing guy did all that, but that was quite good. And then the last one, what was it? I don't just use much in the Philippines, but I always try and use DGU, double glazing, for all my buildings, and it's just the best. Like in the UK, I know the temperature is different, but single glazing is illegal. You can't use single glazing. Everything has to be double glazing. I know that's because it's cold in the UK, but in Africa, like I've been working. The first LEED building I did, I said let's use double glazing. I'm quite proud that we did, and like every other project we're doing now it's all been double glazing because it stops the temperature difference. It's a hell of a lot of different. You can put solar. I put shading on the building as well. That helps. Shading devices, but that's primary. But then if you can afford it, you've got to put. It makes a hell of a difference, double glazing. It stops the temperature difference from inside and outside changing. So that means less air conditioning, and it really reduces the energy and air conditioning inside the building. And also, like in colder countries as well, England, it reduces the heating. So there's a few tips. Like if you're doing university project, I'd like just throw all of them in. I just mentioned, and it makes that's kind of the first few things I do. Those things really that make those little things just make a difference. I mean, if you talk about scale as well, if you can imagine, if you look over your city and you imagine all the buildings have as much open space as there was originally, like if they had a garden on the roof, or if they just, some people are really greedy as well. They build all these towers. Like we had one project, they wanted like 4 towers on a site, apartment towers, and No, they wanted as many towers as they wanted. We put 4, and then there was a space we put for a garden, a swimming pool, and everything. And then we went to the developers and they said, "What's that for?" And we said, "Like it's deep soil and greenery and swimming pool and things." They said, "Oh, put another tower there," and they wanted to put another tower there. And like we said to them, like we refuse. We're not going to do that. It's not good, you know. You got to sometimes tell them, you know, that it's not good to do things like that. So there's a few tips for you.
All right, that's very great tips. I actually wanted the idea of catching water through water tank. I think I can use that idea on my designs later or sooner if I am going to be an architect. How about you, architect Humang? Do you have anything to what are your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, we actually developed a property just to walk the talk about regenerative architecture. We started developing here in Alfonso, Cavite. We bought a property, 2-hectare land, no? And we want to sell this into developed house and lot eventually. And so I realized that I don't want to comply on the 70-30 ratio of development. No? But I mean, where did you get that 70-30 ratio? 70% of development land and 30% of open space, right? Who told you that that is the best ratio to do? No? We did that because we did not consult nature, right? We did not consult other species. And so what happened is we are having trouble right now. So what we did here is I created 30% development space and 70% open space. A lot of developers perhaps will tell me that that's crazy. How are you going to return your investment? Truth of the matter is after the start of the pandemic last year, a lot of people are coming over on the suburban areas, right? Because they want a much more breathable space, and that is the value of breathable space, right? And because of that, the land value becomes higher here in Alfonso Cavite. Um, we need to understand the value of nature, the value of ecosystem. If you cannot breathe anymore, once you cannot breathe anymore, in the city, whenever I go back to Metro Manila, you can see haze. No? You can see the air covering that skyline. Those are pollution you are inhaling every day. All right, and that's the reason why having lived here in the outskirts, no, of the metropolis is far more better. You will realize it's far more better than living in the city. No? I agree with Architect Razel and Architect Asuncion in terms of that lighting technique earlier that they mentioned. We turn off our lights at night because we have so many fireflies here. No, whenever you turn on those lights, you shoo away those fireflies because of the lighting pollution. No, so meaning humans are again invading the habitat of these species. No? So what we want, what the family wants is to coexist with these living organisms. No? We want to co-thrive with them. We want to be with them. No? And with that, the kinship or the relationship becomes much more stronger. In fact, my daughter and my wife, they talk to fireflies, no? They talk to trees, no? They embrace trees. You get the energy of these. They're alive. They have energies that they can transfer to you as well. No? So with these projects, I am employing also the rammed earth to all of my projects right now, and they're very happy because it's cheaper. This is called frugal innovations. We live on a very small space. We eat the vegetables that we plant. We the produce from our forest. No, like have you heard of the katmon soup? Have you heard of sinisig na bunga ng saging? The pods of the banana pods. No, we do that. No, we eat those food, and it's healthy. It's healthier rather than eating processed food. We have big night jams. We have guava jams. We make our own jams. No? So basically, you get what you have on your land, and that is the what you call the natural capital, which is far more higher value than what we have right now. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, my mic is muted. Sorry. Thank
All
you for
right,
those
thank you.
insightful and thought-provoking answers. Of course, to keep the ball rolling and to engage our listeners to this talk, may we entertain some of the questions given to us during this live stream.
Okay, so guys, you can now um, type in all your questions on our comment box if you have questions. By the way, Architect Henderson, do you are you good with the time?
Yeah, cool. Another half an hour is fine. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Since there is nobody yet asking a question, I have a question here, architects. So there is less than 9 years left, according to the prediction, that the effect of climate change is irreversible. Can architecture be one of the contributors in preventing it from happening, and how? In what way? So, Architect Henderson, do you have any thoughts?
It has to be. It has to be because I think buildings are. I think they're the main cause of carbon emission, aren't they? So it's like something like 90. I wrote it down somewhere. 90%. No, sorry, no, that's extreme. 40% of all greenhouse gases come from buildings, which is crazy, really. So it's really important. We have to do something about it, really. But I just think all these sustainable rating systems are good, but and we should start using them as not on every build, even if I work on a project that's not even going to be green rated or anything, I still use them. Like I'm so used to using these LEED standards now that I use them as a normal building code now. So it should be part of it should be the standard, really. You should be applying this stuff generally, which will help improve. Everyone should be some kind of global regulation, shouldn't it? Really, countries are doing it. I don't know what's the deal in the Philippines. Have they made any government have enforced anything? Have they?
Not that
Actually,
we know of.
Yeah.
Architect
They have that
Asuncion,
climate accord thing in Europe, don't they?
Yeah, unfortunately
So
here
there
in
was
the Philippines,
so they've applied to the building regs.
I think here in the Philippines, the more important thing that us architects need to think of is really to change our mindset from having a business that's more profit oriented, but really change that to having a business that's more concerned with the environment. And sustainability, first of all, is not just about the environment. It's also having um, getting being able to achieve the balance between people, planet, and then the profit will just naturally come in. So it's, I think architecture definitely plays a huge role in sustainability. And if you're familiar with the UN Sustainability Development Goals for 2030, that's for us architects, it's SDG 9, which is industry innovation and infrastructure, and SDG 11, which is sustainable cities and communities. And I just want to 3 years ago when I was in Dubai, I learned about the SDGs, and I've been starting to build a global community of people, of like-minded individuals and organizations who are also passionate in sustainability in general. I've talked to a lot of um, architects and landscape architects here in the Philippines, and they're very supportive of it. But it's that effort does not only rely on us architects and designers. It definitely needs a lot of collaboration between us designers, the government, because the government is the number one entity that really implements all these things here in our country. And then, of course, we need the help of the businessmen and the financial leaders. So, if we all collaborate together in creating a greener and better environment, I think there's definitely going to be a huge, effect on how we can contribute to sustainability. And for me, I am very much looking forward to have projects. I'm very much willing to even do pro bono projects, just to be able to really um, contribute to how we can have a much better environment, built environment. Because architects, landscape architects, urban planners, environmental planners, we all play a huge role in contributing to how we can see a more sustainable and regenerative future. Because if you look around you, it's architecture everywhere. And we live in houses, we work in buildings, there's parks everywhere. So I mean, besides the businessmen, who just work in the buildings, we designers have a huge responsibility in contributing to the betterment of not only our immediate environment, but of the whole world, really. And so yeah, it starts with helping, trying to help with in how we can improve our immediate surroundings first, and then from there move outwards. And then just really be conscious of and mindful of how we design how we design our buildings and structures, being mindful of not only the environment, but the animals around us, really considering biodiversity. At the same time, also being human-centric in a way, because it's the people who actually use these buildings. It's the people who, take advantage of the parks. And our problem here in the Philippines is that sometimes we prioritize the cars and the public transportation more than the people. But so I think we need to kind of really change that mindset. And the new normal for most business should not just be, having all these virtual stuff, but really the new normal for most business, not only for us designers, but for business and financial leaders, is for them, for all of us to um, prioritize the planet and then the people, and really the profit will just naturally come in. That's kind of having, it's really good to have a purpose-driven business. So yeah, that's what I think we can do to,
I think I
design
think
for
a-
the.
I think laws and I think laws and government rules I think are quite important. I think every country around the world needs, but it's very difficult. Some countries don't have much of a government. I mean, here where I live, Tanzania, they don't even have building regulations here, and going to something green is like they haven't even got safety. Building regs are for safety. They haven't even got that in place. How are they gonna get green sustainability in place? Like some countries, it's just so difficult.
That is very much true. I actually agreed that people, designer, and the government should coordinate with each other in order for us to create a very sustainable environment. And yeah, next question.
I think we can hear from architect Ronnie as well.
Architect Yuma.
Yeah, Architect Yumang, do you have something to add?
Yeah, definitely, construction is a biggest contributory also to the destruction of our environment. And as I have presented earlier, um, uh, uh, the greenhouse gas emissions, majority of it comes from the construction industry. And so we are really playing a huge part on how are we going to help reverse the damage that we have done. And it's a mindset, really. We cannot, like for example, a lot of us are not aware or unaware of that the issue that we are outnumbered by the gadgets, by the electronic gadgets that we're using right now. No? It's one is to 1.8, meaning one infant has already 1.8 gadget that they're using right now, and these are heading towards 20% of that e-waste actually are the ones being recycled. The rest, where are we going to use that? How are we going to dispose those 80% of these material? If only we can develop a much better, I mean, next year we're going to buy a new phone, we're going to buy a new computer, we're going to buy a new laptop, right? And that's on top of what we have right now. And yet we are talking of sustainability and regenerative systems, right? Um, these are things that bothers me. If only we can develop something that one phone, you have everything with you on that, but it's commercialism. It is about capitalism, right? If we can develop something better than that model, I'm pretty sure we are far more better situation. Like for example, I also have it on my research that we keep on using solar panels, but these solar panels, how are we going to dispose this afterwards? The solar fields, for example, huge solar fields. No, how are we going to dispose of that at the end of its life cycle? Are we ready to dispose that? So these are the things that we need to also prepare. How are we going to use that? Like if we can use, say, passive cooling technology, which doesn't need to have these things, no, is far more better off. These are ancient techniques. These are indigenous techniques that I'm talking about. So, yeah, so if we can go back to that thinking, with practical modernity, the use of technology, if we can merge the same thing, we can have a better world right now. No? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Architect Yuma. And yeah, let's proceed with another question coming from our live audience. Yvonne is
Sorry.
on mute, I guess.
Sorry. From our live audience, from Daniel Angeli, as students, how can we contribute to raising awareness about sustainable and regenerative architecture to the general public? Well, I guess we're all new to this. Architects, do you have any tips for us aspiring architects about our role for the general public?
I think, our generation, especially the younger ones, and it's good for you to really take advantage of your skills and abilities in harnessing the power of social media. I think that's definitely one huge contributor to be able to raise awareness about sustainable and regenerative architecture to everyone. And I these kinds of events are actually really helpful as well. It's good that it's a live on YouTube, so that it's available to the public as well. But yeah, no, I think for me, really, it's social media is a strong factor to be able to raise awareness. But at the same time, when if we're not on social media, if we really want to better, it's much better for us to really take action ourselves and participate in activities on the ground, participate in like tree planting activities, participate in environmental advocacies. I think that's definitely something that can be helpful to raise awareness. Maybe have workshops or some lessons on how to apply sustainable and regenerative architecture. So yeah.
Yes. Social media really plays a really big role for us, for our generation today, and of course to raising awareness. Our commenter just said their thanks to the architects. Would Architect Russell or Architect Humong add any opinion about this question?
Yeah. It has to start from you. It has to start from us. No, our mindset first, like what our colleague mentioned earlier. It has to start from each one of us. From there, somebody will copy you. Somebody will follow you. No? Especially the Filipinos. If they see something, a good business model, for example, the next morning you will see they're going to put up their own the same business as yours. No, so if they will copy you and they find it really practical and beneficial to them, always remember it will always boils down to Philippines is a poor country, right? It will always boils down to how are they going to benefit from it. 32 years of sustainable design, no? And yet it doesn't go to the grassroots level yet. No, ganon katagal. No, so what I'm trying to say is, baka yung regenerative architecture, it will reach to 50 years. We don't have resources anymore before everybody will feel about it. And so the strategy here is to start really from how are they going to benefit in terms of what are they going to eat tomorrow? No, it has something to do with that. And do not talk of architecture, talk of lifestyle, talk of mindset, and then slowly you can bring in your architecture, because this is not only an issue of architecture. This is an issue of global scale. So it's a lifestyle. It is a mindset. Thank you.
Of course, making such a change, it really starts from us, from the ones that are being informed. And of course, this changes. It's a lifestyle, as you have said. Architect Russell.
I think usually most countries have Green Building Council, don't they? I think Philippines has got one, Philippines Green Building Council. So they have events and stuff. I'm not sure if you can be a member. I don't know if you can. You probably can, but you probably have to pay or something. But I think that's the place you can go to get involved and find what's going on. And yes, social media is a good one as well. If you're doing a project at university, everyone wants green now, so you're going to stand out if you create your projects that are sustainable and have a sustainable design, and you can put that on social media, and it'll help you. Stuff like LinkedIn, and you can really promote yourself and help get a job. So it's a good thing. It's like the future. So if you get on top of it while you're a student and get used to these ideas and principles, it really help you when you graduate, I think.
Thank you for your answers. I'm pretty sure that most of our audience would take these things into account. Um, do we have other questions from the live audience?
Actually, we have. So from Christiana Louise, with the current situation we have in the Philippines, do you think it is too late for us to achieve sustainable living, knowing that we have a climate deadline by 2030? So, Architect Henderson, do you have something to say, or do you have any thoughts, ideas?
I'm not sure how far you're with it in the Philippines. Really, it's never too late. Really, oh God, it's not. Oh, it's not too late. No.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, or just it's like what I said. It just needs promoting, and government needs to step in a bit more. Maybe I'm not sure what the situation in the Philippines is, but it's difficult. Countries like that, you can't make big steps though. It just has to be little things. Like I was saying before, start looking at. You can't just suddenly change from concrete to timber. You just have to start contributing little bits, incorporating a little bit of sustainability, and then people get used to it. You got to be realistic about it, I think. I mean, the government can help to some degree, but yeah, it's difficult.
How about your Architect Asuncion? Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, no, I think it's never too late. We this issue has been going on for years, and it's really just what Architect Ronnie mentioned earlier was right, that it really needs to start with yourself, because if you can't do, if you can make the effort to be sustainable yourself, and if you don't consider about your own carbon footprint, how to be zero waste, or it's much harder to apply it outside of yourself. So yeah, no, it really starts on your own habits. Really change your normal to a more sustainable habits, and then and I don't think it's too late. I think I see a lot of I see more people from the media and some very few politicians as well who are advocating for sustainability and being going green in our environment. So I think it really just um, boils down to for us not only applying sustainable sustainable practices on ourselves, advocating for it to other people. And then, I think as we spread those advocacies to more people, we hopefully we can influence more and more people around us, and then hopefully it will, reach to the leaders of our country to really make a change on how we can further build a greener and more regenerative country. So yeah, so that's
I think one thing I was reading about recently, it needs to be done on a vast scale. It doesn't need. I mean, just doing a few buildings here and there is going to help, yeah, but not much. You need
yeah.
to dedicate big sectors of cities and build a sustainable mini city, or you have to dedicate an area. Okay, we're going to generate electricity here sustainably and generate a lot of electricity in that area for the country or for the city. These kind of things need to be done by the government. It's not going to happen. Yeah, it doesn't. And there's that practice, big Bjargingles Group. They're working on a big. I think they're calling it. It's kind of a global master. It's like designing the planet basically, but sustainable. And they're proposing like every country should have like large sectors for sustainable things, like water, recycled water, generate electricity, and things like that, which are kind of like regenerative sectors. So that would be like that would be the way to do it, I think. Doing all these buildings here and there is not going to. You need to dedicate large amounts of land that will contribute to the environment, and like going back to regenerative architecture, actually creating something sustainably, sustainable energy, or recycled water, or recycled garbage that can be used. You put it all in one place. Things like that. Things done on a large scale, basically.
Mm-hmm. That is true. We need to dedicate a large scale of effort, or large scale of effort in attaining sustainable living. How about your architect Yumang? Do you have anything to add?
Um, yeah, of course, what we need is a community, a community of like-minded people. You start from there until it becomes a bioregions that focusing on how are we going to regenerate. In fact, we have so many lands that here, especially in our place, it's a vacant land. It's an idle land. We can create an agroforest concept of land. No? In fact, we are uh, getting mad from the developers for developing agriculture land, but we're not doing anything about it. The land is idle for several years now. So we might as well ask for stewardship from the government in order to plant agar wood, for example. No? These are expensive kinds of trees right now. Aside from that, you can plant more food instead of buying it somewhere else. No? So yeah, we need to create a strong force, like-minded people to be able to get to where we want to achieve.
I just like to add to what Architect Yuma mentioned about having your own herb garden. Like here in the house, here in our home, we have we plant our own vegetables, and that actually helps us to really save a lot in our groceries, because instead of buying them from outside, we can just easily get them from our garden, and we use them almost every time when we cook, and it's actually good. It's like farm. No, it's not farm. It's a garden, garden to table, and vegetable. I think that's another good way of really if you want to do something yourself. I think urban farming is it's a good way for us to be able to do it. We need to consider that as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that is all the time that we have left for our live question. Thank you very much, guys, for participating and sending your questions to us. I think we have covered all of your questions, right, Yvonne?
That is right. And that is it for the final leg of our College Day panel discussions. I would like to extend our gratitude to our architect panelists for lending us your time and effort, Architect Asuncion, Architect Russell, and Architect Humang, for sharing us your knowledge and passion for our environment as pillars of progress through regenerative and sustainable architecture. At this point, we would like to give you this certificate of appreciation of being with us virtually today.
Okay. This certificate of appreciation is hereby presented to Architect Ana Asuncion, Architect Russell Henderson, and the Architect Ronnie Yumang for imparting their knowledge and insights as guest speaker of the Revolutionizing Architecture, Transforming Way of Living through Regenerative Architecture and Sustainable Architecture panel discussion held this 10th day of June 2021 as a part of the Siglo Taking Prestige into the Future 19th KAUP founding anniversary. Together, let's take a step forward. Signed by Danielle Angeli G. Pastrano, panel discussion head and KAUP Student Council Vice President, Ms. Trisha Danica L. Vilazar, KAUP Student Council President, and Architect Jared Aaron Cruz, KAUP Student Council Advisor. By the way, guys, do you have any social media accounts that you want us to follow? I know our viewers will be happy to see your posts every day or to see your posts whenever you have posts. So, Architect Humang, do you have something to plug or something to promote?
Yeah, I would like you to, if you want to learn more about regenerative architecture, you can click the link on my Facebook page. I also have Instagram and LinkedIn. No? You can connect with me. I also have an ebook if you want to learn the comprehensive idea on regenerative architecture. You can contact me, and I will send you the link for the ebook. Thank you,
Right.
Ronel and Yvonne.
Thank you very much for that. How about you, Architect Asuncion? Do you have social media or anything to plug or anything
Um,
that you wanted to promote?
yeah, so actually, I've only been active on social media 2 months ago. So I do have an Instagram page. My Facebook is very, very new. Twitter, I only had one post, but definitely connect with me on LinkedIn. And one social media that I definitely highly recommend is Clubhouse, and that's actually where I met Russell. And so I just to give you an idea of what Clubhouse is, it's an audio app. So it's basically very, very similar to this. Having discussions with people, but instead of having videos, it's just really pure audio. And so I don't really need to be presentable. None of us need to be presentable. We just need to discuss. So Clubhouse, I'm no one's paying me for this, but it's really, really very helpful for me. And I think for most of the people that I have met as well. And so Clubhouse is, you can download it in on Android, and I think it's I think it's definitely available on Android now and also on iOS. So we like I've created my own club where I will be discussing a lot of other topics on architecture. So something like this: sustainable architecture, regenerative architecture, anything under the sun. So the Clubhouse is where I met Russell, and most of my architect friends are based in the UK, and they have a lot of rooms. They host rooms regularly, once a week at least, and they talk of. Yesterday they talked about how to create a killer CV and portfolio. So that's one of the things that are very helpful, especially for students. And then sometimes we have guest speakers who work for example, Norman Foster, or a lot of architects. I highly recommend for you students to really get into Clubhouse, because it's super helpful to be participating in discussions. Not only that, you get to network with architects from all over the world, and it's super helpful, especially for me, since I'm just starting my design consultancy business. It's so helpful for me to be networking with not only architects, but really business people who are very successful in real estate. They can potentially be my future clients. So it's a good way for you to network and get to know other people. Clubhouse, guys.
Thank you very much for that, our architect Anna. We will definitely check you out on Clubhouse. How about your architect Russell? Do you have anything to plug or promote?
No, you can just find me. I'm everywhere now. Just architect. Just type in architect Russell. You can find me. TikTok, YouTube, Instagram. I've got a blog I've got a website. If you want any questions or anything, you can just ask me. Clubhouse, I'm on there. God, what's the other one? I can't. Twitter, occasionally, not much. So they're the main ones, I think. And I got a Facebook page as well now.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, I also met or saw some of the videos of Architect Russell on TikTok. That's the reason why I actually invited him here on our panel discussion. So I think that is it. Thank you very much, architects, for your time, for lending your time with us here today. And
we would like to ask for a photo op.
Thank you.
If that would be
with
fine.
you guys. Tech. Let's just pose and so Tech. And 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Tech, I hope you got that.
Thank you very much, guys, and we hope to
Thank
meet
you
you
very much,
personally
architects.
in the future.
Thank
for
you,
similar. Yeah, thank you very much as well, architect.
I would
very
like
much
to
for your
thank. I'd like to thank Architect Russell, because maybe if it weren't for him, they wouldn't even know about me. So say thank you for inviting us, and also Architect Ronnie. I love your lecture on regenerative architecture. I would love to learn more about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, connect with each other.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thank you. And that concludes our panel discussion. This event, of course, wouldn't be possible without our generous sponsors. This event is brought to you by... Oh, wait. This event is brought to you by Likhain Co., a Filipino brand that offers high-quality, eco-friendly, and hand-painted tote bags. Make sure to visit them on Facebook and their Shopee accounts.
Okay. Also in cooperation with MRTP Shop, an outstanding apparel and accessories retail shop based in Metro Manila, founded by a part-time reseller and full-time student known as MRTP. You can see them on Facebook, Shopee, and Carousel.
Legacy Street, a Filipino brand showcasing the beauty of our country's pre-colonial writing system by buying through their quality streetwear line. Visit them at Facebook and their website wearlegacy.com.
And sponsored by Modularity Home, they strive to provide clients with luxurious and elegant synergized live spaces through ultra premium merchandise coupled with unparalleled customer service. If you appreciate beautiful design, are driven, resourceful, and a dynamic team player, they would love to get you to know about your shared passion for extraordinary everyday living. Visit https visit www.modularityhome.com/forward careers and apply now.
Bake and Knead, a home-based bake shop producing small batches of special baked goods that you need and you'll surely love. Buy these goodies on Facebook and Instagram.
Astrea Collection, a gift shop that provides an affordable collection of various jewelries and body accessories. Buy now on Facebook, Shopee, and Instagram.
Pahina PH offers unique and memorable gift ideas such as typewriting services. Visit them on Facebook, Instagram, and check their shop links at pahinaph.card.co.
And special thanks to Smart Cards Architecture, a study tool created to help students and board exam takers walk their way to a more effective, efficient, and fun learning experience. Learn and excel with them through Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Access their shop through Linktree, Smart Cards Ultimate, and Shopee.
Chuki serves mouth-melting pastries that will surely unleash the inner cookie monster in you. Order now on Facebook and chukis.cococorp.co.
Firmco, a streetwear clothing brand that provides a variety of dope designs that would greatly manifest you a subtle sense of fashion. Visit them on their Facebook page, Firmco. So,
And that is it for our for our sponsors.
That is right. And for this time, on this juncture, we are going to give you some amazing treats, guys. So, pakita na natin ang ating roleta. So, for Legacy Street, we will be giving 4 shirts, guys. So, let's
stay tuned in. Roll the roulette.
Yeah.
Yon, it's rolling.
Ikaw ba gusto mo ba ng Legacy Street? Ay, nakita ko ang gaganda
Gusto
ng
ko
mga
ng
designs
Legacy
nila.
Street. Ang cute na designs nila. And
yes.
There we have our first winner, Trisha Danica L. Belizar. Are you there?
Congrats, Ate Trisha. Akin na lang yung isang shirt mo. Siya pala yung ating CAOP president. So, next.
For another Legacy Street shirt. Ikaw na ang lucky person. Shaina Karil B. Katayna. Please comment on our live chat. If you are here, you have won the Roletta for Legacy Streetwear. Ayun.
Ayan.
I want shirt.
I think they will the winner will take away Bake and Knead.
Yes, of course. Sorry for that miscommunication. Miss Katayna will attain a Bake and Knead treat.
That is right. And next, for our third roleta, let's go. Our winner of Astrea Collection. So there's gonna be we will be giving away accessories coming from Astrea Collection. So it's Ruth May V. Chua. Oy, ka-blackmate natin yan. So
congrats, Ruth.
Yeah. You will have an accessory coming from Astrea Collection. Next.
Yes. And for our next Roletta, Smart Cards Architecture will be giving 3 flashcards for 1 person. Who is this lucky person?
Feeling ko ako na yan. Ako na yan.
Ayun. This will...
Ayan, meron na tayong panalo. It is Princess Angelica B. Gonzalez. So, I think kablock ko din siya before. I'm not sure.
Okay. Congrats, Princess. Here in the comments, thank you, Architect Russell, for tuning in to our post-panel discussion.
All right. I think that is for our final, the final part of our panel discussion. Thank you very much, guys, for tuning in here on our panel discussion. So let's bring in our mga
Moderators.
Hi.
Hello,
Yes.
guys.
Hi.
Hello. All right. Hi, everybody. Of course, firstly, I would like to congratulate everyone for this successful online panel discussion. Congratulations to the moderators and to the tech team of each topic, of course, as well. Thanks for being with us, Arkistas. And we hope na marami kayong natutunan today for our panel discussion. We're happy to have you guys here sa ating live stream. So thank you very much for tuning in. Sana nag-enjoy kayo and sana ay okay lang kayo and healthy kayo sa inyong mga tahanan.
All right. Also, thanks to our guest speakers and Arkistas insights, because this panel discussion will not be as fruitful without them. And for sure, all of today's discussions have given a mark on each of us that will surely spark a new passion for all the viewers who have listened to today's live stream.
Yes, that is right. And also, we hope you guys learned a thing or two about today's discussion and will count on you to apply these in the future. Also, the college day won't be complete without competitions. With that being said, participants turned in their outputs yesterday, June 9. So be sure to watch out as results will be posted tomorrow at 6 p.m. at the PLM CAOP Student Council Facebook page. Our winners will take away cash prizes and the champions will be awarded with a medal. So good luck to our Arkistas.
Yes, milyonaryo na kayo.
Right. Yes, that is right. We are also very grateful and honored for the Day One's roster of esteemed panelists and sponsors. We are so lucky to have you here celebrating the 19th founding anniversary of our very own PLM CAUP College of Architecture and Urban Planning. We will surely treasure all of this forever.
Yes, that
Yes,
is right.
HBD KAUP, we are glad that to our panelists, we are glad that you accepted our invite and are also here with us sharing your expertise to use as aspiring architects. And of course, you guys can tweet us with the hashtag S19LO, that is read as SIGLO, and tag us on your IG stories with your creative snapshots. It's at KAUP SC Official on Twitter and Instagram. And don't forget to like and follow our official Facebook page, PLM KAUP Student Council, and support our One View, One Step Forward campaign by subscribing and watching our videos here on YouTube.
Yeah, and I also learned a lot. I hope with this fun-filled discussion, I hope you all learned something from the architects that we have invited today. And by the way, guys, don't forget to wear your mask and wash your hands. And please take care and be well. We're your moderators, and this has been Siglo, taking prestige into the future. CAUP 19th founding anniversary. Goodbye, guys. See you next school year. Together, let's take a step forward.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Ingat kayo, everybody. Happy 19th CAOP Day. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Arkistas.
Thank you.
Thank you.